Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Hopefully, everybody having a beautiful day. As the weather is changing, it's going by. What's up, Kim West? Yeah. And the weather is changing, going back and forth. The weather is actually bipolar right now. But this is the Wildest Wake Up Show. I'm your host, Sharon Bracey, and every single day I rebel against remedial rhetoric. And we welcome anybody to come in the chat or hit the panel so we can have a discussion. However, we want to make sure that you're not regurgitating information that you heard somewhere else and that we are challenging your thoughts. God damn it. Your thoughts. And when we say good day to you, make sure you say back, what up, Yeti Life? We do not say good morning because we do not mourn each other here. We are happy that it's another day above ground, so we say good day. We want to give that great productive energy out there. Yes, let's get it going. And yesterday I was surfing through the internet and I was just seeing some things. You know, like we like to get things started right away. We don't waste nobody's time. And I was watching my brother, DJ Hamp, yesterday. I watched about a few minutes while I was driving. I was able to watch a little bit before I got a phone call. And thank you, Yeti. And the part that I was watching, I was hearing the men talk. And it kind of, Burner, good day, Byron. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we was having a conversation and Bomb Cherry and King Swarthy, they were starting to have a conversation. They started talking about the matriarchy and the patriarchy. And how body count versus D-discipline. Like everybody's teaching men to have D-discipline. But they also teaching women that body count does not matter. I find it very interesting that a lot of these men want to compare themselves to body counts and D-discipline. They think that's the same thing. And what I come to the conclusion is that, hey, listen, just because body count doesn't matter doesn't mean that she should not have any P discipline or V discipline. She need to have some discipline with that thing down there too. Nobody is saying that she should not be disciplined with who she open up to. And I believe that's where the confusion is at. Do her body count really matters? Not so much. Somewhat. Do anybody want somebody like, with 5? If a woman says she only had 5 people, and we're going to assume that she's telling the truth. She said she only been with 5 men in her life. Let's just say she's 35. I think most people will say that is a pretty good ratio. But if she had those 5 men in one night, hey, that might change the way how you think about that person. So I think it's more about the sexual discipline that each person displays is more important than the actual body count. And that's what we really got to have a conversation about. We cannot act like body count doesn't matter. It's the same as D-discipline because it's not. It's 2 different categories. And I don't understand for the life of me why, or maybe, I don't know, maybe some of these men are, it's either they just want to be disingenuous to muddy the water so this way nobody can have an understanding what is going on, or they just dumb. You feel what I'm saying, Kev? It's either they dumb or they just being disingenuous and they just want to keep everybody confused because them themselves are confused. Good day, Miss Jalen. How are you doing today? I even changed my banner. Lord. Sometimes I be forgetting to do things. That'd be my bad. Let me change that. My bad. So, so that's what I think really be going on. So, because they want to have this goddamn hold on women and say, no, ladies, you need to do this. Because they believe that when you say a woman's body count doesn't matter and a man's D-discipline does matter, that is saying that men cannot go out there and have encounters. Grifting matters. Dalawasha. What up, baby dicks? You know what I'm saying? So her body count does not matter. and your body count doesn't matter, but your sexual discipline on both parties matters. DB, we were talking about yesterday when I was watching. Right now, what I'm talking about is yesterday I was able to watch. I was able to jump in on Hamp's channel. I was listening to him while I was driving yesterday. Ilkan Ali was having a conversation with the panel. He was just having a conversation with the panel, and he was talking about why body count doesn't matter, but discipline matters. And I found that conversation very interesting, DB. What's up, Very Sexy Red TV? Because they was trying to compare body count to discipline, and those two things are very different. Because just because a woman has a low or high body count doesn't have anything to do with her sexual discipline, right? So if she has 5 guys, but she has sexual discipline, meaning that those 5 guys she was all in a relationship with, I don't think majority of men really care about that. And for the men, if a man have 5 different partners, or let's say, no woman cares that he have 5 different partners if they was girlfriends. The part of discipline is that because the rhetoric around these red pill incel manosphere, these no good sucker, is that men, they think it hard. So every time they walking around the street, they see something that looks decent outside, they just say, oh my God, she made my blood vessel, you know what I'm saying, pressurize. So I'm trying to keep it as clean as I possibly can. And that's where the discipline comes back. Just because you see every woman that you see attractive doesn't mean that you need to put your peen in her. That's where the discipline comes from. Just because you are in a relationship and some girl is attracted to you doesn't mean that you have to lay it down because she gave you an opportunity to bust that down. Pumps in the dump, that is very true. I don't understand that neither. What's up, Miss Not For Everyone? Good day to you. God damn, Davies, that was crazy. So I think that is the real issue. So yes, discipline matters because you need to be able to control yourself when you outside, out and about, that you have the discipline to not lay down with a whole bunch of women and cheat. That's what discipline is about. It's not about remaining a virgin. Great. We got to do a fire. Let me see. Read that. We got to do some kind of fire alarm test today. Does it say what time we got to do this test? Great. Okay. It don't say a time. Okay. Anyway, so I might have to just it's okay. We'll figure out when the fire department gets here. So Mr. Lam said it's not how many she got, it's how she got the bodies. How was they accumulate over time that men normally care about? So that part I agree with. If she had 5 in one night versus she had 5 in a lifetime, those are 2 different conversations. However, body count doesn't matter. Means, right, is that we are, most men, normal human beings that's outside the world, we are not worrying about how many people that she slept with, saying, oh my God, this, that, and the third. And we asking her, the main thing we ask a woman is how many serious boyfriends you had. That's the main conversation that most people have in real life. And men said, talking about discipline. Discipline is about you not cheating on your woman once y'all decide to be together or decide to be in a serious relationship, decide to be in a marriage. Because a lot of these relationships, they fall apart because men don't have no discipline. They got to look and check out, holler at every little big booty that's walking by. That is the problem. Discipline is not simply wearing protection. That's the issue. If you are a single man and you're a single woman, hey, do whatever you feel like is fit for you. But if you're somebody that is attempting to build a relationship with another human being, That is a totally different conversation. And I'm sorry, but the men gonna have to figure that part out. What part of the conversation you really want to be a part of? Are you somebody that's actually looking for a woman to be with seriously, or you out there just playing the field, you're just trying to get as much booty as you possibly can? If you are somebody that's just trying to get as much sexual encounters as you can, you are most likely going to marry a promiscuous woman, because that's what you are. You are a promiscuous man. Don't think that you being a promiscuous man, you get to deserve a woman that has been taking care of her body for her whole life. Absolutely not. You get what you are. So even with that, Mr. Alignment, even if a man is in a poly relationship and he says the both of those people have an understanding, all three of them, they have an understanding that we are together, they're gonna have to protect their relationship. So therefore, he's with those two women. If he go outside and say, I popped off a third one, he is cheating. He don't have no discipline. It's like we need a relationship 101 with some of you men. This is what I'm saying. I don't know if y'all just dumb or y'all just being disingenuous. That y'all just want to contradict yourselves. This is the part that makes me not understand what is going on with y'all. What's up, my Reed? If you are a hoe, every time you look into the mirror as a man and you realize how much of a hoe you are, therefore you going out there looking for them. We understand that. Then just say that. Just say, when I'm talking about these women, I'm calling them HOEs, 304s, and all these things. I'm really talking about myself. Go ahead and say that. I don't know why Black the Conquering King don't just say how much he loved me already. Like, God damn. How you gonna hop in the channel and call me disingenuous without disagreeing? Like, I do not understand for the life of me why they think they are saying something when they just blurt out stuff. And please, nobody time nobody out. Yeah. Aaron said, I can't wait. I'm gonna cook somebody up. Shout out to Aaron. So I just find it oddly interesting that they believe body count and discipline is the same thing, and it's not. Again, a man's body count and a woman's body count don't really matter. It's all about the sexual discipline for both parties. Nobody wants a cheating ass woman if you're a faithful man, and nobody wants a cheating ass man if she's a faithful woman. That's why you got to build a relationship on trust. I don't look into my wife's phone because I trust her, and vice versa. I pass her my phone all the time because she got to answer a lot of things. Hey, babe, I need you to, hey, today, just now, hey, we need to do a fire alarm check on your, okay. Hey, babe, you need to do all this, blah, blah, blah. So she don't care that I'm a goddamn, hey, listen, she know who I am. I'm a flirtatious type of person. I ain't gonna lie to you. I be talking hella shit. But I ain't gonna go home with nobody. I ain't going to no bathrooms with nobody. I ain't gonna take it too far when you are touching me and rubbing me on my damn chest. Then I'm gonna have to say, hey, God damn it. Get your hands off me, you heathen. That's why every time I walk outside, I gotta walk around with a stick. I gotta beat these ladies off with a stick. God damn it, DB. I'm like, if you don't, I understand that I get it. I'm irresistible. I get it. But leave me alone, woman. I got my own woman. God damn it. Ah, man. And for some reason, they just want They just want men to believe that because they peeing it hard in the morning that they have to put it in something where it's just not a truthful thing at all. If you are with a woman and you tell that woman, I'm going to be with you, she should not be expecting that once out of every 5 years you put it in somebody else just because you a man. Oh, he only cheated once or twice. I think that's a fair deal. No, stupid. Because what if she say the same thing? All of a sudden, it's not the same. This idea that women do not have the same. Who the hell are y'all having sex with? Who are y'all having sex with? If all these men are getting their thing hard, and all these women are not having sex with y'all, they only having sex with the select few men in the world. The nastiest and dirtiest men, the ones that could talk the most, and they look the whatever y'all be saying. If they only having sex with them, they ain't having sex with the regular men. Who you men having sex with? What did that man say when we was watching that video? I could do it for you. Now we know. What did he say about to his homie? About to be a situation. Shout out to Scorpio Freak Side 5. He says the funniest show online. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. ADS is the truth, man. Like, hey, look, if all of y'all men walking around outside with y'all thing getting hard, who are y'all putting it in? That man said, I could do it for you. That's what your friend, maybe that's what a lot of you male friends are saying to each other. Maybe a lot of y'all saying, I could do it for you. Oh my gosh. Insanity. When you really hear these men talk about this subject. Let me see where we at with the likes. Is it disrespectful? Damn. That's all I be asking for. I'll be trying to get y'all to just show some love and support. Hit the like, hit the share button. It's very simple. This is how we build our own people up. Doesn't matter if you only have one subscriber on your goddamn YouTube. Share it out. We here. We rock with each other. The only way we're going to build each other up is through us. I depend on y'all. Y'all my people. I need y'all to help a brother out. I depend on my beautiful people. I can't buy a whole bunch of subscribers. I cannot buy a whole bunch of advertisement. I cannot do all that. I'm not going to spend thousands of dollars just to make $100. Absolutely not. I don't give nobody no damn chances. If I'm with a girl and we at a damn bar, she start looking at some other man and she laughing at his jokes at the bar, I'm gone. Say, pay your own damn bill. You want to laugh at his jokes? I was supposed to be the only funny person here. God damn it. But I also want to get into this whatever podcast because it kind of goes into on the conversation that we had yesterday. Both of these conversations goes into what we had yesterday. Somebody sent me a video. I told them I would check it out. We're going to watch it together. The title has what it seems like we was talking about yesterday, so I'm going to check it out. But I just want to just let y'all know. I want to know who came up with the term body count. To be honest, it sounds like it's like a Call of Duty stats, but it's for dating. Like we keep it scoreboard here. What's the prize? Is it emotional baggage? What is it? Women get grilled about it like it's a goddamn SAT question. At least on the internet, that's what happens. While guys, the dudes that's on the panel, are acting like their body count is a trophy. The double standards is wild. So for you, it's a trophy. I don't understand. This is what I'm saying. Who are y'all laying down with? I am not. Very sexy red. And listen, I don't mind challenging anybody. Y'all could tag. Y'all could go ahead and share it out and tag whatever dude that you think is going to have an opposite position. Because I'm pretty sure they're afraid to hit the link any goddamn way. Because we all know it's like some kind of bootleg protest against my channel because they don't like the fact that women can speak their mind over here. But hey, listen, tag anybody that you like. Go ahead and share it out. Tag them in it and say, I dare you go up here and debate it. It's insane. You don't got to be afraid. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. We could just have a conversation. It's not a big deal. It's really not. But we know who the energy is in this goddamn space. We see who it is. We see who got to review shit from 10,000 years ago. We get it. We understand that y'all talking points is outdated. This is why y'all afraid to have conversations with real men. What I mean, that's real men that have been outside speaking to real women. Thank you, kinfolk. Bracey, no brace. Unhinged, cook it up. I appreciate that, ADS. But it's time for us to start having honest conversations and stop with just this narrative painting, this gender narrative painting that be going on is just insane to me. How these men cannot have a real conversation. They always come up with this hypothetical question that doesn't make sense for real life. Like judge, it's like they judging someone's driving skills based on how many cars they driven, bro. As long as they know how to park, what's the issue? I don't get it. It don't matter how many cars I drove. I could drive a car. If I only drove one goddamn car, it doesn't matter. I could drive it. It's crazy. They be acting like this defines your worth. Nah, it's just a number, bro. Unless we're talking credit scores. And we know. Come on. Out the mud, Cody, you's a fool. I'm not talking about him per se, but he was the main corporate yesterday having this conversation about body count versus discipline. And I just think that is just a wild conversation to have. Like, they don't like the fact that they act as if they don't understand that body count, how many she has versus her vagina discipline is two different things. Or his discipline versus how many partners he had is two different things. If I was with a woman for 5 years, I should have been with just that woman for 5 years. It doesn't matter if I had sex with her 100 times versus I had sex with 100 women. It's crazy to me. What's wrong with you? I'm doing the damn thing. Put my shoulders in it. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, when they be talking about this body count, it's like, hey, excuse me, what shoes have you ever worn before? Have you ever worn these shoes? Shut up. Doesn't matter as long as they keep stepping in the right direction now. Doesn't that means more than how many shoes or what shoes they wore before? Are they stepping in the right direction now? Do you believe that body count measure character? I believe the body count, if it's up in the hundreds, like we know is men in these spaces that say they have over 100 bodies, we know what character they display. So therefore, if a woman's body count is up in the hundreds, they probably display the same type of character, which is no discipline whatsoever. Those are two different conversations. Body count versus discipline on both parties is two different conversations. But even with that, you can absolutely meet somebody that has a low number, but they have a PhD in toxicity. I'm running from that woman as well. So let's flip the question. It's not about her body count. You need to ask how she treat people. That's the real test. Why is that so difficult for you to understand? And Dollar Watcher, that might be true. Who you were with matters, because anybody that knows that I've been with that woman, guess what happens to her after she get married? They like, what's surrounded in that? Let me go ahead and marry this woman. So Dollar Watcher, you might be correct. What's up, Panelverse? I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Panelverse. Right, unlikely. That's the real truth of the matter. Character is what we're supposed to be talking about, not how many people you've been with. I mean, anyway, her character is going to really kind of explain how many people she's been with anyway, right? If she is 30 years old and she had 20 relationships, all right, it is what it is. Like one person a year, one person every 2. Like, come on. Depends on when she started. Majority of you men are promiscuous. So guess what? Your eyes is out there chasing promiscuous women. So therefore, yes, I'm going to agree with Ali. Most of you promiscuous men are going to get promiscuous women because that's what you are. You don't want a woman that's going to be in the house and taking care of all the things and just having your kids. That woman, you still don't want to marry her. Even when she fit, friendly, and submissive, you still don't want to marry her. That's you. That's on you. It don't have nothing to do with other women. We talking about your woman. I don't know why y'all believe that if y'all start talking about what's the word I should say about these women? If you are talking about horrible character women, I don't know why you believe that I'm gonna think of my wife. So the fact that you have your own woman, y'all make children with these your own woman, and you still talking about all these other women that is out there in the dating market, it's something wrong with you. What do all these other bad human beings out there that you don't want have to do with you taking care of your woman? It's crazy to me. Absolutely insane. But, as always, I will open it up and we can have the conversation. So let's see what this show is all about. I also want to break down this show because somebody said it to me because they said this was talking towards something that we was having a conversation yesterday with Bomb Cherry and King Swarthy. So we're going to check it out together. I did not watch it. Let's see how it goes. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the shares up. And if you have 99 cents, I would appreciate you could just hit a 99-cent super sticker so we can keep this thing growing. This is how we build up our own media, alternative media. We have to support one another, each other, right? And the way we could do it best is by hitting that like and the share button. If you have 99 cents, hey, I appreciate it. If you have more, hey, you know what makes the vagina go whoop, whoop. But let's get into it. Let's see what this is all about. So we got this guy again. His name is Andrew Wilson, and he shows feminists that even in a matriarchy, women need men. Even in a matriarchy, women need men. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. Cody. Okay. ADS says yes. Even in a patriarchy, women need men. Ronald 804. He said, even in a matriarchy, women need men. Wow. Okay. Shay Mack says, even in a matriarchy, women need men. Who's Kenzie? Who's Kenzie? Free? Interesting. Interesting. So far we got the men putting ones in the chat. They said it doesn't matter. Matriarchy, patriarchy, women need men. Okay, so now we understand that as we talking about just keeping everything going, right? We still got to create children. That's understood. Well, do they need them? Talking to kid folk. Oh, all right. Let's see what they talking about.
In terms of if you see, so you don't make this as a moral claim. It's just kind of a fact of reality.
Descriptive claim.
So do you think men should do these things? Like
which things?
That they should use force as an authority against women.
Well, sometimes. In some cases.
Men need to use force as an authority against women? That's crazy. Oh, her name is Kenzie. Thank you, Free. That's I don't know. I don't have to see. This is crazy that he's saying that men need to sometimes. Black says yes. With just that question, the first thing I think about is unlikely. Unlikely said on this panel a couple of days ago, it is never a case when his woman is attacking him, and if he was to run away, that his woman can catch him. So I do not believe that in a relationship style, we can't be putting. And so, like with unlikely saying that he could run away from his woman, and 100% of the time he will always get away. I do not understand how or why men will believe that they have to use force against their women. The police and the military use force to keep men in line. What excuse women from correction or discipline? Because we are not talking about a country or a nation. We're talking about in relationship. So this idea that men have to use force to keep his woman in line is crazy to me. The fact that you men believe that you are the policemen is crazy. The fact that you men think that y'all are the military doing something for the greater good is insane to me. You are not that. Stop comparing yourself to a police officer, sir. So this idea that you got to enforce physical harm to somebody in a relationship is insane. What's wrong with you? You don't have to force no woman to do anything. You can literally walk away and run. You can literally run. I'm sorry. Sha'Carri Richardson ain't catching me. As fast as she is, she ain't catching me, bro. She started whooping on my ass. She ain't catching me. I just I don't know. Since when y'all start comparing yourselves to policemen? Stop. I'm sorry. If men could run away from other police officers, men could run away from other men and get away with it on foot. You saying that your girlfriend is gonna catch you? I thought all these women was out of shape. What happened? So now all of these women are in such shape that when she start hitting on you, she has the skill of Clarissa Shields. All you men are dating the skill level of Clarissa Shields that she's going to hit with that boom, bop, bing, bop, boom, bop, bing. Is that what we're saying? That all of you men are dating a Clarissa Shields type level of a woman that she's going to hit with the boom, bop, bing, bop, boom, bop, bing. And not only that, if you was to run, she got the speed of Sha'Carri Richardson now. All of you men are dating Wonder Woman. This is why they say they'd rather be with the goddamn bear. Can you imagine women saying, hey, for me to be protected, for me to be protected in the woods, I need to have a bear on my side to protect me from a bear in the woods. This don't make no damn sense. What y'all are saying? Women need to go get a bear to walk in the woods to protect themselves from a damn bear. I'm gonna be with a man that is violent, so this is why I can be protected from men that are violent. Huh? How does that make sense?
Sure. Like if
Like
a
what?
woman's committing a crime, something like that, I think men are totally justified in using force. I think if a woman attacks a man, he's totally justified in using force.
I'm talking as like a societal.
Yeah, but these are societal prescriptions. If a woman attacks a man, yeah, it's perfectly acceptable for him to
Sure. So,
smack her
but
up.
there are instances where you say like if, like, would you condone wife beating?
Well, no, but I wouldn't condone husband beating. So
Sure, but you're
yeah.
saying that men's authority is through force. This is how why we
No.
should have
No,
patriarchy.
enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Not.
See, and this is the part where I'm saying. This is the part I'm saying that I don't know if these men are being dumb or they just being disingenuous. She said, I'm saying using force. And he said, no, I'm saying enforcement. What is that? What is enforcing something? It's force. Or am I or do I got it wrong? It's always weird to me. I don't understand. If a woman hits you, you can literally run away. She ain't gonna catch you. Literally. You are not in danger if your girl, which is usually smaller than you, which is not trained to be fighting, she's not even trained to fight a woman, none less a man, right? She can't outrun you. She can't outfight you. She can't outstrength you. But yet somehow all you men are in danger once a woman put one hand on you, that you have to physically show her how much stronger you are than her. That's crazy. I don't understand how they even believe that is a possibility. Nobody would say, hey, go get you a bear to walk in the woods just in case a bear jumps out on the woods on you. But for some reason, you want to tell women, hey, the only way you are safe is by getting with a man that is capable of violence. Even though we know majority of women that do get attacked by a man is usually the one that she's laying with. That's crazy. Man. Hey, listen. So y'all believe that because you are a man, and so you want to tell your daughter to get with somebody that's capable of violence. But so I guess y'all saying that as long as your daughter is dealing with a man that you could beat up, it is okay. Because that's the only thing that makes sense. Absolutely, he was gone. He's about like 10 blocks down the road. Oh man. And I think some of these men just looking for excuses to hit a woman. She hit me first. What I'm supposed to do? Shut up. Be a man. That's what you're supposed to do. Have some discernment. Get yourself out of danger.
So that's the requisite.
But enforcement is.
Yeah, it is force. Yes. Yeah, but that doesn't
So
mean
authority is through
remember
force.
my claim.
But
No.
we should have patriarchy.
No, enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
Not so that's the requisite.
But enforcement is.
Yeah, it is force. Yes. Yeah, but that doesn't mean.
Authority is through
remember,
force.
my claim is that might makes, not that it makes right.
Okay.
But that it.
So it's not a
shapes.
moral ought.
No, it's not. It's just a descriptive truth.
So do you think that men should work to cooperate with women in society?
Great question. Great question. What is y'all answer to that great question? I would love to hear what is your answer to that question. Right, Yeti, like just be a man. Like Like, I don't understand that. If a woman, if my woman, my personal woman start hitting me, I'm not gonna like, I'm gonna, I don't know. It's crazy. No, absolutely. Black, I don't know. This is what I'm talking about. Again, Black, that question, what you are asking, right? It sounds as if you are dumb or you just want to be disingenuous. I'm not sure which one it is. If somebody's being aggressive towards you and you know you can hurt them, you should fucking walk away. Be a man. Get out of danger. Because guess what? If you are in an argument with another man and another man pulls out a gun, everybody say, hey, you should just walk away, bro. Or if a man is and talking shit to you and you have a gun, so you won't go to jail, people will tell you to do what? Go, walk away, son. You don't, yo, bro, this is walk away. You don't want to kill that man today. Simple. Let's put it on man, since that's what y'all like to do. Y'all like to be men on men, clearly. So you argue with a man, you have the gun, Black, and this man's getting irate. He's about to threaten your life. Wouldn't it make sense for you to leave the scene because you have a gun and you can kill this man? So your ass won't go to jail? And let's make sure we put it in a place where it is not a stand your ground place. Most people would tell you, the one that has the power to take that man's life, for you to walk away. But for some reason, you put a woman in that position. No, I'm going to punch her in the face. You men are weak. This is the problem that men like Black do not understand. I don't know if he's just dumb or he's just being disingenuous. I don't get it. When you go and learn how to fight in a discipline, they tell you what? If somebody's being aggressive towards you, you need to get out of there. You need to walk away because they know you can hurt him. This is a man-on-man combat. They say, hey, if you can, get the hell out of there. Walk away, run away, get away from the scene. This is what they tell you when you are disciplined. When you go to a gun class, they say, what's the first line of defense is get yourself out of the situation. This is what they tell you when you are a real problem solver, that you remove yourself out of the danger of hurting that person. But for some reason, when we put a woman in this position, you want to knock her out to show her how manly you are. There's something wrong with you weak ass men. What up, Pax? What up, Bumpkin? It's crazy to me.
No, I think women should cooperate with men in society because they depend on.
Co-mean?
Yeah, I'll explain. I think that women depend on men for the use of force doctrine for their own protection. So I think.
I think under patriarchy, sure.
No, I think under matriarchy they still depend on men.
See, and again, so that's the argument, right? So the argument is that women should go ahead and buy a bear so they could go walk in the woods just in case a bear was to jump out on them. Put the most dangerous thing in front of them so they can protect them from the most dangerous thing. This is the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. This is the dumbest thing I ever heard. That you need to go ahead and get a man because men are capable of violence. Therefore, you need to bring the violent person in your household, sleep with the violent person, so where you can protect yourself from other violent people. And think that that bear is not going to bite you one day when it doesn't have its honey. We'll hear men get online today and be complaining and crying, saying, I don't understand why my woman didn't want to have sex with me last night. I just wanted to be inside of her and put my mouth on her. And I just wanted to, and she didn't want to do it. I don't understand. Because she didn't want to, that's why. So this idea that you have to have, and we all know that the person that's most likely going to whoop a woman ass is the man that she is sleeping with. So this idea that he's saying is just doesn't make sense to me at all. It's crazy.
For force.
Well, you said protection, right?
Yeah, force.
Yeah. What are you protecting them from?
Well, you could be protecting them from other men generally.
Right. So I think under patriarchy, male violence is pervasive.
Under
And so that
matriarchy, male
creates-
violence is still pervasive.
Why?
Why is having a female leader going to make male violence no longer pervasive? That's bizarre.
Well,
there's a difference between saying I have a society that's just filled 100% with women. That would be a
Sure.
claim, but you're not saying that.
Well,
You're talking about a matriarchy versus a patriarchy.
Right. But I think when it comes to patriarchy, obviously we're talking about male supremacy and domination.
Yeah.
And a form of domination is through violence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right. That's crazy to me. Like, I don't know why you men want to be so violent towards a woman. It's crazy. Or be violent towards each other as well. It's weird. It's a weird thing. If you are the intelligent one, you are the smarter one, you are the more funny, why do you need to have violence as a way you control things? It's crazy to me.
Agree with all of that. So
Yeah.
what?
So obviously, if that's not a tenet of matriarchy, then I don't think male violence would be pervasive because
Why
it's not
not?
used as a form of authority.
Are there still going to be men there?
Yeah.
What's going to make them less violent?
Well, obviously, because it's not used as a form of authority. It's
I just got done
violence
telling
is
you
not
that
tied to masculinity.
wherever men are,
That's a bar. What up, studio? That's the bar. She's saying that as long as you're not using men as authority to use violence as a way to hold society down, then there will be no use of violent people. The problem is that it's so many low-level men thinking that, I'm sorry to say that, it seems like a lot of men are just dumb at this point, that they believe that violence is the only way you can control society. You cannot control society with higher thinking. And, that's just what it is, I guess, is that as long as we have low-level thinkers and low-level men, that we would never elevate to the next level. Clearly, this is what this man is saying. We ain't going to be able to elevate because men are not allowing us to elevate because their authority is only physical violence. Because literally, if you take away that society is going to move without physical violence, we'll be fine. We'll move without physical violence towards our own people. What's up, Zero Tolerance? This is crazy to me. That they hear themselves talking, I don't know.
and women will depend on men for the use of force, period. That's my claim, regardless of where they are. So it doesn't matter if you have a queen, and it doesn't even matter if you put women
I think if you
as the CEOs of everything.
Are we assuming that just authority in general is force?
Yes,
no. Authority in general isn't force, but in order to have rights or laws or governance of any kind requires force.
Okay, there you go. He believed that law is force, that you have to. That's wild to me. I don't know. Maybe a lot of these men never really dealt with real violence before to understand what that shit really looks like. But if that's his take, then I understand why he positioned it that way. And every woman is going to need a violent person living in a household because there's always a chance of violence. So doesn't matter if you're in a nice neighborhood or not. I guess so. It is what it is. But we'll keep going through it. And any man like Black that's willing to try to have a conversation, but I know he's not because he cannot have a conversation clearly. You know what I'm saying? Like they just want to say things in the chat, but they can't actually form a coherent thought. Ugh. It's weird to me. Let me see how we doing with the likes. Damn, we can't get to 100 likes. So anybody willing to have a conversation, you're more than willing. Let's get the likes up. Let's get it together. Welcome to the show, my guy. Bumpkin, good day, sir. How you doing today?
It's bright outside, man. It's bright outside. I just woke up. You got me out of my sleep schedule and everything.
So what is your thoughts so far?
I mean, I know Andrew, okay?
Okay.
He's got to stop doing these shows.
Why's that?
Because every time I wake up, someone's reacting to him talking on this show, bro.
Hey, he be saying so far he said a bunch of nonsense to me.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Can you catch me up? I'm still waking up. What is the conversation even about? Self-defense?
So right now I'm having two conversations, right? So first I was having a conversation about body count versus deep discipline. Those are not the same things. And now when what we review in this show is about the matriarchy versus patriarchy, and he's saying that men have to be violent to keep the people at bay, pretty much. So
that's true.
Women, I don't believe that is true at all.
That's just tried and true throughout time, though.
Right, that's because of stupid men.
No,
because men do not believe that they can actually do things mentally. They got to do it physically. When they cannot figure out a way to mentally do something, the stupid men got to go into violence.
No, that's not true at all. What keeps bad men at bay?
The law.
The law. Who enforces the law?
Lawyers, judges.
What is the ultimate authority that the law has to make people submit to the law?
Humanity.
Violence.
No, it's not.
Yes, really. So how do you enforce the law?
Do you believe that majority of people are violent?
Yes.
But society doesn't prove that.
Society does prove that. The majority, yes, because I guarantee you this, right? I guarantee you this. If we went back to full like feudalism mob rule, right? Mm-hmm. What do you think would happen to all these PDF files?
I don't think it's enough of them to take over anything.
No. They wouldn't be taking everything. What do you think the mass majority of men would do to these PDF files if mob rule reigned?
I don't think they would exist. They would be.
You're right. They wouldn't exist for very long.
Right. Like they barely exist now. Those people have mental issues. So again, majority of people in society are not violent. Majority of people in society are not violent. We cannot compare to say that, there's very small percent, the 1% of human beings in America, let's just deal with America, the 1% of human beings in America that are violent towards other people, is that now we're going to say, we're going to solve for that small minority that is the same for the majority. It don't work that way.
Violence is violence. Doesn't matter if it's describe violence.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So majority of human beings are not violent.
What happens if you don't pay your taxes?
You would get audited and you will have to pay it somehow, some way.
You'll go to jail.
Eventually, you could go to jail.
Yeah. What happens if you refuse to go to jail?
Then somebody would take you to jail. Usually, people they submit to the officer. Most people are not fighting police officers.
Right, but if you don't want to go to jail and you fight the police officer,
right,
what's going to happen?
Right. So so we are talking about the very small minority of people that are willing to fight. So again, when we're talking about the majority of human beings, they are not willing to fight police officers. They submit to police officers. The majority of human beings are going to turn around, put their hands on their head, and let them handcuff. A majority of people are not fighting the police.
Right. But the police use the potential violence and violence in certain situations to control via laws. If that idea that there could be impending violence was not there, no one would follow the law.
So, but that's not true. So That's what I'm saying. So
do you think that people just follow the law?
So the problem is that we cannot use that minority situations and say that's what the majority of people would do. It's just not true.
The majority of people, Sharon, come on.
Yes.
You are not. I know you are more intelligent than this. Okay, the majority of people would not follow the law if violence wasn't there. If the idea that they could come in and take your assets, or they could come in and take you by force and put you in a 10 by 10, booking jail cell, right? And potentially prison cell, and put you in that environment by force. If that wasn't there, no one would follow the laws. I know I wouldn't. I'm sure everyone on this panel, I know you wouldn't. If that wasn't a possibility, why would we then follow the law?
So it is not. So again, it's not true, because I was somebody that didn't follow the law. I didn't care. So again,
and what happened?
So this idea that what I'm saying is this: when I was a violent person, I was just a violent person, but I was not the majority of human beings.
The majority of human beings throughout history have always been violent.
No, it has not.
Yes.
The majority of human beings was convinced that they had to fight for something. They had to fight for their freedom. They had to fight.
It's still true.
They had to fight. They was confused. They was lied to. So
no.
Again, majority of people are willing to just allow themselves to get arrested.
This shit's better than coffee, man.
Also, welcome to the show, Aaron. Good day, sir. How you doing, sir? What's your thoughts?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Thanks for having me on the panel. Greetings, gentlemen, ladies on the panel, and peace to the chat. So my thoughts are, Sharon, you're correct, but so is this other gentleman. He's just not selling it well. Most folks are inclined to follow most laws, right? Let's avoid absolutes, because when I'm on the highway and it's supposed to speed limit is 70, I'm doing 85, breaking the law. But no, most folks will follow most laws. However, that small minority who won't is a loud minority. And when I say loud, those who aren't going to follow the law are going to start having a very damaging effect on the community, i.e., what he said about PDF files, or even just think about theft and robbery, right? Somebody comes into your house. You have to be able to stop them. They're not violently attacking anyone if they just come into my house and reach into my fridge for food, right? You need to get out, and if you're like, no, I'm not getting out, you sit right here. No, you got to get out. At some point, force is going to be involved. Now, I'm not saying you have to use force in order to use, enact authority. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you have to have a willingness and readiness to use violence just in case someone tries the worst and refuses to acquiesce. Then the crowd is now in jeopardy. You got to have one sheepdog to protect the sheep from wolves. You know what I mean? But yeah, you have a fence around the sheep, and all the sheep are following laws, right, and everything. But there's the one dog, just in case the wolf shows up.
Thank God.
But no, you should not use violence to get your authority. No. You use violence to protect people who are respecting your authority.
I agree. I don't think majority of people are violent, and you have to use violence on majority of the people. I think
no, you don't.
I think majority of people will turn around, put their hands on their head, and let Diesel TV handcuff them. Welcome to the show, yes. Diesel TV. What's your thoughts?
So there was one comment that you made that I did not totally agree with, and that was the premise that women don't need men to protect them. So listen, the main reason people get guns is because they need the biggest and baddest thing to protect them from the biggest and baddest thing, right? If a woman is wanting or needing protection and that's what she wants, then yes, they do sometimes have to get a man to protect them from another man if they're not willing to, carry a gun or anything like that. They don't want to be the person to have to take those blows or whatever. Now, should a woman need or have to have a man? No, I totally agree with that. They shouldn't have to. But in today's society, some women are in situations where they do need that, right? So that's the only thing that's one of the things I don't agree with. When it comes to what Bumpkin is saying, I would have to say that I do not agree with him on the premise that the only reason majority of people are not violent is because of the laws, right? So yes, I don't think majority of people are violent per se, but I do think that the reason why they're not violent is because of the set laws that are in place now to keep people in check.
Right. Go ahead, Bumpkin.
Shit. Okay. I don't know, maybe it's the environment I'm in, maybe it's my work life, I don't know, but I just see violence, man. That's all I see.
Right, but that's because you're very similar to Diesel TV. You have to deal with that 1% of human beings that only move around in violence. But
I
in
get
the
that.
world, Diesel TV don't have to really worry about those 1% like that when he's in his plane clothes. He come to New York, he don't have to worry about that 1%. But his life, he's always able to see it from a mile away. He'll see somebody walking a certain way, moving them certain. He like, hey. He'll know what it is. Versus,
well, you got to understand also. No, don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
but you got to understand also, like in law enforcement, officers usually have their group of people that they normally deal with on a normal basis, right?
Right.
Those are the ones that's violent. So I can say that let's say in a city of 5,000 people, I might know of 15 or 20 of them that I know are the ones that are committing the majority of the violence. There's about 70% that I've never had any interaction with. Right. So for me to say that majority of people are violent is just not a correct statement, right? You can't say that.
Right. Go ahead, Bumpkin.
I just genuinely think, looking at history and looking at everything, that anything that has ever been done, like, okay, honestly, right? I genuinely do believe this. The only reason, right, that we follow the majority of laws within the United States currently is not because of violence, but because there's that impending possibility of violence. That's why. There's that pending possibility of violence.
Go ahead, Aaron.
I did want to ask Diesel TV a question. I think we align, and a lot of that alignment comes from our operating in high echelon levels of, you in law enforcement, me in the military. My question is this, and I believe in Second Amendment, and firearm ownership is important, and it would absolutely help women be able to defend themselves.
Aaron, also Bumpkin is also in law enforcement as well. Just so
are you? Okay. My apologies. Yeah, I don't know who you are, my man. So, okay, well, good. Then you got credibility in the conversation. So I guess this question goes to you too. So the question I'm asking is, with firearms in the picture, how does that change the escalation of force protocol? It still would place the woman in danger. You have to meet you're only allowed to meet deadly force with deadly force, which still may require her to have some sort of physical acumen.
Yeah, you want to push this over to Diesel because I'm a correctional officer. I don't deal with anyone on the streets. You push that over. To
you're okay. You're after the fact.
Yeah, I'm after.
But Diesel, you get where I'm going though. Like, if she brandishes a weapon, she discharges a firearm into a man's brain housing group on an elevator, and he has nothing but a t-shirt and shorts, and the elevator door opens.
So this is the thing. This is the problem that a lot of society has with the law. Articulation is one of the main things that you have to use in feeling as if your life was threatened, right? So that's the main thing when it comes to the statue of a person compared to who they are involved with in that incident. A woman is a lot easier to explain that she felt like her life was threatened, and that's why she had to use deadly force, right? There's no doctrine that says that you have to meet force with force. Nobody says that you have to wait for somebody to try to kill you, or to try to delete you before you delete them. It's just how you felt at the time when you felt like you needed to use that force, right? So that's why they say women are a lot. it is a lot easier for a woman to use deadly force. Please don't take this the wrong way.
Okay.
I know people
No, I
will take
got
this
you.
the wrong way. But it is a lot easier for a woman to articulate deadly force against a man than vice versa.
Correct. And I agree. That's because a man can always run away from a woman. I don't care what y'all say. 99% of women are not catching men if he was just saying, hey, I'm out, and run away. She's not catching 99% of men.
Well, this is the problem. This is the problem. It is a societal wide notion that women can not hurt men as badly as men can hurt women, right? So with just using your hands, and I'm talking about just using your hands, when it comes to a woman beating a man, it's not as severe as a man beating a woman. That on that basis alone,
right,
helps that story for a woman. Right, so that's where we're at societal wise, and I do believe that. I do believe that a woman could not hurt me nearly as bad as I can hurt her.
Absolutely.
Right? Now, am I scared to run? No, I will run away from a woman first. Hopefully, somebody will see me saying, "Help me, please." So when I do have to defend myself,
right,
you know what I'm saying? It's one of those things where I just had to defend myself.
Right.
You
was in the corner. She has a knife. She has a bat. Okay, now it's like, okay, it makes sense. But literally 99% of men can absolutely get away from a woman if he wanted to. And we put it in reverse. Majority of women are not going to be able to get away from a man if she just simply runs. We know this is a fact. And the fact that we act as if it's not is very disingenuous in this conversation. We got men in the chat right now saying, so men supposed to be cowards? The problem is that I don't think enough men are around danger, or they are a danger themselves, because once you are a dangerous person, you know the best situation for you to do is to leave the situation before you have to put yourself in a fisticuff situation, because you know how dangerous you are. You leave.
So Sharon, like I go with this all the time, right? I agree with you when you say a lot of men aren't around danger a lot. They haven't seen it. They don't know what it is. So they put themselves in the situations to where it could be way more than what they thought it was going to be, right? A lot of men ask me, why am I so quick to apologize to somebody? Well, that's the reason, is because I know where this can go, right? I'm so quick to say, yo, bro, I'm sorry. I apologize. I am totally scared of you. I don't want no problems. Can we please just go ahead and let this go, right? At that point, a man has to be able to know where shit can go, because that situation can take your freedom. Not alone your freedom, your life. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. It's just one of those things where, I hear a lot of men talk about what they would do and what they could do and all that stuff. And it's just like, okay, bro, I don't think you really understand. Like, there's always a bigger dog in the fight.
Yeah, and I think that's where the patriarchy needs to. We need to start understanding that, especially over here on this side of the world, that we don't need this. The reason why I don't understand it, nobody's going to tell a woman to go get a bear to walk in the woods to protect them from a bear. Nobody's going to say that, right? So what makes you think that we know for a fact that men that's in a relationship with a woman, that's where that woman's going to get her ass whipped from?
I think that's a bad correlation, though, Sharon. And the reason why I say that is because most bears don't attack, right? So you're talking about attacking somebody in the bear compared to a woman that is way more likely to get attacked on the street than it is a bear, right? I wouldn't tell a woman to go get a man. I would tell them to carry a gun.
Right, but thank you, because you're a real human being that's in the world. So you're not going to just talk about it in a matriarchy way. You're just saying, hey, if you want to protect yourself, you need to go get a gun and learn how some self-defense is to get yourself out of a situation. But most of these men that's in these spaces, they look at themselves as they look at themselves as Conor McGregor, literally. They think because they see Conor McGregor whoop somebody ass, they look at themselves and think they could do the same thing. You ain't Mike Tyson, sir. If somebody comes into your house, the best thing you should do is get out of your house. Most of you are not equipped.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. That ain't happening.
Most of these men are not equipped to clear out their house to make sure it's safe. You saying that majority of men are equipped to clear out their house?
I mean, if you have the tools to protect yourself in your house, you should. Your house is your castle. I feel like you should protect your castle.
Do you believe majority of men have that ability?
They should.
Well, that's not the question. If they should or
not.
No, the majority of men have that ability.
They don't, but you know what? So what? But so what? When you're, well, if possible, but if your assailant is between you and the door, you got to be essentially a sandbag. Your body goes out there. At least try to see if he can empty his supply of ammunition into you, deplete his resources, whatever. You know what I mean? You just got to be willing to be the first guy out there to at least assert an attempt to mitigate the assault.
Right, that's fair. That's because we are speaking to everybody that is a gun owner on this panel right now, right? So y'all,
if you ain't got a gun, oh well.
Y'all all feel confident y'all would clear out your house, and that is fine. However, majority of men never even had a physical fight in their life.
I don't get how Sharon, I can't I totally get what you're saying, but I can't say that just because you don't have a gun or you don't have a way of protecting yourself that you just need to give up your land and run. You gotta find you need to become more efficient when it comes to protecting your shit.
Yeah,
that's just what it comes down to.
I think that's a fine statement, and yes, people need to learn how to protect themselves. However, majority of people will pick up a gun and shoot themselves. They don't know where the safety at. They don't know how to cock it. They don't know a bunch of it. They will literally look down the barrel of the gun. You've probably taught classes where you see people do the most idiotic thing
all the time.
Yeah. Is this thing loaded? And then they look down the barrel.
And just think about it. They do it while that's a controlled environment. So imagine when their blood pressure's up, the intensity of somebody in your house, and now you got to come on. We know that your accuracy falls tremendously with that stress level alone. Most people cannot shoot somebody 3 feet in front of them when they have that stress level on them, right? So again, it's one thing that we could say we understand that people that's been in action and they could think themselves through that anxiety that you get before you have to take that action, right? Because something happens to your body before you do it, right? You get a little weak in your knees, and you got to talk to yourself, hey, we prepared for this, let's get it done, we're gonna fight, shoot, whatever it is, right? Majority of people never even felt that before. They don't even know what it is. Right before you throw a punch, you have that fight or flight complex in your body, and that's every man. They go through that, no matter how skillful you are. The toughest man's still gonna go through that, but they do not know it. And so we got to start talking to these men in real life and start letting them believe that they are Mike Tyson when they are not.
Yeah, but I still don't believe that. I don't believe I would tell anybody, man or woman, that if somebody breaks into your house, be prepared to run away.
Absolutely, run away.
I don't know.
Liberate your family if you can, but the captain has to go down with the ship. Absolutely. Or if you do run away, right? It better be to enact a plan to sophisticate. Like there should be a return with something.
Hey, look. The plan is get out your house and call Diesel TV.
All right, well that works.
One. That's what you need to do. Get out, get your family in a safe place, call 911, knock on your neighbor's door, whatever. If you most people live in urban areas, get out of your house, call 911. Somebody's in the house. That's what you should do. That's literally what you should do.
I'm pretty sure his service weapon is clean.
Go ahead, Bumpkin. We're gonna bring it, and then we're gonna bring in the core gang next. Go ahead, Bumpkin.
Yeah, I live rurally, right away from the city, because I don't like to live in the city because that's where I work. A lot of crazy people there. But yeah, no, I'm like 45 minutes away from civilization, man. I'm holding my fort down. It's gonna have to be like that, sadly. But it is what it is. I would not advocate anyone runs away from their home. Now, if you got women and children in your house, right? First priority, get them out of the house. That's the first priority. 1,000%, right? But I just couldn't envisioning getting them out of the house and then running away with them so this person steals all your shit. No, I'm not. Listen, that's not happening for me. I wouldn't advocate men do that.
So I'm not saying it to stop somebody from taking all of your shit. What I'm advocating is that if you run away from that home, let's say we're in, you know, barbarian times where you build your own shit, you keep your own shit, right? If you're running away from your home to go to build a new home, you're eventually going to have to run away from that home as well.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to cut my head off. No, yeah, no.
So at the end of the day, we're essentially telling men that to run away, go find somewhere else to stay, and keep on doing that. Instead of just telling them to try to get some kind of resources or training or something to be able to protect your own home.
Absolutely not.
All the stuff in the home, I could care less about.
I'm just being honest, right? Like for a lot of people, they really believe like they want to go outside and be criminals. Like when I go talk to, like I was in Brownsville not so long ago, I'm talking to some young man. I'm like, hey, listen, bro, what color underwear you have on? Because I see, because I can see it anyway, but because they can't. they like to have their ass showing, right? I'm like, hey, bro. Don't you know when you go to jail that color is representing a gang and you're gonna be in jail with no underwear on because you got color underwear on, bro? Sure, you have a t-shirt that has colors on it. They're gonna take that. You're gonna be in there just that orange jumpsuit, and that's it.
I thought you said
all you got, bro, and you ain't really built for what is going on in there. You gonna be in there naked fighting, bro. You don't really know what's going on. You need money to be a criminal. So
you need people to put money on your books, that's for sure.
Like, so they don't know how cold it is in there. You're gonna be freezing in there with just you in that orange jumpsuit and some damn flip-flops because they're gonna take your socks too because your socks got color in it too.
Only one blanket and booking.
Orange jumpsuit. Am I lying, Bunkin? Do they not take your underwear?
Only we give you jail issued underwear. But it's an option if you want to wear them or not.
So what I'm saying is that we got to give them the honest information. That's all I'm saying. Like, hey, listen, majority of people, if somebody break into your house, you need to have the escape plan to get you and your family out of your house, not be shooting bullets throughout your damn house. Most people don't know that you need to have shotgun with butt shots so it won't penetrate through walls. They don't even know that. They're just going to get the biggest, most powerful gun they have, and they're just going to start shooting.
Buckshot goes through walls too.
Most people
buckshot goes through most walls.
Buckshot goes to walls too,
especially apartment walls.
Which one is better?
The only one that doesn't go through walls is birdshot. But you don't even want to use birdshot
because you ain't stopping anyone with birdshot.
No, that's like throwing sand at somebody real hard.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Most people that's going to be breaking into your house, you let that thing go, and that shit go boom. They out. They leave it. They're not going to try to have no goddamn gunfight with you in your house.
No doubt. You're totally right, and that's my point.
All right, then. So, but what I'm saying is that majority of people are not prepared to even think like that. Like you about to get jumped, you break the biggest nigga nose. That's how you fight. If you're in a position, right? You don't just start swinging. No, you hurt the biggest one. So now you have a chance to, because now they're gonna think twice, right? Most people are not gonna think that way. But the problem is that majority of men are not prepared for this violent shit that y'all talk about. Because they never in their life had a situation where they had to fight for their life ever. So this idea that patriarchy needs a bunch of violent men to protect women is bullshit.
Well, no, that is bullshit. No, I just think there should be men that are willing and prepared. But I do believe what Diesel TV is suggesting is a bit like symbolic. I think it's just a mindset he's saying to adapt. That way, when you're in the heat of the moment, that mindset will, you'll react out of more or less a muscle memory based on the mindset that you ingrain. Because truth be told, none of us know what we're going to do in a circumstance. I don't know. I know I usually just will look at the thing unfold and have about 5 different things to employ for every single thing, every single thing that pops up, right? But I have no idea what I'm going to do. No idea. The situation will dictate. But there's a root mindset that you can have that will kind of guide you so you don't have to make these decisions on the fly. There's just a protocol that you follow that. You'll be kept in the fight and allow yourself to just respond. You know what I mean? I think it's just a mindset.
I agree because hey, look, majority of women never see their man fight or get into an altercation where he had to hold it down. Guess what? Mine's did. So all these men in the chat said, hey, Ron, you such a. Hey, look, mine's did. How about yours? I got us about that situation.
I mean, you did just say that you'd be running down the road if something broke.
Hey, if I
I
can, I will absolutely run if I can, because I'm smart enough to understand that I will put myself in danger of going to jail. I know that for a fact. I know I can easily go back to who I used to be, and that person is not a nice person at all. It is not.
You said you run from a man?
Huh?
You say you run from a man?
Absolutely, if I can.
No.
Absolutely. I would never try to make my pride let my pride trick myself out of protecting my family, because if I stay there and I encounter somebody could get seriously hurt and one of us might not even be here or one of us might be going to jail, and therefore I'm taking myself out of my family lives. I know that for a fact.
You're speaking metaphorically, I've been in those
situations before.
You're speaking metaphorically, right?
No, I'm speaking very truthful.
So my thing about it is that, you know, I get what you're saying, and I think I'm following what you're saying, but I would never just turn around and run. I don't turn my back, right? So I might walk away. I might back up from them and try to plead my case, say, hey, you know, I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't want no smoke. Let's go ahead and just be gentlemen about it. Let's walk away. But I ain't gonna turn around and run. Like I'm not doing that.
I think it is metaphorical for deploying exit strategy.
I'm not doing that, bro. Like that's why I say you're speaking metaphorically, because I ain't doing that now.
Fuck that! I'm running. I'm like, I'm out. Fuck it. Let's go. Hey, let's go.
God.
I'm about to go to jail. Let's go. Let me just get the hell up out of here.
De-escalation strategies and exit strategies are definitely very important and really are the first tool in your toolbox to use. And I agree. If I'm ever faced with an adversary, I'm trying to get out of it. Look, Mr. Miyagi said it best. Best defense, no be there, right?
Yeah.
At all costs, try to get out of there. But I also have another mindset that says if you're in a fist fight for longer than 8 seconds, you're either losing or playing around. And if it goes further than a fist fight, no matter if it's a fist fight or not, if you walk away, you should be able to do so without worry, without turning your back. They should be disabled.
Hey.
But that's why you got to get out of there first.
Absolutely, you got to get up out of there. Run. God damn it. Run away.
Well, if you got to run, that's bad. That's bad.
Run away, God damn it. Welcome to the show. A core gang, and then we got Chuku Igwe. What's your thoughts? Go ahead, AR.
Good morning, man. Yeah, I'm rocking with you on this one. You know, respectfully to everybody, but besides Bumpkin, who lives out in a rural area where he kind of doesn't really have much choice. If you live in a city, you live within like 5-10 minutes of a police response. Why are you staying in the home to maybe have a shootout with someone? Bullets don't have names on them. Like, you're gonna quote unquote defend your home and get yourself or whoever's in the home with you, or even your neighbors if you live like an apartment or a townhouse or something, shot. And you could have just left and called the cops. When Diesel, if you guys have ever had, or I don't know what your training is like, but I know I called the cops one time because we thought an intruder was in our home. It was like 2 a.m. in the morning. We were asleep. We heard something banging upstairs. Woke up, called the cops. I grabbed my gun, and I waited for the cops to get there. And when the cops got there, it wasn't one cop and then they went and cleared out the house. 3 cops showed up and they went and cleared out the house. So I'm not saying you guys are necessarily saying this, but it almost sounds like you guys are saying, like, if you're a man, you should go clear out the house by yourself. But I'm like, cops don't even do that shit. They do it with multiple people. They wait for multiple people to get there. They wait for backup to get there, and then they clear out the house properly. But
so that's what I'm saying. It comes with training. So nobody would go to clear a house by themselves. Yes, you're totally right. But if you're already in a situation to where somebody has to find you, you have the upper hand 100%. Right? So there are certain situations that, yes, I would tell somebody, try to get out the house as soon as possible. And in most cases I would, but I'm speaking in a metaphorical situation where it comes down to you have to protect your home, right? If people feel like they can just come into your house and do whatever, and and that's what they're going to be able to do, then they will continue to do it. I'm not speaking matter of factly to that certain situation. I'm just saying metaphorically, if people feel like they can just treat you any kind of way,
Yeah,
you will
if
be
they
treated
feel
any
like they
kind
can
of way.
treat you. Yeah.
Right,
I
but
feel
also
you.
we got to make sure the conversation is good, right? So majority of people that's breaking into houses, they don't know you.
Yeah, it's not like your house gets broken into and then it goes. I mean, maybe if you live in the hood or something, but most of us, if your house gets broken into, it's like a one-off thing, not a, oh, my house got broken into. Now word around town is anybody can just break in my house and nothing's gonna happen. I pay taxes. I'm calling the cops. I hope they shoot you too. But
I don't like we know Mike from up the block is not going to keep coming in my refrigerator to take my my chicken,
orange juice or something. Why you guys say chicken, man?
Bumpkin got chickens on his property. That's why he live in a rural area. He got chickens.
I don't got chickens, bro. I live in an apartment in a rural area.
Welcome to the show, Chuku Igwe. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
Salute. Thanks for having me up. Interesting discussion. I think this comes down to a philosophical argument between Rousseau and Hobbes. Do you think human beings are basically good people, peace-loving people, noble savages, or are people basically bad people who need a leviathan to keep them in order? I think evidence proves that Hobbes is correct. That if you look at our evolutionary past, human beings are a violent species of people. We kill each other, we genocide each other, we enslave each other. And one mechanism to reduce violence is if you put a force, a figure that has power over everyone, and you force these people to, if they have a problem, to call the Leviathan and not take the law into their own hands. This will reduce violence. Human beings are violent, and our history will tell us that violence is a key feature of every human civilization going back to the beginning. So you need, when I say Leviathan, I mean state and a judiciary with the monopoly on the legitimate use of force reduces violence, because instead of killing somebody who kills somebody you love, you call the law to intervene on your behalf. And I think in countries where there's a civil war or a failed state where there is no Leviathan, no police, then you have to take the law into your own hands and you get violence. So police reduce violence, and for most of our history there has been no police, so we've had to be violent. So I'll land the plane there.
Great point. Robert Platten with the $5 says, Sharon, tell these people to stop acting like they're on your side while not sending any super chats or cash apps. Damn. Shout out to Robert Platinum. Thank you. And hopefully, yes, maybe we could get 199-cent super chats. That's all. 99-cent super chat. It's okay.
Send some super chats, send some cash apps.
Give
him money.
We can at least just hit the like button? Like, goddamn.
Yeah.
That's crazy. What is wrong with y'all? And this is how we know. Maybe I got to get violent with some of these men and grab their ass up by the damn
You know
neck.
you're going to run away, Sharon.
Yeah, we're talking about you need money for new running shoes. You need money for new running shoes to get up out of there.
Ain't nothing wrong with a man running away, goddammit. If it's okay
that's your opinion.
Hey, look, if it's okay for a man to cry, it's okay for a man to run.
Hey, you know who didn't run away? Hey, Sean, rest in peace, but Sean Taylor didn't run away.
We could go down the long list.
Yeah. And if someone's going to say, oh, you a bitch for running, but you still got your life, but you was protecting your home, but you gone, I'm going to say being a bitch, but still being alive.
But you know what, too? I think this depends on if you live in a red state or a blue state. I live in the gunshine state. Everybody here has a gun. So you're not just going to break into my house and not expect to get for me to fire shots at you.
I'll be real with you. I think that prevents a lot of home invasions, to be honest with you.
You know what they say? A gun state is a polite state.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
I mean, it's factual.
I mean, Florida doesn't prove that.
Florida's not really a gun state. Florida's not really a gun state.
Okay.
It does prove, though, that humans aren't inherently violent.
Correct.
If there's that impending violence is what I'm saying, right? Why is a gun state a polite state? Because there's most likely that person is going to be able to do equal, if not more damage to you because they are carrying a gun.
So, in my
No.
opinion, I think the reason why the gun states are the polite state is because they don't live close proximity to each other. Majority of the states that are not gun states, we are on top of each other. We are always walking into strangers. It's always a very high populated place. The gun states, you have to drive places. I don't have to. I walk outside, it's on and popping. As soon as I walk outside. Where most of these gun states, you have to literally walk miles before you see a person outside.
That's not true.
That's not true.
That's
Shit. Name the gun. All right, so name the gun state.
Houston,
Texas. Houston.
Florida.
Houston, for
Miami,
example.
Florida.
Dallas, for example. So you saying that you could just walk outside. As soon as you walk outside, it's going to be 50 to 100 people outside.
I'm sorry. Do you think
downtown,
rural?
yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you think?
Okay.
Do you think majority rural states are just they're all spread out? You think there's not major population areas?
Correct. Even the downtown area in Dallas, it ain't nothing like.
Wait,
Bro, if you go that, even where I'm at,
Houston, hold on. Houston is the third
Sharon, do
most
they know where you
populous
live?
city.
Do they know where you live, Sharon?
Maybe they don't understand that I'm in New York, right?
Everything is rural. If it's not Tokyo, it's rural.
Hey, listen,
not-
what y'all think is
Miami's not
downtown
rural.
is a busy town. Is like that's like 12 a.m. on a Brooklyn corner. Like, it's gonna have 50 to 100 people. Harlem never sleep, literally. It's always somebody outside. 4 a.m, it's people outside gathering, smoking, drinking. It's always somebody. So your idea of what is populated?
But real quick,
No, their downtown is your promenade or your village.
Miami's not rural, but people got AK-47s in their trunk. So you mess around and find out, it's going to be a shootout.
All I'm saying,
No,
Dallas and Houston is still rural compared to what y'all think of how I see it. I'm telling you. Miss Jada with the 10 eyes. Robert
that's what's
Platinum,
always
grow
going on
up
in New York.
and shut the F up. Cry, baby. And also we got what? I can't believe I actually what? My man, a random independent with the big 100 ball. He says, congratulations on your 1 mil. And you know when we get that, all the men love it.
One question.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, good sir.
Shout out to
Congratulations.
Miami, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What's good, Brazy?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Shout out to Robert Platinum with the 10. I says, that's what I'm talking about. Miss Jalen, I love you too, boo. Yeah, leave my girl alone. And also, we got one more. If for some reason I can't click it. And also, we have Anti-Jigger with the finance against my better judgment. But since General Platinum gave, I follow suit. Shout out to y'all. Thank you. I appreciate y'all so much. That's really important to me. Thank you.
Can I ask one question before I drop? The people who think that people are basically good, do you think that if police disappeared, that violence wouldn't increase? Like, is the Ferguson effect real? And police back off, violence goes up. Do you think that would happen if people were?
You got to be more. You got to be more specific in that. You're talking about all police, sheriffs included, or
all
just
police. There was no
all law enforcement.
all
I think
911.
we
law enforcement.
There's no law enforcement whatsoever, and would violence increase? I think it would, and that's the proof that people are basically violent, and the fear of the police reduces violence. Go ahead.
No.
Okay,
You
so
guys don't think defund the police increases crime, or at least violent crime, I guess, more specifically?
I can't understand what he's saying.
guess yeah.
My
There's a
mic is
hole
messed up.
His mic is messing up on my end. I don't know if it's me or what.
Yeah, so I don't think. I think
It's
to
you,
be
DC.
honest, the less police is in the area, the less crime is there. That's what
You
I actually believe.
Why
More
would
police, it creates more crime.
police
Really?
create crime? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, police creates the crime. They help create the crime.
So I think this is backwards. I think there's a hole in the question. In math, we would call this a vacuous truth. You're asking an if-then question without defining the if. You said do you think people would be good if police disappeared? Well, we need to define good.
Crime.
Right? There's a hole in the question. How you can't. It's a vacuous truth no matter what the answer is going to be.
Real quick, did Sharon say that a crime that police contribute to increasing crime? Is that
That's
what you said?
exactly what he said.
Go ahead and send that money back, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, most of the places that have high police action has high crime.
Yeah, they have high crime and they have high police because of it's a high crime area.
Yeah. Do you think
there's plenty of videos on YouTube? You can go and watch the gangbangers talking about giving people passes because the cops are right next to them.
Right. So again, for example, like that small town in Ohio where the police is not there and they had to start taking care of their own community. It's nothing but the men out there protecting their own community, making sure strangers don't come into the community. That's what I believe.
What would you call that, Sharon?
That's essentially a police force.
That's essentially a police force.
It is not a police force.
The only thing that's different is that's deregulated. That's deregulated.
The difference is that they would be in their own neighborhood, right? So therefore, they're not going to harass.
Oh my
They're
God!
not going to harass Chuku because they know Chuku.
Sharon, I got a really good question for you, bro.
They're not going to harass Chuku because Chuku's. I always got it on me. That's why they're not going to harass.
You live in a city. You live in a city of 15 million. That rural little small town shit don't work in New York City.
That's not true.
It is 100%.
Here's what I think would happen. I think it'd be a purge situation for 1 month. I think crime would go up, it would spike for a month, and then crime would cease to be. It wouldn't even be in the lexicon. Here's why. It would scare the shit out of people. People would start to prepare themselves. They would see the crime outside and go, wait a minute. You'll have casualties, but whatever's left are going to be armed to the teeth. Are they going to organize into a militia and replace the police? Probably not. They don't have time to be organizing. I'm loading my house with weapons and learning how to fire these jokers without hitting my family. And one day, somebody's going to go into somebody's house and they're going to get their head turned into a canoe. And this neighbor's going to do the same thing. So yeah, is violence going to increase? Yes, and that's going to scare the shit out of people into arming themselves. Right now, the reason why we're not prepared is because we don't have to be. It's a luxury.
I disagree. Without
pay taxes for a reason.
Okay, go ahead, Chuku, and then go ahead, AR. And
real quick, without the
police,
I'm sorry. Without the police, we have what is called a failed state, a state where nobody has a monopoly on force. Anybody can use force without fear of any retribution by the law. And this, like for instance, in Nigeria, in Haiti, let's say, if somebody steals from you, it's very simple. You put a tire on them, you put accelerant, you beat them, and then you burn them in the street. Because there's many places where the state does not have a monopoly on the legitimate use of force. Violence will increase in these conditions. So for you to say that without police, violence will spike and then go down, it will spike and then stay up. This is what everything throughout the world tells us. Go ahead.
So I spent 4 months in Haiti in 2004 with Aristide leaving. I know a lot about that kind of environment, and the problem there is that Haitians don't have the ability to react to being scared. Here in America, there are resources that are available readily that will be taken up quickly, with the quickness. In Haiti, what you have is rebels and a government. One falls, the one that has authority falls, and now everybody is falling victim to the rebels, which are superior, vastly superior in firepower. The numbers and resources here are different. Numbers and resources would convert to firepower. There's just not enough criminals.
So the Leviathan imposes force. It creates a hierarchy with force. It takes violence to prevent violence. That's what the Leviathan is for. It doesn't exist.
But that's why I said it would scare the shit out of people, and they would arm themselves. In Haiti, they can't arm themselves.
Yeah, they would arm themselves, and then little gangs would form that are bigger than the current gangs we have, that have a better hierarchy, and then you would start seeing a cartel type of structure.
In Haiti, or America?
No, in America, we saw it in the Wild West, where you had rich people buying out, private enterprise, becoming.
You know what you're doing?
What I'm doing,
You're making the cop. You're making the cops again. As soon as you start to organize like militias and gangs and things, then now you have a fire force responsible for the protection of a mass of people. That's a law enforcement.
Yep. No, you would have something like the cartel. You need the law enforcement that's beholden to the people, not beholden to themselves.
That's what the original. That's what the cartels kind of do. Not gonna lie. I mean, they're atrocious and they're terrible, but they do that. They're territorial,
which is exactly what would happen now.
Fun fact. That was the original purpose of the mafia in Italy as well.
Yes.
Fun fact. So
every single time it happens, we see what happens.
So y'all do understand? Y'all arguing my point that hold on.
No,
it increases crime, right? The mafia was originally there to protect the neighborhood. They turned to a crime family. Bloods and Crips. They was originally there to protect
those areas. A lot of those areas.
Diesel TV. He was a part of the #1 gang in America.
Sharon.
Within the territories, not on the borders of territories, because it is territorial disputes, but within the territories themselves, crime is usually down when you have some type of hierarchy force that will go through and kill you, your family, torture you, cut off your hands, whatever.
So hey y'all, so this is the reason why I disagree. The most safest places in the world, in America, do not have a heavy police presence.
The most safest places in America are the rural areas where you don't have a lot of people at all. So you don't need a heavy police presence. However,
so, hold on.
Okay, so what is one of the safest? In your eyes, what is a safe? Like, what is a safe place? Name me a safe city.
I got you. I'm gonna give you one, but DZT wanted to talk on it since he's in the profession. I'll let him take this part real quick before
I'm gonna give my anecdotal experience, right? So anywhere you see a police department
cut out.
Your microphone just went out.
Muted.
Your microphone went out, Diesel. I don't know how. You probably got a text message or something.
No, my phone's probably messing up. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
So my anecdotal experience is what you've seen is that the places or the departments that have low staffing or they just don't have the manpower, crime does rise, right? Prime example of where I took over at when I first came here, the staffing was almost 70%, low staffed. Now that we're at like 95% staffing, the crime has dramatically dropped because people see a lot more police officers on the streets, right? The rural areas that you see that there are low crimes is they still have the police presence there, but because the ratio from law enforcement to civilian is still higher. So that does take into account of why you see a lot of less crimes in those rural areas, because it's more likely that person will get caught in a rural area because they're either the only one driving on the street that police are looking for or something like that. So that's why you don't see it there like that.
That's a good point.
That is a very good point.
The only people it seems that we hear, less police equals safer neighborhoods or something along those lines are people that aren't actually in the industry. If you hear from any cop, they're going to say, they're going to tell you from their 20 years of experience, 15, 10 years of experience, what practically actually happens with less when they're understaffed, for example, when they don't have the right manpower to do what they need to do, and what the communities ask for, because communities will ask for more cops.
And another point too, people who commit crimes like career criminals, drug dealers, cartel members, mafia, they cannot go to the police if somebody robs them or threatens them. So they have to take violence into their own hands. This is why these drug dealing and cartels is inherently violent, because they cannot sue people to protect their property rights. They have to use gun violence.
No, my phone's messing up, man. I'm gonna go to the clouds.
All right, take it
y'all be
easy.
good.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think we're using the moral, what side of the moral fence you fall on, to drive a wedge in what's really happening. If you look at this from a purely scientific perspective, right? Let's say there was a collapsed violence, right? Cartels took over. They're the new boss in town, right? And they're doing drugs and everything like that. They're not going to run around gatting folks and robbing folks all of a sudden, because these people are the ones that they need to do their work. There will be a new set of laws, right? It just will be in the interest of someone else. And who this person is, if they align with your morals or not, there's still going to be order and a code and rules you have to follow to exist in this society that is run and protected by people with guns. And if you don't, then you know what I mean, punitive measures will be enacted upon you. Doesn't matter if it's a police force working for a government. Wait. If it's police force working for a government who protects corporate interests, or if it's cartel members who are the police force, right, protecting the cartel leaders who are selling drugs. It's the same thing. It's just not morally aligned with one or the other, and that's where you use the word crime, right? Crime is just the disobeying of the law.
Hold on.
Great point.
So hold on. So look, can I let me make a point, right?
Yeah, but make sure just don't be rude about it. You won't be able to get a chance to talk. All right.
Okay. I'll hop in here real quick.
Okay.
So if you look at the JFK files got opened up. That happened in Dallas, right? That was a violent attack, right? You know that was planned basically by the police, and the DPD Dallas police had a lot to do with that. If you look at what happened with Mo 3 and Yellow Beezy and Trap Boy and all these rappers and stuff, and rappers even in Fort Worth, Texas getting shot and stuff, you don't think the police don't have anything to do with that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, what you're talking about is extremely high level, very clever clandestine ways of managing power, and that's not happening on the norm.
Yes, it is. That is the norm.
Hold on.
Presidents are being shot by police on the norm. Presidents are planning assassination attempts on police on the norm.
That is today's norm.
The police are shooting at presidents.
Ever since 9/11, that is the norm.
Wow.
Police normally shoot at presidents?
No.
He's just making stuff up.
Hold on. What did you say? No. The police, the police didn't have to pull the trigger. The police could have helped orchestrate it. Didn't they change his brigade's trajectory or how it's traveling? The police obviously had something to do with that. What I'm saying is, what I was saying is the police is a gang. Did you believe your police department recruits from gangs?
Which part of the police department? What did they do to contribute to? You brought up Mo 3 and Yellow Beezy and Trap Boy Freddy. Which part? What part of that beef did the police play? Like, what do they play?
They don't have to. What are you talking about? Claim.
You said they had. You said the police department contributed to that beef. What did they contribute to that?
DPD was all over that shit. How you think he gets shot on the highway and the shooter even get away on the highway, considering all these cops he's supposed to have in Dallas?
The highway is the easiest place to get away, though, bro.
No, it's not the easiest place to get away with. No, it's not. No, it is not.
It was a toll road, but okay, you're still not saying what part the police department contributed to that beef. All you're saying is
that's a stupid question.
It's not a stupid question.
Do you want me to give you a direct gang?
Okay, here. Which do you think had more? Which one do you think contributed more to the beef? Yellow Beezy getting Roy Lee killed, or the police department doing something that you haven't actually said what they did?
What I'm telling you is the police department was in the middle of all of it, silly.
So what did the police department do? What did the police department do to get Yellow Beezy to kill Roy Lee?
They didn't have to do anything, silly. They knew it was a beef, and they helped facilitate it.
So how did they?
That's the reason. That's the reason why they're trying to hold up. That's the question.
All right, so hold on, Pastor. We about to get. We gonna let it derail for just a couple of more seconds, and we're gonna get back to the actual conversation.
Okay.
But what can you substantiate that claim? Is what AR wants to know. If you can't, it's okay.
Substantiate what? The fact that they would not let those. The fact that they wouldn't let Yellow Beezy perform at the Dallas Stadium because of Mo3's thread was almost, you know what I'm saying, showing that, you know what I'm saying, that there was a big problem. I was down here and I seen
Okay.
all
All
the
right.
So two
Okay.
mayhem
things.
that
Okay.
So
happened.
if they
Hold on,
weren't
wait.
letting,
Hold on. Aaron wanted to jump in. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Aaron. We're gonna get
If you
Power
stick,
just in there. Unlikely shitty. I mean, Chef Smitty. We're gonna get everybody back in it. Go ahead, Aaron.
if you stick on this Yellow Beezy thing, he's going to make you chase your tail, right? You're asking the wrong question. It's inconsequential, this Yellow Beezy thing. The question is he saying that police are it's normal for police to conspire to assassinate high-level people on a regular basis? You have these
he is
isolated
saying that.
instances.
Yes, that's
He-
that's
he's
Right.
all
saying
I'm
Okay.
that.
trying to say.
So here's the thing.
Yes.
Here's the thing.
Let him
The
finish
question is not the details of this Yellow Beezy thing, because
Right.
I'll hand you that on a silver platter, and I'll give you Kennedy for dessert. But you're saying this thing happens once a week. It's a normal basis? No, these are highly isolated incidents, very localized, pinpoint. This is not something that is just happening by matter of the calendar passing by.
Right.
It's
You
not
about to
happening in
see it pick
volume.
up. You about to see high level
Pick up
assassinations.
from Kennedy to Yellow Beezy. That's pick up.
You about to see high level assassinations. They start to see the rap game is just a low level play out. You about to see high level assassinations in America. Y'all
Okay.
stay blessed and have a blessed one.
Thank you, Pastor. So yeah, so what he should have did was substantiate by saying the guy in Manhattan that got shot by the normal guy. Also, all of a sudden that young lady that is she wound up finding up dead out of nowhere. The one that was she
The Attorney
resigned.
General and
Yes.
Virginia.
Yeah, like you should say those type of
She was like
examples,
43.
and then we could say, hey, maybe it is a pattern. That's and maybe
There's
it
a-
is possibly a pattern. And this is
That's
what
what.
I'm saying.
There's a higher frequency of police assassinating their wives than what.
Yeah, well, Aaron, that's why I didn't want to talk about the high level stuff, because nobody on this panel can go into detail in any type of way, whether they've even experienced
Right.
it.
That's why I was
still
trying to
not be
get
able
you
to go
off
into
it.
detail about high level stuff. It's like it's
Exactly.
stupid to do. You don't know anything about the security detail or the planning or anything else that goes around that.
That's why I was trying to
you
get
wouldn't
you
be able
off
to
it.
speak on it.
Yeah.
So that's why I was trying to
Exactly.
speak on the lower stuff, which is Yellow Beezy, Mo 3. We could have went Pac and Biggie. We could have done all this because that stuff we can talk about this low level stuff. We see what's happening. We see the beef happening in real time. You don't have to bring the police department into it because the beef was going to happen regardless of the police department. And then you bring up that Yellow Beezy couldn't perform because of Mo 3, or the police department wouldn't let Yellow Beezy perform because of Mo 3 threats. Well, that's going against your argument. If the police department wanted this beef to continue, wanted them to kill each other, they would have let the performance happen. Now, I don't know if he's being if that was a separate instance to the one that Mo 3 wasn't able to perform at the whatever show it was where he was on the flyer, and Yellow Beezy's manager called the cops and was like, we don't want him on there, blah blah blah. I don't know, but we can talk about that because it was in songs, it was on video live. Like, we can talk about that stuff. We don't have to know the security detail. There is no security detail. So we can talk about that stuff. So that's what I want him to talk about, because you should be able to substantiate that.
I would say that in the gang culture, police is heavily involved in it. They actually pin gangs against gangs by doing certain things, making them seem like snitches. And so they do play a heavy role in the crime world. I really don't like to talk about it, but they absolutely help crime keep moving in crime places. In my opinion, the more police you have, the more crime you're gonna have, because they tend to be a part of the crime world. They know who to let go, who not to. In my opinion, I want to get power.
CIA brings in drugs, DEA gets it out.
Right. that's just what it is, in my opinion. But like AR saying as well, I cannot effectively prove it, because now you complicating a lot of people in that substantiation, which now you turn it into a different type of channel.
Precisely. You got it.
I don't want that kind of smoke. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
So AR, I understand what you mean 100%. Go ahead.
Generally, if it doesn't need to, if you don't need to bring authorities into it to try to make sense of it, you don't. Like Mo 3 was going to Trap Boy Freddy and saying let's fight, like that. You don't have to say that the police try to set them up. Like, that was just their internal thing. It had nothing to do with the police.
That's when you start to get into dangerous territory. Go ahead, Paula Dusty.
Yeah, I think that any society is going to have somebody using violence, and it's better to have one group with a monopoly on violence than to have it just kind of chaos in the street. That said, I do think that cops are certainly involved in crime. I can say that
Hey,
from
Sharon,
firsthand.
Sharon, be back in 10. I see a client.
There's no doubt that cops are involved in crime, and I think that what we need to do is have a more skeptical attitude towards police than the one that we have right now, which is very grateful and accommodating, or whatever groups got the monopoly on violence, because people are going to always abuse authority if they think they can get away with it.
Sure.
Go ahead, Lee. Did we get Chef Smitty Cooks in there? Thank you for your
Thanks. Yeah.
patience.
Yeah. No problem. It's good, everybody. Yeah, I agree. I love having the police around. I think without the police around, a lot of niggas would be dead. Because, and when I say niggas, I mean all people. Because we like it's too many guns, man. It's too many guns. It's too many people with
No,
egos.
there's never enough
Oh
Bro,
guns.
my
I'm
God,
talking.
Pastor.
Shut up, bro. Please.
Let people finish their
Jesus
thought,
Christ.
please.
But regardless of what people say, if the police disappeared, a lot of people would be getting shot, bro, over small shit. Like you cut me in line because it's happening now with the police around. So the road rage will go through the fucking roof. People be shooting at and like no laws either. Come on, man, that's complete anarchy. And then like he said, like I'd rather it be one monopoly, one person. Like I don't like the shit cops be doing sometimes. That's not what I'm trying to tell you. Like I hate some of the shit they do, but I gotta respect it because at the end of the day, if they wasn't here, then I'll be in some crazy situations. Like I'm able to drive around at nighttime, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm able to go into areas that will seem dangerous, but people not gonna fuck with you because they like, nah, if I fuck with this dude, the cops gonna mess with me. People literally will attack people that they know nobody really care about because then the cops ain't gonna be looking for them. So again, in 2025, man, it's like the cops have so much access to like all the cameras. Like they could just walk into somebody's house, yo, could I see your camera? Sure, no problem. Like that right there is essential. You know what I mean? Like if you had a bunch of different cliques and groups just kind of running the community, that's not gonna happen. You fuck around, get shot trying to come get my ring camera. So yeah, I agree with it, man. We need the police officers.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
so the police be
And before you
recruiting
go, Pastor,
from.
it was Chef Smitty
My
turn to
bad,
talk
my bad,
before
my
you.
bad.
No doubt.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Pax Americana with the Twin Boy says credit for Flow State. That's how they gang up together. God damn it! See how they protect each
He'll
other.
just expense it to the white Confederacy next.
Go ahead, Chef Smitty.
So, you hear me though?
Yeah, you breaking up a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, now so me first, I don't know.
Nah, you break it up. You sound like you fall away from your microphone.
I'm gonna log in on my.
Oh, there you go.
Am I good?
Yeah, now you good. Yeah, speaking up like that, you good.
Okay. All right. So to it's two parts. One, we all was talking about needing police, things of that nature. What we got to look at is why are police needed in the first place? Because there are areas where majority of the people do not know how to police their self, as in you. Like, make sure you do what you need to do, right? So where I live, it's an all black affluent area. We don't really have too much for a want of police presence. We have our local police, the Bowie police, and they be chilling. They be I'm not saying nothing ever had nowhere is crime free, but my point is that I don't think about this type of conversation simply because the environment that I live in, people conduct themselves right. I can go through all of that shit, so I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about do we need more police. Our shopping centers are up to date, schools up to date, roads are clean, parks are beautiful. I don't worry about it. Now, the part when you were saying, Sharon, about the police or another brother saying about them adding to it, it's a little tough for me because I don't know if anybody aware, maybe some of y'all just recently, I say maybe 2-3 weeks ago, I got the video up on my channel in crystal clear HD. My buddy Pluck, rest in peace to him, he was smacked in the face with a nightstick by an officer, and then he shot him in the face at the McDonald's.
Mm.
And he didn't do nothing to him. Everything's on camera. He was sitting down. The officer came up and tried to tell him to leave, and he was saying he's waiting on the ride because he really was. He was just waiting on the Uber. So he was just sitting at the McDonald's waiting on the Uber. And so I'm just saying, when I hear stories like that, like, yeah, that's like disturbing to me because like I knew that dude for years, and I know he's the type. He may have a certain look, but look, I'm bothered. He's real chill. He just go to work. He do construction, take care of his daughters, and that man in the face. Now, the officer who shot him in the face, from what I heard, he was arrested and he's facing second degree. So he's not still on the force, for the record. But yeah, it happened inside of McDonald's right out here in PG, Langley Park. But I digress, my mic is muted.
Okay.
So I see both sides. Is my point.
At least the cop was arrested.
Well, Sharon, the reason why I can really argue this point is because we all know I told myself we all know I told you I live in Dallas.
Real quick,
I live in Dallas.
Real quick, I'm getting ready to go. Pastor, goodness gracious, get it together, bro. Get it together.
No. You have to chill for a second. You get it together. Don't talk to me for a second. But cheers, right? So cheers, right? So you know that I live in Dallas, right? So you already know what I do for a living. So I've already seen these actual dead bodies from these incidents and these things happening. And I'm telling you, if you think the police had nothing to do with these incidents, you are out of your mind. I actually work very closely with police officers, and they tell me that they were recruited out of projects and hoods. There are certain children that they recruit out of projects and hoods that they put into the police force, and then they could, because they know they can't. It's like they can't enter these hoods. They don't know these people. They can't see. Don't we ask for self policing? We can
Yo, you
police
ain't making
ourselves.
no
So
points right now.
hold on for a second. You said yourself we
This
can
shit is
police
crazy.
ourselves. We can do all this stuff, right? You have to go to a police
I never said we
academy.
could police
They
ourselves. I
and
don't think
they
we can
do
police
in the
ourselves.
recruitment. This don't come from nice niggas like you. It comes from also gang members as well. There are some people that are gang affiliated that do cross the police academy. There's no way around it. It is
Yeah, but
happening.
nobody arguing that.
Here we go.
Why is that a
Here
bad
we
thing
go.
that
Here
they
we go.
recruiting kids in the hood that probably was going to go through destitution and
Here we
drama
go.
and making them police officers? How is that a
Do you
bad
know
thing?
Here
why
we
they
so
do that,
so
Casada?
it's not a
All right,
bad thing. It's
so
only
okay,
a bad thing.
hold on,
It's
Pastor.
only
Hold
a
on.
bad thing when they start doing organized crime as
Crime. Okay.
police officers.
Okay,
That's
hold
all
on,
I'm
Pastor.
saying.
Hold on, Pastor. Go ahead, Bumpkin.
Really
Yeah, the
think about
reason
that.
that's
Well,
called
this is crazy.
It's
Like,
okay.
like this
Okay,
is
we
like
having a
it's
conversation,
crazy.
Pastor. It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
That's called
Bumpkin.
direct policing. When you take someone from the community that you want to police, right? You make them a police officer because people react better when there's a friendly face in front of them and not an outsider that comes in to police an area they have no idea about. Right. What do you think in a situation where you get pulled over by someone completely random or someone that you went to high school with?
I think he's talking about informants, Pumpkin.
No.
He's not talking
He's
about
talking about
He don't know
exactly what
what
I'm
he's talking
talking about, but I'm talking about the
Oh,
other
okay.
side of it. He's talking about when it goes completely correct. And I get it. You're right. When it goes
Pastor's talking
completely
about
correct, it
intentional
works.
infiltration.
But it does
Yeah,
not
but
always. When you take someone out of a hood situation and turn them into a police officer, it does not always turn out to a good situation. And that is the part of the recruitment of inner city policing. It
Right.
don't
He's saying that
always.
they're taking known gang members and trying to transfer them into police officers. And what happens is that they just become even better gang members.
Exactly. It is. You also see it in the border patrol in Texas. In Texas, you also see it in the border patrol. There's a lot of cartel members in the fucking border patrol. This is open knowledge, and y'all
but
acting
doesn't that isn't
silly.
that smart though? For them to
I'm
get
not
people that are
saying it's
from the
smart,
cartel
nigga.
and
It's
flipping it.
reality.
Okay, so you
Okay,
just
hold on,
talking about it.
So hold on,
I'm just
Pastor.
trying to see,
So
like, what's your point?
unlikely, who is it smart for? Is it smart for the police force or is it smart for the gang members?
It's smart for the police force. If I don't know the area and I can recruit a few of your people that know the area, that know what vines y'all cutting down to get over here, and I can get those people to become police officers, then that's a good thing. I don't see what's the problem with that.
So,
And I wanna.
so what Pastor is saying is that that they recruiting these gang members, and what they do, they just become better gang members. They working on both sides of the fence. They
Exactly.
But
arrested
that's the
someone,
thing.
but they also making sure that the criminals is able to do and continue they criminal activities.
Hold on
Yeah,
now.
but
Hold on.
Bracy,
He mentioned the
hold
border
on, hold on,
patrol.
Bumpkin. Hold on,
Okay.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Give me a second, brother. Just give me 1 second. There are no successful criminals. That makes no sense.
Yeah, there are.
Criminals are not successful. Oh,
They're
okay.
called politicians.
For
Sorry.
okay, well,
Sorry.
that is true. Let me say it a different
Street
way.
street street
No,
criminals.
right. Street criminals are not successful. They always end up going to jail somewhere or somehow. So if you go into the police force as a cartel member, then you come back out and get back into gang shit and start trying to sell drugs and shit, you're going to eventually go to jail or get killed. So I don't look at them as ever being successful. I never
Okay,
met a drug dealer that was successful. I never met a gang member that was successful.
shit. But
So
we also point out versions of them that are successful, right?
which one? Name a drug dealer or name a gang banger that's successful right now. That's like
Whack 100.
people say he's not a real gang member though,
He,
and he
and,
doesn't
and,
do
and he's
Okay,
been
gang
locked
okay,
shit
up.
though.
okay.
You see what I'm
You don't
saying?
want to get
See what I'm saying,
okay.
Bracy? Even if he is a gang member, he don't do gang shit.
Okay, so okay, that's one. All right, so what about Yo Gotti?
Again, they don't do gang shit, or they would
Yeah,
be in
they
jail.
didn't get
They will
successful
all
off of
be
Okay,
in jail.
okay,
As
they didn't
much
okay.
get
as as
they
What
much as
didn't
about
we
get
want to
successful.
believe.
They
okay?
didn't
Go
get
ahead, go ahead.
successful off of
Okay,
the gang shit. They
okay.
got successful
What
off of
about
rapping.
Jay Z?
He's not he,
Ag-
what?
Hey,
He
yo,
Again,
wasn't even a
hey,
gang.
Sharon,
he's
You
still
bring up your
not a
Gotti.
successful. He's not a
Memphis
successful
Hold
drug
on,
PD.
dealer
Pastor.
because he.
Hold on, Pastor. I got you. Go ahead. What you
He's gonna
say?
say Drake
I
next.
get what you're saying. That's a good one, right? Because he was able to make money and then join the rap game. But that don't make him a successful drug dealer. Successful would be you 20 years into this thing and you retired after 20 years. It's not happening. Dudes are going to jail. That's why he got out. He got his
Not
bread and
projecting
bounced. That's
that.
what you're supposed to do. But dudes usually stay in the game longer because they're trying to become this successful, super powerful. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
That's where you
okay.
get
So
caught.
what about Young Jeezy?
For every one person you name, there's
What
like a
about Young
thousand that
Jeezy?
aren't. Yeah, but you're naming people that didn't get successful off of selling drugs. They're over here rapping, and that's where they make most of their money.
So
But
this will be
for every one that you can
If
name,
you
there's
could
a thousand that
legitimize
you
it,
can't.
No,
I think
they
he's trying to
moving the
say,
y'all moving the goalposts. Memphis PD
hold
has
on,
something to
Pastor.
do
I
with
got
Yo
you, Pastor.
Gotti.
Hold on 1 second.
This
Hold on.
dude just always blaming some everybody
Okay,
but the
hold
ones that
on.
did it.
yeah, it's crazy.
Marcus Antonio Castillo with the $2. Customs. BP are compromised, threatened by cartels.
I want to get specifically to the border patrol aspect because I actually know, the qualifications to be border patrol, and one of those qualifications, since it is a government job, is a lie detector test.
It's a background check too.
And a background check. Fun fact. So for you to tell
Oh
me that
my
there
God,
are
he's taking my
for
talking
you,
point.
I'm literally trying to engage with you. Is what I'm trying to do. Oh my God. Okay. So for you to say that there are cartel members directly in the border patrol, that would take such a level of corruption. Such a level of corruption, it would be insanity.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't take a level of corruption. All it does take is take a hiree. You just have to hire someone. Do you know how large the border patrol is? And the border patrol exists of a whole lot of Hispanic people, with which often have a lot of what we say it's it's complicated, right? Every Hispanic family in Texas knows a coyote. It's very complicated. Your border is very
always
porous.
making
So a
complications
silly
because
little
it's
white
worse.
boy like you, they ain't never really been in Texas like that. You never been in Eagle Pass, my nigga. You never really been in those
He right
waters of the
about.
Rio de Grande.
Talking about
You
that.
not like that. You just talking on the internet, right? So I get it, right? So the reality of it is you don't know how porous your border is because people just like you that have more money than you keep it very porous, and they do it through the police and legality. You just don't get to partake in it. So it's far stretched for someone like you. You're a normie. I get it. But we
What are
see it happening.
what are
You
the
see it.
He just
stipulations of
You
repeating
becoming
see
border
it
himself.
patrol?
happening on a everyday
What
basis.
are the
If you just
stipulations of
walk,
becoming a
if
border patrol?
you
Okay,
walk your normal
Pastor,
ass down
you
there
gotta
and
give him a chance to
watch,
rebuttal.
you
Pastor, give
take.
him a chance.
Okay, here we go.
He
What
just
are the
repeating himself.
stipulations to be a border patrol agent?
You want to go on another rant?
Right.
I want to
Exactly.
answer the question.
You asking me you asking me for qualifications when y'all trying to run away from DEI. You can get around qualifications, white boy. That's how you got a job.
The goalpost does
right?
no.
So the reality of it is,
The goalpost does not have wheels and is not connected to a V8 engine, buddy.
so the reality
We're leaving it
is
right
you
where
can
it's
get a
at.
job. There's ways. Elon Musk is
This man
autistic.
went
He
to
got a
DEI
job
high
of running
school.
the government.
Now
So
we
you
talking
can get
about
a job.
autistic. This is crazy, Pastor. Come on.
No, I'm just saying. You can get a job, dog. Like they hire handicapped people.
So let's roll it back, right?
Please.
The qualification to be a border patrol agent is a hefty background check and a lie detector test. So what I am saying is, if what you're saying is true, it would take such a ridiculous level of corruption
It's
that the
20. We don't do 10 minutes, by the way.
yeah.
No, you live in a corrupt country. Do you realize? Look, how can you
We
say
get it. We get that.
we
We
need
live in
all
a
these
corrupt
background?
Hold on, y'all.
Do you realize? Have you been? Do you know what I mean?
Pastor, can you please have a coherent thought? Go ahead,
I
Pastor.
am having a coherent thought. Have you
the
been?
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Oh,
Yo,
thank
you
God.
messed up with that shit, man. You do. It gets me every time too.
Going on at the border,
Hold on.
somebody helping
Hold
them
on. The pastor does it. He said, put Pastor in the back. God damn it. And I knew he was because that's, because I trust the white man. He was going to do it.
You ain't bringing no good questions. It's talking about bringing
No,
good
and
questions.
also,
I didn't say no good question.
With the
said-
two dots.
No,
So
not you. Someone in the chat.
So every Hispanic family in Texas knows coyotes.
Ridiculous.
A lot of them probably
Also,
do.
You don't even realize
anyone
he
that
just-
signs up for the border, border patrol,
shit.
they have to do.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
God damn. ABS. He says, bring Pastor back. Pastor.
And finish my point. Anyone that successfully passes the background check and lie detector and becomes a border patrol agent, they have to do their training and do a minimum 6 months to a year on the southern border.
I mean,
So what's your
And that's from the entire country.
And still we have a record. We still have a record amount, and we still have a record amount of fentanyl crossing our border. You say all that stuff to make yourself feel good as a proud to be an American looking ass nigga. You proud to be an American, but you a lie. Because how is all this fentanyl? How is all that fentanyl crossing the border when they passing all these qualifications? You unqualified. You and them tests are unqualified. They can be bought. You can be
Why do you think it has to be the law
You
enforcement?
unqualified, right?
Why do y'all
So
always
therefore,
make
you're not
assumptions?
qualified.
Why do y'all always make assumptions that is the law enforcement that's
No, so you talking about all these qualifications. You unqualified.
They get recruited after all that.
No, you not qualified. Therefore,
conspiracy theory.
You're not qualified. All right,
you're not qualified. All right, Pastor. What I want you to do is I want you to go and sign up to be border patrol, and I want to see if you're qualified.
Oh, I am qualified.
Oh yeah, go do it then. Go do it then. Go do it.
I'm not interested in protecting the border. That's
what are you interested in
That's
doing?
your people.
That's your
people. That's your people that are border crossers and border builders.
His point is not that you're interested. His point is that you would not be able to join it.
Yes,
Just
I
like most of
would,
the
silly.
criminals
What would make you think I wouldn't be able to pass, silly? I'm a smart. I have a higher level of collegiate degrees than you, silly niggas. That's just why I can tell y'all this stupid stuff.
What's your degree? What's your degree in?
Don't worry about it. I'm degreed enough to help you niggas understand this.
What is your degree in?
It's hilarious, bro.
I'm degreed enough to help you, silly niggas.
No, what is your degree in?
Unlike when you fix mopeds, nigga, you don't have a degree. So
what's your degree in?
You're not degreed to anything.
But what is your degree in?
No, stop it, right?
Okay, what is your degree in?
Get that compression rate, get that compression ratio right in them fucking moped and the moped motors. But anyway, niggas.
Are you drunk?
What are you talking about?
Shut up, silly. That's the reason why
he's relating your lifestyle to my lifestyle.
What year did you?
Let's compare it.
Pastor, what year did you?
Really?
Hold on, Pastor. Hold on. He was trying to ask you a question. Hold on, Pastor. Let's get it back down to a conversation. and try not to just take over the conversation. Please, Pastor. Go ahead, AR.
Yeah. What's your degree and what year did you graduate?
So in 2005, I graduated from high school. In 2009, I graduated from
Nigga said
college.
high school. Yo, you're an idiot. Sorry.
No, what's your degree in?
I have a bachelor's in the science.
Okay, what is your degree in?
Science.
This nigga.
Yo, you see how dumb you are?
Hold
See
on,
how
who
you
said
see how you don't even know what you're doing.
Hold on.
Good job. You already failed the border patrol.
No, I'm being very vague because I owe niggas no answers. I'm being very vague because you silly niggas think I owe you answers.
Can you not hear me?
I'm being very vague.
Can you not hear me? Pastor,
You already started answering.
Marcus Antonio Castillo with the $2 says, "Don't need a degree to be a border patrol agent." Shaking my head.
Exactly, and I'm being silly because y'all think I owe you an answer on my intellect, and actually where I graduated, and all that, and all of those. I'm not gonna give you a resume, my nigga, because you can't give me a job. But anyway, so the reality, this is crazy.
I don't think he
You want me to give you a resume when you were this punk ass white boy that does not qualify to be a border patrol agent, can't even give me my black ass a job. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to answer your bitch ass questions about what's my qualifications from an unqualified nigga on Sharon bitch ass baby oil Bracy, broke back Bracy Mountain. Chase Channel, nigga. The fuck you think you talking to, chump? I don't owe none of you bitch ass niggas an answer.
All right. With the
Yo, don't.
Are you drunk right now? Because I didn't ask that question.
Is your mama drunk when she had you, nigga? You feel?
All right. We don't need the insult.
This nigga wild.
All right.
He wilding.
You know, was your mama drunk when she had you?
Hold on. Stop with the. We understand you was drinking early.
Reloaded the clip, yo.
Get it?
No, nigga, let's go.
All right. Take a time out. Hold on.
He's ready to turn up.
We're just having a conversation, please. Sheesh. Now he leaves. I don't be understanding sometimes.
That dude is funny, man. That dude is funny.
That was crazy. He didn't want nobody else to talk.
Yeah.
That's why they say you shouldn't drink before noon. You gotta wait till like.
Yeah, it's 10 a.m. Bro's already been on the bottle for 6 hours.
Yeah, he wilding.
That was wild. But I do believe that police definitely help keep crime going in certain neighborhoods. I think a lot of them believe that as long as the crime is up, they're going to keep a job as well. So I think a lot of them are a part of this situation. I would say majority of police officers are great. They awesome. They do their job properly. But
I could agree with you there.
Just like where our citizens is a loud minority that is just destroying things, I think the same thing is with the police force as well. They keep the shit going.
I did want to say those people you named,
feel like it'll be
Jay-Z and all those guys, I do think they successful criminals because I think the name of the game is to get the money and get out that shit. You know what I'm saying? So they got the money the dirty way, then they cleaned it up. You know what I'm saying? So I can consider that like a successful criminal. Like,
yeah, I think it's plenty of successful criminals out in the world. We see it on a day-to-day basis, but I just think we just ignore that they started off their life as criminals. A lot of them are managers, especially in the entertainment industry, especially. A majority of those goddamn managers, the ones that's behind the scenes, they criminals, literally.
Criminals is crazy, bro. No, they're not criminals. Look, and then to every person that did become successful, like 10,000 of them were not. So it's like,
facts.
to say plenty, the word plenty is a terrible word to use. I would say a few of them are. You're right. I'll give it to y'all. The names you said, I'll take it back. The names you said, Bracy, yeah, you could call them successful because they made money, then they got up out of there before shit got hot, and they didn't go to jail or get any repercussions. So I get that to you, but it's not that many of them, bro.
DMX criminal. DMX criminal. Irv Gotti criminal.
Yeah, but he went to jail. He went to jail.
Ja Rule
He
criminal.
went to jail. He went to jail.
Yo, criminal. Like
he went to jail.
Yo, I'm just saying, and it's okay. But
that's still a few. That's still a few in the grand scheme.
Behind the scenes, I could say some names that we
jail, Sean.
I'm about to be arguing on Sharon's side. Okay, here we go. In any industry that you ever look at, right, throughout the entire society, right, there's only going to be a small minority that actually are successful. Business, education, even even entertainment. There's only going to be a small few that are actually successful.
And out of the ones that aren't quote unquote successful, the remaining are not dead or in jail for the most part.
Right, but
or
still,
have a record.
They
right, but
records. They absolutely criminals too.
They 100% don't have records by the judicial standard.
No, they do have. They have a record.
The majority of them don't, for sure.
No, majority of them are criminals.
Okay, the majority of people that try to be nuclear physicists, for example, they don't have the ones that didn't make it, the ones that
No, we're
flunked
talking
out of
about
school or whatever.
entertainment.
No, he's talking about any industry and throughout society. He just said it. The people that were politicians or that are politicians, the majority of them don't have records. The ones that didn't make it to the whatever level you want to talk about don't have records. They're not dead. So no, it's only a specific industry or industries where it's like if you don't make it all the way to the tippy top to get out, then you're either dead or have a record.
And we got a drug queen paying a part of the Trump administration right now.
I
mean,
wish
we do though.
I wish
We
Bumpkin
do,
was
though.
available yesterday so he could have argued some points for his
who?
I was trying to have a conversation with Trump supporters yesterday because I was cooking his ass up yesterday.
I was working yesterday. Bro.
Y'all really don't be popping out like when shit hits the fan. Y'all kind of like stay back and like you talk, and then when shit hits the fan, it's like y'all don't want to defend.
Oh, it's because I'm a normal person. I work 12-hour shifts.
I'm just
so
saying.
when I'm working, I'm not here.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
I
said 60-40 the other day, then you didn't really defend it. Other dude tried to come on and defend it, that didn't work out.
Bro, please. Can we have one?
Respectfully.
Can I curse over here? What's going on?
Do what you want, man.
Can I please have one fucking show where you don't try to destiny pigeonhole me into a fucking corner and
That's
be a
crazy that
retard?
you would do that. See what you did? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, bro.
I don't bully you. I fuck with you, Bumpkin.
You try to do it on CT's channel.
I don't try. I'm just saying that, it seems to be that MAGA supporters don't really have much to stand on when we start talking about policy and stuff. But it's cool because I rock with you, and I didn't even bring it up. He brought it up. I just kind of continued it since we was on the subject.
I was just breaking up a successful criminal, but that's it.
Which I would like to know who that is because I have no idea who the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, it's F15. He said he don't know who you talking about. So what person you talking about is
I'm gonna have to go look her name up, but she like in charge of like the pardons or some shit, like reviewing people that get
Talking about
pardoned.
the Attorney General, Pam Bondi,
I'm gonna have to look her up. Hold on.
the
Damn,
white blonde chick, Attorney General.
Nah, she a black chick. She was in prison. He pardoned her.
Oh, pardon. I thought you were talking about was in the administration.
No.
Right.
She's a part of the administration now.
what you mean? So he pardoned her, he got her out of jail, and now she's a part of the administration, is what you're saying?
Yeah. I'll look her name up. I'm gonna look her name up.
So he pardoned her, got her out of jail, and gave her a job? That's a good day.
Bro. It sounds wild, but it's dead ass, bro. I seen this shit the other day. If I look it up, I'm gonna have to hop off the panel because for some reason my phone be fucking up when I like click off of fucking screen.
All right, so Gag, bring us that information. And
Someone said Sheila Johnson is her name. Someone in the chat says Sheila Johnson.
That's kind of crazy. But I think this idea of men having to use violence to keep control of society is bullshit. It's a fake ideology. Majority of men are not prepared to do violence. Even the ones that have guns, they are not really prepared for any of this so-called holding the patriarchy down. With men gotta be.
Sharon, I got a question for you, bro. Sharon, I got a question for you, bro.
He called you bro.
I got a
You
question.
know it's about to get real.
What was your average score in high school in history?
In history, I didn't go to school, so I didn't have an average score in history.
You didn't go to high school?
Mm-mm. I got a high school diploma.
Off the top of your head, what society has ever existed?
I do have a high school diploma, so let's not get it twisted.
Yeah. Off the top of your head, what society has ever existed throughout this planet that did not use the monopoly of violence to control the population?
Right. So I understand with building a whole country or a nation that this is what people have done. They use war to win things. I understand that part.
Not war. We're not talking about war. We are
talking
talking
about
about eternal.
No, let me make sure I'm clear. The only reason why I didn't go to high school is because I was a very good
GED.
basketball player, and so therefore I didn't have to go to class. So no, I didn't get a GED. I actually got a high school diploma, but I didn't have to go to classes though.
The education system's broken.
I was mad nice, so I didn't have to go to class. I'm just saying.
I see what Sharon is saying, though. He's trying to say that although we have used force to control and gain power through these different institutions, like when they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima, that was a lot of force, and we created forces that can destroy the planet. So I think he's trying to say that we could have done it without that, right? I get what you're saying. We've always ran into someone else's village, taking their wives, taking their kids, enslaved them, and taking their resources, right? We've done that since we were back in huts and shit. But I agree with him. I think that we didn't have to do that. I think that if men were more civilized and we shared in those situations, we would have created a way different world where a lot less violence would have occurred. Even slavery would have never occurred if this monopoly of force that you speak of, if men chose not to handle things that way and we just shared.
It just it's throughout time and time again. Human nature.
You're not listening. I know that. I just told you I know that has happened. What we're saying is, imagine a different dimension where they chose not to do that. We get what you're saying. Throughout time,
we're not even talking about the creation of countries. We're talking about the stabilization of current countries. So we have to talk about the formation of countries. What city does it without the
none? That's what we're saying. We understand.
Do you think that
there's no
them do it because it can't be
hold
done?
on. Let me look. I feel like y'all not understanding me. So let me say it again. We saying that right now we can't go back in history and find places where it happened successfully. But we saying if it was an alternate universe where they chose not to handle things with violence, they chose not to go into people's huts and steal from them, and they chose to give to each other, we would have a different world.
We get what you're saying. What I'm saying is that maybe it hasn't happened. You can't point to anything because it's not possible.
Maybe
it has been tried and it's just not possible to be successful like that. It looks like communism.
What it is that we cannot name a place that was like that didn't get conquered by a violent person, right? So we understand it was places that had peace. They had little to no army, and their society was running pretty fine without any police officers and none of that. But violent people had to go ahead.
You can't name them because it's called his story for a reason. Go ahead.
That's what we're saying.
So you're just saying you don't know if these societies actually existed. You just say they existed because they fit your argument.
No, they existed. It's just that they
feel like you want to argue, man. I hate niggas.
Hold on. Just substantiate it. So it was definitely cities out there that didn't have all this violence. They built their city up through community, agriculture, barter systems. It's just that they happened to be taken over by armies.
Okay. Do you think that after a certain amount, populace or landmass or something like that, it becomes impossible to govern, to have a stable civilization that way? Like, it's easy to do if it's just two people, right? You can just kind of barter. You can just say, I'll trade you this for this, blah, blah, blah. Maybe 10 people, 2 families, something like that. But when you start to get into, 50,000 people, then it might start becoming an issue where it's no longer possible. 100,000, a million.
As long as you keep this idea of this is the only way we could be as violent. Like, America was perfectly fine before people came here and started to.
The tribes were at war with each other.
They was perfectly fine moving around with the goddamn buffalo, hunting buffalo, and moving through the season. They was fine.
They were conquering each other consecutively.
I don't know what you mean by fine, because the Aztecs used to.
Did they have weapons of mass destruction? Did they have rifles over here conquering each other with?
Is that how you're defining fine? Weapons of mass destruction.
I'm saying don't y'all understand that the scale? Hold on, let me just say this. Don't y'all understand that the scale has gone to a ridiculous level? Do you understand that now, because of us wanting to have power and use power to conquer things, that we created nuclear weapons that can destroy the planet?
Yeah, and doing so with the nuclear weapons.
As long as you understand that, that your life is at risk because of this level of power.
Life is at regardless of nuclear weapons. The nuclear weapons, if we want to go that route, has created probably the most peaceful time in the past 200, 400 years, or any time in human history.
Okay, so now we caught up.
That is true.
Say that because you only say that because you wasn't the guy to get hit.
I want to get back to the conversation. So now we are in modern times where we know that all this violence is not a good thing. We know.
Hold on, Sharon. I got the woman name.
I don't think we know that at all, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
I got the name, Sharon. Her name is
We did
Alice
not need to
Marie
drop bombs
Johnson.
on each other to
She's
create peace.
America's
That was
first
terrible.
pardoned Caesar. She was sentenced to life in prison in 1966 for her dealings in a trafficking ring, Memphis trafficking ring. Alice Marie Johnson, America's
Alice
first
Marie Johnson.
pardoned Caesar.
Okay.
Alice Marie Johnson.
She's she's what kind of czar?
Pardoned Caesar. America's first ever.
What did she do under his cabinet? Just so we can, you know?
I mean, I guess she like, when people I don't know if she
We'll
determined
look it
who
up.
get pardoned. I don't know. You gotta see what the
Okay,
pardon
well, I'll look it
Caesar
up.
goes.
Okay, no problem. I'll look it up. So now what I'm saying is that the violence part. So I think we live in a time now where we don't need to be violent. We don't need to hold on to this. We have to be violent anymore. The only thing that we are holding on to, this is the reason why we keep starting fights and all these things, is because we want to just keep this goddamn war machine going when we don't need to. If we really wanted to, we could get intelligent and move properly together as human beings. And
wait, that's not funny.
Jabba.
You know why?
No, it's the super chat.
It's the super
Hold
chat.
on, let me read this to it. Jabba the Rainbow Boogman with the 99. Sharon, you just became the poster child for abolishing affirmative action. Do not tell anyone else you did not attend high school, but still have a diploma. Make sure you edit that out.
So you realize that, for example, under Islam, that non-believers have three options, especially the ones that aren't children of the book, like Jews and Christians, to either submit, die, or pay a tax. So you're saying like we just are too smart for this, we don't need to be doing this, but there's people that believe certain things to the core of them. They will kill you, they will blow themselves up and kill kids to kill you to get their point across.
Yeah, but
it's not about wanting to continue a war machine. Those people don't even understand what a war machine is on the scale that you're talking.
Right, but those people that are extremists that's willing to self-delete themselves, it's something else going on with them. They are not normal people.
No, it's religion. It's religion.
No, it's beyond religion, because they misusing the religion, saying that
misusing it.
They are, because they literally are, because majority of Islamic people don't believe that they should kill themselves.
If you look up specifically in several, I don't know what country you want to talk about, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Iran, most of these, I would say Egypt, most of these countries believe in using these types of methods on
the majority of the people there believe in that. The majority.
If you look up polls,
yes or no? Just
yes. For example,
that's
in
not
Palestine,
true. The majority of Muslims do not believe in.
I will quote a source. I will quote a source,
That's what
and
you
you
was
can quote a
just
source.
doing. You were just doing
for
the
example,
same
in
thing.
Palestine, and I will quote sources. In Palestine, they have a Palestine Research Center poll or whatever that they do, and the majority of the people in Gaza, for example, supported using the force of violence. They supported October 7th, for example.
So okay, so now let's get back. So let's get back to where
First you went from the majority in
the. So it's okay.
The majority of what other country would you like to do?
All right, so let's get back to hold on, y'all.
I don't care.
I don't want to get too deep into
go ahead. I don't care.
You don't want to get too deep into the philosophical implications of no violence, right?
No, I want to get back into the matriarchy versus the patriarchy, the violence component, right? Because for some reason we believe, I'm asking, do we believe that the only way women can be safe is because men could be violent?
No, oh yeah. So when I joined earlier, you had said something along the lines of, or maybe it was someone else, Aaron, or the cop. I don't know. Someone had said something along the lines of like, I wouldn't tell a woman to get a man. I would tell her to get a gun. And 100%.
Why nobody else can't talk? Why you the only one talking like everybody?
It's okay. Everybody get a chance. Okay. Go ahead.
He can tell me to stop talking.
Respond to every question.
He can tell me to stop talking. You just said you was gonna be quiet. You said never mind. You got it. Yeah, you keep on opening your mouth.
No. I said not talk. I'm just saying, like, bro. Like,
are you gonna go back and forth with me, or are you gonna keep on cowering out? You keep on talking, and then I talk back, and then you're like, I don't even want to do this, and you stay quiet, and then you start speaking up again.
I ain't about to argue.
I'm not Debo. You ain't got to be scared.
Damn. All right, so Bumpkin, what do you think? You think that we need to have violent men to keep other violent men away from just taking women away?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You said it yourself earlier. There ain't no woman that's running away from any man. 99% of men. There ain't no woman that can catch a man. 99% of them, right? You said that yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, with that logic, right? With that logic, if you tell the good men that they cannot be violent, guess what? The bad men don't care about not being violent. They're going to continue to be violent either way. So, throughout history, throughout time, it was the good men that were willing to be violent that got rid of those bad guys. That's pretty much how it happened. Even not even on a country level. I'm talking about within a societal level. Yes, that's why stuff like the death penalty exists. That's why stuff like, I mean, look at even the Wild West, right? What were the sheriffs? They were the good guys that were using violence to stop the criminals. Really, bro? Really? Okay.
I'm glad you cooked you up. I'm glad you cooked.
All right. This is crazy.
That is crazy that you think that just because they had a badge on that they was good. This is what Aaron was talking about, just the morality point, right? Is that, guess what? All of those gang members that's blood and crippin' and being cartels, they believe that they doing the right thing as well. You just don't believe in their moral standpoints, but guess what? They ain't no different from the sheriff, to be honest.
One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
Right.
Well, obviously morality is objective and it's based off of your societal principles. Yes. Of course. But, subjective. But that being said, we all, because of our societal parameters, we all agree that the same things are evil, right? Within the United States of America, we genuinely all agree. Okay, the same things are evil, right? On a massive scale.
And we
so
also
because of that,
violent men are what?
Depends on the violent man.
Look how it got difficult that
question is. It's not.
So
it depends on the violent man.
You're saying that your family member, your female family member, you say, hey, look at that violent man right there. You need to be with that violent man.
It depends on the violent man. I don't get why this is so hard to understand. Someone, okay, right? Let's take a UFC fighter, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is a violent man.
Mm-hmm.
That is someone that is violent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But backtrack. Never hit a woman, never did any of that, right? A solid guy, right? A female family member that wants to date him, yeah, go ahead, bro. I mean, in any single situation that's gonna happen, right? Mm-hmm. Any single situation, I know he's gonna be able to throw hands. I know he's gonna be able to do what he has to do. So that is an idea of a good violent man. Police officer, a good violent man. Law enforcement, a good violent man. People that are willing to use violence, right, against the evils of the world.
Okay, go ahead. You want to rebuttal that, Aaron? Go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure the classification is correct. Not violent, man. They're men capable of violence. A violent man, that's his leading trait. He's violent. He moves through the world violently. He's a juggernaut. He's a Tasmanian devil. You're talking about men who are capable of violence, but they don't default to violence immediately. They call upon it as a tool if necessary, but they're not violent. To be violent is to be violent.
That is a great description. We do got to be careful with our language, right? And I think that is a very important.
The jackets we put on people, man, is
Yeah, I think that is important that we put it. So, in your case, what you were saying, Bumpkin, that man that's in the UFC, he is capable of violence, but he's not necessarily a violent man. So, yeah, that's a good distinction that we should be careful with our language for sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I think Bumpkin agrees with that as well. Go ahead, the Power Dusty. What's your thoughts on that?
I've been paying more attention to the chat. I woke up this morning and I chose violence. Violence is the best argument, and I chose it on Shannon down there in the chat.
So now you think that women needs to be with a man to protect herself from men?
I think that somebody needs to protect women from men. I don't think that today each woman necessarily needs a man, because the police will fill that role to a degree. But yes, basically.
So walking in the woods, you should get a bear to protect yourself from a bear.
No, they're not even the same at all. that example is a silly, sensational talking point, but and honestly, now that I think about it, with guns are the great equalizer, right? A gun is the only thing that'll make an 80-year-old woman able to defend herself from a group of young men. So
essentially, she needs to be able to protect herself with a weapon, not another man.
Either one will work, I'd say.
Unlike Lee, what's your thoughts? The patriarchy says, hey, women need a man to protect them from men.
I mean, in a perfect world, I would like to say no, but it's true. I mean, there's a lot of guys out here that's on wild shit, and without men being around, without weapons being around, to equalize that force, because you look at the mindset of a person that's a good person, that's moral, that's sane, that's doing everything the right way, and then you look at the opposite mindset of somebody. I was like, they just dropped this show on Netflix called The Mind of a Psychopath or some shit like that, and you hear these guys fucking talk, you realize you need guns. You realize you need men out there that's willing to protect, because at 14, this kid was saying he killed 4 people, right? He killed 4 kids at 14 by just like kind of acting like he was their friend and then luring them into the bathroom and stabbed them to death. And he did this to 4 of his friends. And I'm just thinking like, damn, without without the laws, without it being other people around, guys like that would just run free. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them in jails, a lot of them that think like that, and there's a lot of guys that want to do weird shit to women. And it got to be, you're more safer with a guy around you. I'll say that you're definitely more safer with a guy around you.
I think in a matriarchy world, I think the problem is that men believe that if it was a matriarchy and we believe that women had some kind of power, that place would just be overran. I think that's a wrong ideology. I think women are more than capable to defend as long as we got weapons, guns, and all that. Majority of police, they move in a community base. That's how they get shit done. They ain't doing the shit by themselves. It's community based. You feel danger, you call as many as your people, and we gonna go. Ain't nobody. It doesn't matter. Aaron, it ain't no one police officer that's gonna be able to take them down. They're gonna need about 4 or 5. It is what it is, man or woman. It's gonna need to
Let me ask you this, Bracy.
So like this idea that it's just one man is going to defend himself is BS. It's all movie. I think men watch way too many movies.
So let me ask you this, Bracy. Do you think a village full of women could protect themselves if a village full of men arrive and want to take their shit?
If it's 1-to-1, no.
Okay.
But if it's all about just guns and they both highly skilled with shooting guns, then yes, it's going to be an equal fight.
Nah, the men gonna win. It's not gonna be equal fight. We got a heightened sense of awareness, a heightened sense of things that went like we're the fighters. They're not. Like if you put men and women into a fight, the men are gonna win because we're just more adept at the fighting part, at the killing part. Right. So I don't think that they.
So that's where I would disagree. They both highly trained. I don't.
Both sides. You think the woman's gonna beat them? Damn.
Yeah, okay. they both highly trained. The one that is more trained is going to win. So if we
more
have
trained?
So now if we used to go, because pretty much what we're saying is that when we put guns involved, we're not talking about just if they both physically trained, like both boxers, right? We know Clarissa Shields versus most low-level boxers, she probably won't win, right? So it was right. So 1-to-1, yes, the men's gonna win. But when we put those guns involved, and we
the men are still gonna win. No, I get that you added the gun.
Like how the powder.
Men are still going to win.
Dusty said.
I think the conversation about the 80-year-old woman. Right. Sorry, Brazy. I think the conversation about the 80-year-old woman was an exaggeration. It gives her a shot, but the kids, if they got guns, like if the 80-year-old woman goes up against the 80-year-old man and they both got guns, I feel like the man's going to win. He has a heightened sense. He's probably been in more combat than her, which gives you that awareness. Gives you that reaction time that you need to be effective. That's what really gonna save your life in situations where you fighting or you get into a gun battle or whatever. The guy who has the ability to rethink, the guy that shoots and then runs over to the other side, and you still shooting at that side and he hits you from here.
Men are more decisive.
Having a heightened. What'd you say?
Men are more decisive. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Exactly. We're gonna like. I'm gonna win a gunfight against a woman. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. You're not gonna win a gunfight.
Yeah, but right. So if you're just saying just an everyday, yes, an everyday, because majority
No,
of
even
people
if both of them are trained, Sharon, I just think that
right. That's why I
you don't
disagree.
believe that though. Just like we talk
In
about,
the
like you being
example,
able to
though,
run
I
away
was
from the
not
woman
talking about where everyone has
because you're a
guns.
man.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
So that's
Yeah,
where I
because you're a man, you're gonna.
so
Sorry, I'm cutting in
I
there.
think if Aaron had a woman that went through the same training as him and they both was on an equal playing field with paintballs, it is going to be an interesting fight because they don't have to physically go fisticuffs because they have the artillery to go back and forth. So I think it would be an interesting combat. It would
What you
Actually,
think about that, Aaron?
it would
Well,
even out the
well,
playing field.
well, I can tell you, and this is coming from a plethora of experience. Don't what you're saying about men being more, war capable. It can always be looked at as speculative. You got to look at one universally known fact: who's faster, man or woman, in a sprint? Fastest
Men,
man in the world and the fastest woman in the world get into a drag race. Who has it?
men.
All right. So if every single nuance detail, all right. So if every single nuance detail and semantic of this competition is equal, dead nuts equal, the fact that you need to sprint to find cover in order to advance your position would make
Exactly.
men the victor because they're simply going to arrive at cover and concealment first. That's it. If you made everything equal, the only way
So
to
then this,
defeat that is you would have to find something women can do better that men cannot do as good as them on the battlefield that will give them an advantage. But if everything is equal, which is a stretch, speed will win the day.
So, and this is why I disagree because when you have everything equal, the other person should know that the other person is faster, so on and so forth, right? So you could strategically understand because we are on battlefields all the time when we are facing other men that are faster than us, smarter than us, and all these other things, and we can still find a way to. Kobe Bryant is a good example. He was not faster than anybody in the league. He didn't jump higher than anybody in the league. But he's strategically figured out a way how to beat everybody on the court, right? So you could use somebody's speed against them as long as you know that the person is. So, in my opinion, as long as the person is smart enough, they can absolutely use those attributes that we have against us because we'll be more aggressive. And so, therefore,
Right.
you
So
can
what
use
you're
that.
so what you're saying is you found what women would have. You're saying that they are more strategic than us.
No, I'm
Because if
saying
we're equally as strategic, we know what they
no, I'm
know,
not
they know
saying
what we know. It's stalemate.
so no, I'm not saying that they are more. What I'm saying is that if both parties was at the same level, they would use that they are slower and that you are faster against you. The same way how
But
we would
Sharon,
use the same way how you thought immediately that I'm faster and you used that against her. The same thing she would do to you. So that's what makes it even. So you already say, hey, I could run faster than her, I could get to cover faster. She's saying, hey, he could run faster than me, so I'm gonna have to move at a different pace because he is faster than me. So I think it would
that's not equal though. Because in that sense she knows more than me. If what you're saying is true, then I know what she knows by virtue of being equal. She knows I'm faster, so she's going to adjust. I know the adjustment she's going to make.
Correct, and so that's why I believe that. Right,
But
so and that's what
if I know the
right, and that's what
if that happened in the real world, we would see all women combat groups perform on par or better than all men combat groups, and we don't see that.
Well, no, but there we go. That's gonna if you make it that there's too much room for muddy in the water. If you deal with a 1 and a 0, it's really easy.
Correct. Yeah.
If the women knew about the speed and had some way to strategize around it, and everything is equal, then I am aware of that strategy, and it wouldn't work.
So this is
It
why
wouldn't be.
the reason why we know it doesn't really work for real, right? Like we had George Foreman beat a younger and faster opponent. He knew he was going to use his speed to try to beat George Foreman, and the other dude knew he was going to use his power and his size to beat him. Even though they both knew that was the strategy, one came out on top. So yes, even though both parties know each other's strategy or think they know each other's strategy, you can absolutely beat the other person. It is that is
Foreman
how
had
chess is
physical.
working.
Foreman had physical capability.
So
Foreman had size to replace speed.
They did a Gorillas with the 5 eyes. Cheeky had a show on Matriarchy Societies. in modern days around the world, and the women still needed the men. Marcus Antonio Castillo, what happens when a gun misfires and gun jams? They're in trouble. But so I think the problem is that we believe that because a matriarchy would use a man as a weapon, that means something. That's crazy.
Yeah, your example foreman knew what his strengths, what he was better at than his opponent, and physically speaking, and his opponent knew his strengths, so they try to use their different strengths. And the examples we're given, the average woman is not stronger, faster, quicker, better response time, anything else than the man. So like the example you gave of foreman being stronger, the other guy being faster, so they both try to use their different strengths and weaknesses. It's not, you're not going to have that example. You don't have that
They both have
one-on-one.
testosterone in them too, which gives them all these abilities that men use to be effective at being faster, at being more reactive, at being more aware than a woman. The testosterone in you. So when you name those boxers, it's pretty obvious that they could change up because they still like even though he's probably slower, he probably can have more strength than the other guys. So there's different things that you might be stronger than me, but I'm quicker than you. You know what I'm saying? Like with a woman, I'm gonna be quicker than her, stronger than her. I'm gonna have a faster reaction time. I'm gonna have a quicker awareness. So again, when there's 1,000 women in that this is why we say that men need to be around to protect women, because if it's 1,000 women having a village kumbaya and having a great time, and men choose to go in there, it's not much they can do, man. I'm sorry,
You know what leg up women would have?
I was gonna say,
you
Sharon,
know what leg up women would have?
I got you, 10-15. I'm gonna bring you in 10-15.
What leg up would they have?
Get Aaron, then we bring in 10-15.
If you could place some sort of constraint on or limit on resources, it would be that they consume less. We would burn through ours first. We would start to starve. We would put ourselves in a bad situation. We would have to go to their camp to try and procure resources that they have, which is an uphill battle into a dark room from daylight.
Right.
And
So
you don't know
basically,
who's in there.
So basically, you're saying if they had a bunch of traps in front of their village, that would like make it harder to get to them.
No, I'm saying we would. I'm saying we would have to take the fight to them, which is not what you need. Don't do that, because we would be desperate. We would have no resources. We would burn through them because they don't consume as quickly as we do. When you are out of resources and desperate, and you have to take the fight to someone who is resource rich on their turf, loss.
But that's not the argument. What if it's just we want to go over there and create chaos? And we all full, we eating good.
Let me get 10-15 in there. Go ahead, 10-15.
No, I was saying you really ain't even got to use the sport analogies, because he said, what if a group of guys, don't get me wrong, if I had to put my money on it, I'm putting my money on a group of guys, but it could end in a stalemate, because he said, what if the guys show up to the women's village? And we know just from history, that's what we did in Vietnam, but we couldn't beat them because we was invading their territory. And just like the way it was set up, they knew the land, they knew the surroundings, they had traps everywhere. The strategies that they had, we just couldn't really infiltrate it like we thought we would, because we was in foreign ground and they knew everything about that land. So it could end in a stalemate, just depending on how strategic they are. They could have traps all over goddamn place. You could be fast all you want, but you ain't gonna be able to run through no trap.
Right. And that's all I was saying. Like, it would be actually even when both parties are on an equal playing field. Like, we understand that naturally women are not thinking about security. So we understand that on a natural day-to-day basis that it's a much more violent men in the world than it is violent women in the world. So, on that point, we understand that.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't think we need a bunch of violent men to protect women. That's another thing I don't believe. But this is the talking point that they come to talk about. This is why
why don't you believe that though, Gracie? Because like every cop got a gun on them.
Right. So
they got a baton, they got mace, they got a taser.
Right. So, but I don't want to include public. They have a order. You know what I'm saying? Like they have a certain kind of order.
You talk about just random violence type shit.
Yeah, because that means that the only way I'm gonna allow my daughter to be with a man is that I gotta be a physical threat to that man and say, if you touch my daughter, I could whip your ass. And if I cannot whip his ass, therefore he could do whatever he wants to my child, because he knows if I come over there, he got power over me. That is not how I'm going to be moving. I'm not afraid of
No,
no
you're gonna.
man. And so therefore, I don't give a damn if it was Shaquille O'Neal. He's going to have some goddamn respect. Just because he's 4 times as big as me doesn't mean that he gets to just do whatever he wants to my child.
You said you're gonna run out of your own house.
For real, you said you gonna run, nigga.
Right.
I'm sorry, I had to.
It's okay
It would be criminal not to, man.
To protect my,
It was
perfect. To protect my family, yes. I would do my best to get my family out of there. I ain't afraid to answer no damn questions, Aaron.
Yeah, no, I know. And that's why I did it.
Right.
So,
I'm gonna run away.
No matter how big they are, you hit them on that chin, you hit them on that button, they going to sleep. They just gonna fall harder.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the dangerous part of it, is that now we say that the only type of man that could date our daughters is the man that we could whoop his ass. Otherwise than that, he a danger to our child.
He's not though. Because I mean, we got law enforcement. Are you saying like without law enforcement around, he's a danger? Because if he does something to my child, I don't gotta do shit but call the cops and then say, yes, I want to press charges, and they're gonna arrest him for a felony of whatever the case whatever it is. I would always tell people to handle the shit with the cops and don't try to retaliate by yourself, because I'm telling you, a day in jail is way worse than anything that you gonna do to him legally. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I think the cops are.
I get it. That's after the fact, but that would be the case for women as well. He could always call the police on anybody.
Right. So you agree that the violence.
Therefore, she don't need violent men. She just need the law. As long as we have laws, it doesn't matter if it's 5 women show up to this goddamn domestic violence. As long as those 5 police officers that are women have guns, she gonna be good.
Yeah, but once the police there, what's ever gonna happen doesn't happen, bro. Come on, keep it real.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but the police is like they're a huge example of force, like even though they might not be violent, that they can get violent. Like those women can shoot you, tase you, hit you with a baton, all type of shit. So you're gonna adhere because you just beat up a woman, but you're gonna adhere to this other woman police officer because you realize all the force behind her, all the violence that could incur from you messing with her. So that's why you'll see dudes, they hit their girl, they ain't gonna hit that police officer.
I believe that's because of law, not because of violence.
Well, the law enforcement is no good if it can't use violence, and
that's what
cops are a violence risk against victims as well, though.
So this is where I disagree.
You don't think they're a risk against?
Majority of people are not looking at the police and say, "Hey," because they listen, Flo. Majority of your people there get out the car. What the fuck you pulled me over for? You better get out of here. They ain't afraid of no damn violence and no police.
Oh, right. Watch them when they get a direct order. Watch them when they get a direct order.
Right, because they're more afraid of the law.
But why is anybody scared of the law? The law is literally violence.
It is not.
It's not violent to put
violence is the last straw in police.
Right. You comply, or else they'll use violence. Without the threat of violence, nothing matters.
That's a fact. They'll tell you, get out the car, or we're going to take you out.
Without the threat of violence, look, if a person is too weak or cowardly to stand up for themselves, the police threat of violence isn't going to matter. What is that?
Is that me? Who is that?
It might be. But anyway, so what I'm saying, that majority of people are not trying to fight police.
Right, because they know
of the law, not because that police officer is going.
Nobody gives a fuck about law
and take violence on them. Majority of people are not afraid of that. They are afraid of the law. They don't want to go to jail.
Right, that's violence.
But going to jail, violence. It is not. I don't understand how y'all.
If I come and took you out of your house and locked you in a room, what would that be?
Right. If somebody comes if police officers come into my house, I'm going to turn around and put my hands behind my back. I'm going to, what is the word I'm looking for? Not submit, but surrender. I'm going to surrender to them.
But they did use physical force to apprehend you.
No, they did not.
But if
I surrendered, I said, okay, I'm going to go with
the threat of violence.
It is not the threat of violence.
Yes, it is. You're go with
okay, so it's a threat of being.
What I'm saying that it is not the threat of violence that's going to make me surrender to the police officer.
What would it be then?
Yeah,
because I don't want to deal with the law.
It's just
I'm going to fight it with my lawyer. I'm not going to fight you physically. I'm going to fight it with the law. I'm going to go ahead and
Right.
get me a lawyer so we can fight it with the law.
Because
So
my
so-
mindset was like, hey, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to get captured. Guess what? I'm going to shoot it out.
Yeah, to go into Sharon's
I'm going
point.
to surrender because I'm willing to deal with it with the law. We're going to go and
because you might win with a lawyer. You're not going
majority
to
of
win
people when they surrender is because of the
that's not even an
law,
argument.
not because of a physical violence.
Sorry.
Yeah, but for
Sharon, let me ask
example,
you this. Let me ask you this real quick though. Sharon, do you want to leave the house at that exact moment and go to jail? Yes or no? Do you want to?
Yes.
Come on, Sharon. Come on,
I said I
bro.
surrendered.
You don't. Okay. But okay, let's say you will. But majority of people that's getting arrested, they don't agree with being put in cuffs. They don't agree with being thrown in the back of the car, and they obviously don't want that. But they're
Yes, they
being
do.
forced to. They're being forced to.
They
And
are
that's
not.
the point.
That's
Okay,
what I'm
Bracy.
saying. They're
I
not.
made my point.
Majority of people are going willingly. They
He'd be
sit
an
their ass in
antagonistic
that
and stupid
car
on purpose.
and they go and they go ahead and get a lawyer.
No,
Yeah, but Bracy, I'm not saying they don't go willingly. I'm saying that they don't want to go.
Majority of those people are not willing to fight a police officer because they say we're gonna go and use the law, not my physical prowess, to go ahead and not be arrested.
You just
Yeah, like for example, like some of the things that let's say someone is enlisted or something, or an officer or whatever, just in the military. Some of the things they may do or not do relates to losing a clearance or losing their career in some way, one shape or another, in the military or in the government, and it has nothing to do with physical violence. Though, to Sharon's point, is that it's about consequences and it has nothing to do with violence.
Nothing at all.
Like someone might not join an extremist group not because they feel like they might get shot, but because they might lose their clearance, and they don't want to lose their clearance.
It's all
If it weren't
violence.
for the threat of violence, nobody would ever.
So literally, somebody that is police, somebody that knows how to defend themselves, that has weapons, they will literally allow the other police officers to take them to jail. Literally. These are people that actually know how to use violence, and they know how to get out of violence situations. They will literally surrender because they know
they don't want to go to jail though.
It's a
they don't want to go to
short-term
jail.
versus
They're
a
being
long-term
forced to go to
strategy.
jail because of the violence that could be enacted on them, and then they're still going to have to deal with the punishment as well. So it's the violence and the punishment. So regardless, like no one wants to go to jail. Not one person. You cannot tell me you want to go to jail. You are being forced to go to jail. The only reason that you're complying is because you probably seen online somebody get their ass whooped when they don't. So the force is there, and that's why you go. It is what it is.
I disagree. 100%.
It's coercion.
That's cool.
What?
We can agree to disagree.
Welcome to the show, JR Boxer. Good day. What's your thoughts?
What's going on, Sharon panel? Everybody in the chat, salute. Hopefully, everybody's having a blessed day. But Sharon, I'm more so with you as far as the last point of the conversation. I don't think it's necessarily the threat of violence. It's more so the threat of the consequences to violence. So whether law enforcement or a police officer or an individual person physically violates you, people take that into consideration, obviously, but the actual consequences to violence. So if I get pulled over, yes, I don't like that the cop pulled me over, but if I act out of order, ordinary circumstances, the consequences of me acting out of order then inflicts, additional stress on my life.
Such as
say violence.
No, but the threat of the consequences. So most
what
sane
consequences?
They associate in
follow
jail
rule and
with
order.
violence, bro.
Most sane people follow rule and order. Insane people do not follow rule and
This
order.
nigga said insane.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I mean that's
the truth. That's the truth.
That's
That
true.
shit ain't the truth.
You
nigga.
don't wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to go inflict violence on someone.
I did.
Somebody that's insane will do that. A sane
I
person will
did,
wake
and I
up
said Shannon B
and
is a
they'll
bitch in the
go
chat. I'm
about
gonna inflict violence on him.
they'll go, okay, that's not violence. That's you typing on a keyboard, right? But if you wake up in the morning and you tell yourself, I'm going to go out and physically harm someone, there's something clinically insane with you. There's something off with you. A sane person they'll wake up
So what?
and they'll do
Insane,
whatever their
insane
work
people
routine
exist.
is or their lifestyle routine is. So
But insane
that's my
people
point,
exist.
and that's my take on it.
Again, Flo, you get to respond to that. Chuku Igwe with the 499. Slavery was also a form of incarceration. It was not, and required constant violence to maintain. You are mistaken, sir. Slavery is a completely different. Slavery was 100% violence. That's what slavery was. Slavery didn't have nothing to do with anything else but violence. Go ahead and pound it, Dusty.
That's a fact.
I don't even remember what I just said.
Damn.
Obviously,
So,
it boils
I
down
think
to violence.
and I think me and JR, we on the same path with that one, right? So majority of sane people are they're not just willing to go out and commit violence if they are following law and order of the land, whatever that is.
I mean, yes, they are. Like Lee said, fucking road rage, fucking all types of shit, bro. Sane people would commit violence over that type of shit.
Yeah, so and that goes to show how much is not a part of our culture. People are not afraid. People are still run up and have road rage because they're not afraid, right? they literally scream and yell at each other, right? So those are something wrong with those people usually. They going through something. Yes, that's the right foot, baby. So they usually going through something. Majority of people, if somebody come on, they're like, that boy crazy. I don't know. He trying to get into a car accident. Something wrong. He having a bad day. That's what majority of people would say.
I'll be down.
You know what I'm saying? So like majority of people are not worried about being violent with them. They don't think
in traffic, bro.
I think a majority of people that is dealing with police and all those type of things, they are more concerned about getting arrested and locked up and losing a job, not being home, and that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of the law. They are surrendering to the law, not surrendering to violence. That's just my
they
opinion.
associate in prison with violence, bro. That's what you gotta understand.
I
Prison
think
is a violent place, and pretty much what they're saying is, why are they scared of prison? That's what they're saying, because it's violent.
No, but
yeah, but some people don't even think about prison, and it might not even cross their mind about prison.
If you broke as fuck, you ain't gonna think about prison, but.
Yeah, but I'm not broke. I'm not broken. I'm not thinking about prison if I get in trouble. I'm thinking about losing. I'm thinking about what I'm going to lose while I'm in the military. I'm thinking about the administrative actions that are I might lose my job on the outside. I might lose my job in the military. That's the stuff. I'm not even thinking about prison.
Correct. That's what people
you might not. You don't have to. If you get a DUI, you're not going to prison. If you generally speaking, you're not going to go to prison for getting a DUI. But
Karen Huger, let me just say this: Karen Huger from Housewives of the Potomac just got her second DUI, and she's facing it. She got a year in prison. She got 2 years, but they gave her 1 year in prison.
Yeah, we can find plenty of examples of people getting DUIs, and prison is not what's on their plate. So that's the point I'm making, is that you can get a DUI and you're not it's not a minimum 5-year, 1 year prison sentence. That's the point I'm making. The majority of people that get DUIs.
I just heard you say that you don't get a DUI, you don't go to prison for a DUI.
And then I said, generally speaking, you don't go to prison if you get a DUI. So what I'm saying is that if someone,
like, we ain't talking about petty crimes.
Okay, yeah, but we are, because we're talking about all crimes.
No. We're not talking about speed and
I don't find DUI to be a petty crime as it is.
Because 10-15, what they're essentially saying is that the reason why people pull over is because something violent is going to happen to them if they don't pull over.
Yeah, they're saying that anytime someone is in trouble, the reason they obey the law is because they're scared of violence is going to come upon them if they don't.
Y'all wilding now, bro.
Who?
You and Sharon.
They are afraid of violence. I agree, they are.
No, he said because they not afraid of violence.
Right. I don't think people are pulling over because they say, hey, if I don't pull over, something violent is going to happen to me.
Well, if they don't pull over, their dumb ass gonna go to jail. Like I said, and they keep on associating.
Let me finish it. So they are pulling over because they don't want to go to jail. They don't want to get their license taken. They don't want to get their job taken away from.
A whole bunch of administrative actions.
They want to lose their wife. They don't want to lose their children. They think of so many other things other than violence is the reason why they pull over for the police officer.
Yeah, that's why I said yes, two things could be true. But if you're gonna associate violence as the first thought, like that's way on the bottom of the totem pole. Like I'm thinking about everything else, all the other consequences before it gets to violence. I'm not getting pulled over and be like, well, I better immediately pull over, because if not, this cop is just gonna flip my car over. That's not even the cop's first thought. They're not just gonna immediately flip your car over. there's a whole checks and balances to everything. So yes, violence is associated with it, but it's so low on the totem pole that's not the first thing. But you're making it as though it is the first thing that people
Right.
think about,
And
and it's
Ron
not.
is saying is that
before
you can
AR
have
also this is the reason why majority of people, when they have lawyers and all that, they say, you are violating my rights because your rights is a law.
Yeah. So what Sharon is saying and what Unlikely are saying, and I think Dusty as well. So they're both saying that at the end of it all, violence is what's holding it all together. No matter how many steps you got to take to get there, violence is holding it all together. And Sharon is, and originally at least, was saying that a world that he foresees that there could be a world that doesn't necessarily need that violence to hold it all together. There's other things, administrative actions that can hold it all together, not necessarily needing violence. And what I would say is that I have experience on both the outside and in the military. And in the military, it was never a threat of violence that I was scared about getting in trouble. It was about losing anything that I had worked for in the military. And that is the end. So if you took out, if it was impossible for me to be any type of physical action or violence or anything to befall me in the military, I would still be just as scared to get in trouble because I would lose everything else. And that is entirely administrative. It has nothing to do with violence.
Yeah, but you have to have something to lose for that to work.
Yes, we agree that you have to have something to lose, but that has nothing to do with violence. You don't need violence to make this stuff happen. And what Sharon is saying is that
for most people you do. Not everybody's afraid of getting fired from the military.
I don't know. I will say that I think that we can go back and forth about whether one of us believes that is the case, one of us believes it isn't. There's nothing that can actually substantiate that. What I'm just saying is that Sharon is arguing that you can create a world where he foresees that the possibility of a world being created where it's only administrative things that need to happen to stop people from doing things versus also violence.
Let's do the thought experiment.
I have a question for you, Dusty.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that you can lose your life without violence?
Ooh.
I don't know. Give me not as a repercussion.
I'll give you an example. Okay. Let's say you commit. I don't want to make it like a racial thing, but let's say
can't think of any other crimes that aren't racial.
I know. I don't want to do that, especially with you being the only white male on the panel. But let's say you commit whatever racketeering or something like that, or insider trading, or whatever the case may be, right? So you don't think you can lose your life without violence?
From racketeering? No.
Wow.
Yeah, you don't think you could? You don't think you can
insider
go
trading?
away for
From
a very
insider
long
trading?
time?
No, the only way insider trading can't kill me.
Wow.
But
he didn't say kill you. He said lose your life.
I didn't say kill you. I said lose your life, your way of life, your way of living. Life is a way of living.
My way of living.
Yes, I didn't say kill you. I didn't say death, but your way of living. You commit a crime, and you can lose your way of living.
Sure, but that relies on me having enough of a way of living to be worth defending. There's lots of people who are living on the streets who got nothing to lose.
The majority of people do have things to lose. There's 300, 400 million people in this country. Would you say that the most of them have something to lose?
I would say most of them have something to lose, and I would say that with a crime like that, where these are crimes with victims, right? If you have a victim crime, then for sure. But if you have a victimless crime, such as drugs, prostitution, speeding tickets, if Aaron gets pulled over right now and there's no threat of violence backing up the law, why would he ever pay a speeding ticket?
Because he has a job.
So what?
Exactly.
And his wages would get garnished by the government.
He has a way of living, a lifestyle.
He might lose. It's so many things. He might lose his license. He lose his license. He might have to not get insured anymore because now he don't have.
Okay, so what? He's driving around without it. There's no violent threat.
All those things is consequences for people that have things to lose. Without
There's no threat of violence. So he's driving around with no license. He doesn't have a license.
It's not a threat of violence, right? So him losing his license, the ability to drive, and then him losing insurance policies on his car is nothing to do with violence.
Right. But he doesn't give a fuck about those because in this hypothetical world, there's no threat of violence if you drive without a license.
Do you think getting arrested and being put in jail is a threat of violence? Because I don't find that to be violence.
Yes, I absolutely do.
Okay.
1000%. Because, I mean, why? That's why. You don't think there's threat of violence behind arresting somebody?
No, I don't think there necessarily needs to be. No, I don't. No, I don't.
Really?
No, not necessarily.
Not paying your insurance is a threat of violence unless you have a stockpile.
You get your car repoed.
No, if you crash into somebody and you can't make them whole, you victimized them.
No, I was saying if he didn't, if like let's say someone lost their license or whatever, they didn't care about anything, so they kept on driving, their car getting repoed, they would no longer be able to drive, and that's not violence.
Okay, if I arrested you as a private citizen,
seizure of an asset,
would that be a violent crime?
I don't think it's would that be a violent crime if you
I
arrested me? As you as a citizen.
Mm-hmm.
If you did a citizen's arrest.
Yes. If I just arrested you, I said, you know what, you pissed me off, I'm arresting you.
But you're a citizen, right?
Right.
So a citizen's arrest? No, I don't think that's a violent crime.
No, not a citizen's arrest. Just me deciding you're under arrest by my own authority.
You don't really.
I'm just going to arrest you and lock you up somewhere.
Well, you can't,
but I do. Let's say I do anyways. Is that a violent crime?
Well, yeah. If you're doing something illegal, yeah, it's that could be considered a violent crime. If you're doing something illegal and
but when the state does it, it's not violent. Is that what you're saying?
If you came up to me and was like, hey, put your hands behind your back, I'm arresting you, and I just did it, no, that's not violence. Now, if I said no, you're not, and we got to fighting, or you try to force the arrest, then yes, it is violent. Which is why I said it's not necessarily if you get arrested that it's violent.
What if you were scared of me? What if you were scared of me, and so you complied, and then I locked you in the shed and wouldn't let you leave?
Am I physically scared of you?
Yes.
Then I'm physically scared of you.
You're physically scared of me, and so you comply. I lock you in my shed, and I don't let you out for a week. Then when you get out, you go talk to the actual cops. Are they going to charge me with a violent crime?
Yes.
Absolutely, because that was a violent act, even though you went voluntarily.
Well, it's not violent. Well, by definition, in the court of law, that wouldn't be voluntarily.
Right, that's kidnapping.
If you force me into a shed, that's not voluntary.
No, you went voluntarily. You went voluntarily because you were scared.
The parallel you're trying to draw is that if a cop came up to my door and was like, "Hey, put your hands behind your back," that I would, in my head, be like, "Oh, I'm physically scared of him. That's why I'm going to listen." No, I'm going to listen because I'm like, I don't know what I did, but I don't want to cause any more issues. That's going to cause issues for me on the military side or the private side. So I'm going to listen, get locked up, call a lawyer, call my girl, get bail.
Arrest and harassment are psychological violence.
Right, but so let's make sure we understand what we're talking about. We understand we can pinpoint things to where it's violent. However, the law itself is the law. It is paperwork. It is communication. It's nothing to do with violence whatsoever. Everything that we do in life for the same people, we do it because of the law, and we are decent people. It don't have nothing to do with violence whatsoever. The reason why we pay our bills and we pay our credit card, no matter what, you do not have to pay your credit card. You are not going to jail, but people don't pay it anyway.
That's the whole point of the systems we've built, so that we don't have to rely on violence to get people to do things.
It does not because people pay it.
Not everyone. Tons of people don't.
Yeah, not everyone. That's true.
Majority of people, they pay it because they're gonna get a lawful consequence that they're not going to be to buy a house, get a car. It is lawful things that is in front of them that makes them want to pay it. And the ones that don't pay it, they live in a downtrodden state. So therefore, it could take away your life, for example. So therefore, the law is what we are afraid of more than violence.
All right. I mean, okay, Sharon, that's a good point. That's a good point. But let me just say this real quick, right? We talking about violence versus violence, right? So we talking about violence being able to be used as a form of protection, right? So let me give you an example. Sharon just took a life, right? Just murdered somebody. How do we get Sharon to comply with us without any violence, right? We could throw out all these different commands at him. We could take his job. We could call his boss. We could do all these different things. But Sharon don't want to go to jail, and we cannot enact violence against Sharon. We can't grab him. We can't do any of these forceful moves to get Sharon. How do we get Sharon in jail?
I think this is a chicken or the egg thing. I think the question would be, why did Sharon commit the violence? After that, it's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But the question is, why was the violence even committed to begin with? If violence was eradicated, then we don't need violence to protect against it, right? I think is his argument, Sharon.
Correct.
All
But I
right.
think the
Well,
other
that's
side
Yeah,
is violence
yeah.
is
In
not
the
what is
violent.
it?
beginning, his argument was that, but in reality, we do have violence because that's what I said in the first place, Aaron. I was like, in a perfect world where there's no violence, yeah, then you don't need violence, but we need violence because Sharon will murder someone. You know what I'm
But
saying? Dusty on that
let's not
Dusty
forget.
murdered somebody, and then nobody could, you know.
But let's not forget. So this is the problem that I have with it. That is the very small minority of our world. That is
How many
running.
people on the
But it's
panel have
violence
ever
versus violence.
initiated violence?
Me,
So,
being honest,
Yeah. Is there? Let me
A
phrase
lot
this
I
of
way.
think
Is
people.
all
there
of us
anybody
have,
who
but
has
nobody gonna
not?
tell the truth.
Is there anyone on the panel who has not initiated violence ever? There you go.
Exactly. Right.
but wait. So let's chop the tree down from the trunk because we're like trimming the branches and shit. Why are we violent? Because we're
Because humans
lazy.
as a species are violent. We've been
Huh?
violent since the
No,
Neanderthal
no,
days.
no, 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 no. Two things incentivize humans. Really, so it's one thing really. Survival is is an incentive of necessity, and then after that, it's luxury. We're lazy. We're simply lazy. The reason why people pay their credit card bill is because they don't want to have their wages garnished and they don't want to lose the credit and everything, so that they have to work harder to dig themselves out of a financial hole. The reason why people go to war and seize land, land and human assets and earth assets is because they don't want to have to dig it up for themselves. It's simply human laziness. We operate like water, path of least resistance, right? If our survival isn't threatened, then fuck it. If you don't have to stand, sit. If you don't have to sit, lay down. And if you're laying down and somebody's willing to feed you, take it. You run out of food, go take somebody else's. Why would I go chase a buffalo off the cliff? I'm looking at you eat. Let's come take a piece of yours. You easier to fight than a buffalo.
Is it laziness or efficiency?
Laziness.
Well, it's laziness because efficiency simply means wasted energy.
Right.
Efficiency goes out the window when your attempt to be efficient takes your life or compromises your ability to secure further assets, which is kind of sort of what war does.
I'm just asking the question. I think that it's a fine line between those two things, if there even really
It is.
All.
There's a very fine line.
Since the beginning of the human species, we've been violent and we have resources.
We have not.
We have been. The Neanderthals went extinct in part because we waged war on them.
I think
I'm still here.
I think the problem is that we pay attention
because it's human. It's just human thing. Whether it's a territorial thing, whether it's
it is not.
It is. And saying it's because of resources or this the other thing. We've never been in a situation where we haven't had to deal with those two things to know whether we would be peaceful or not. But we have been in a situation.
Yes, we have.
Okay,
yes, we have.
Sure. In the beginning of the human race, when there weren't that many of us, we had plenty of resources,
right
and we still waged war.
Right. No, right now.
Oh, sure. So right now, right now we still wage war. So we're just violent.
No. There's a place where there's little violence and resources are expertly managed, but there's no excess. It's called the Amish Mennonite community.
And very small communities. Yeah,
right.
In small communities and homogeneous communities. Yes, sometimes you can. There's still violence for one. Yes, to Dusty's point, and yes, it'll be less. You can, Finland, the Scandinavian countries, besides I guess Sweden now, lower violence because they're homogenetic. There's not that much variation between them. However, in a multicultural society, in a big, large society, you really get the violence coming out, especially when it's multiple different people.
Yes, as a result of something, it is not inherent. Here's why. Humans we're too light in the ass to survive on this planet the way lions do and shit. We don't have it. We have to band together and use our greatest muscle, which is between our ears. Once you do that, once you require someone's survival, their survival is predicated on that level of teamwork, there's going to be some sort of disagreement or infighting or because I'm going to need to do something that's going to benefit you, and it may cost me my life. So I'm going to have an issue with that. And if something that's going to benefit you costs me my life, to eliminate that threat, eliminate you. But I can't do that either because I need you for my survival. Because once you die, who's gonna stay awake while this damn thing's coming to eat me at night?
Right.
Death isn't
Can I ask
killing
two
someone
questions?
isn't the only form of. My bad. Go ahead.
No, you
And
good. I was just going to ask. Go ahead, Sean.
and also I'm gonna say, like, places like Iceland, right? When it's one of the safest places in the world, right? They don't have the greatest amount of resources and everything is fine over there. So it's places that's modern today that
That's
people
because of free
go
trade.
to and they are living without violence. Yeah, unlikely.
Yeah, you just said it because they don't have resources. So if they was abundant like Africa, they would get attacked like Africa. So look, my thing is this, right? Violence has created violence is the form of everything. Atoms don't come together harmonically; they collide. When you ain't having I like it's you're thrusting. You know what I'm saying? So it's like violence is the form of life. Without violence, nothing really exists. Even an insect knows that it has to enact violence to survive, and it doesn't have this huge brain that we have or anything like that. So when you understand that violence created the earth, it created the moon that you see. Violence runs through the waves, and sometimes it forms and creates hurricanes, right? So violence is just a way of life. There is no life without violence. Period. And yeah, that's really all I want to say.
So yeah, I don't agree with that. I think a lot of times us as men, we compare a lot of things to violence, and that's why we say beat the pussy up. You know what I'm saying? We say, I'm gonna get something. We say, I'm gonna get that ass tonight. Like we say it in very violent. Even the fact that we used to say booty. Booty is a form of taking, right? That's from pirates. That's what booty is from. It's taking something you enjoy the spoil. So a lot of things that we say and the way how we think violently. So therefore, it happens. However, if we have a higher evolution of thought patterns, we won't be thinking about violence. It's the most dumbest, barbaric way to live, to be honest. And we are going to say that we are the most intelligent beings on this planet. We are the most philosophized beings on this planet. We got the best thinking ability on this planet. Us as males, then we should not be looking at violence to maintain something because we at a higher level than violence. We could think our way through this earth thing.
If you met somebody who is incapable of violence or unwilling to do violence, would you think that they were smarter or higher thinking, or would you think they were a sucker?
Yes, if you got to take something from me, I'm better than you.
You can think that while you're living in a refrigerator box in the alley because somebody took all your shit.
All right,
but
so
if you're that much of a wimp, you're not going to be respected by anybody.
So Powder Dusty. So I created a show. So if somebody try to take my format and steal the things that I'm saying, who is the better person? The person that stole it from me or the person or me?
The person who can utilize it better.
Okay, fine. We both utilize it at the same level. We both making $100 off of it, same level. Who is better? The person that created it or the person that stole it?
I don't know that I think either one. If you've got a show like this, you're going to have competitors in the market. The minute somebody sees it,
that's why I'm trying to take it off like the show. I'm just saying, like the person that got to take away from somebody, that person cannot be better than the originator.
No, it's just more immediate. It's just more immediate.
It's
the one that's smart enough to think about something. Like if you can create something that's self-sustaining and you don't need to take from anybody, that's the smart man.
Right.
And he doesn't have to attack anybody else.
But if you don't have to waste the time developing it yourself, and then you can take it from two people, then you can cover twice the ground.
No,
so
but that's
then,
why I said he's just
that's
more
what agriculture. You know what y'all talking about? Y'all talking about agriculture because look, we don't take we don't take each other, but we farm animals. We take from animals, and we have killed millions of animals through. Okay, first of all, I want to say, we need to look up the definition of violence because Sharon is right. Violence is using force with the intent to hurt somebody. So he's right. We're using the word wrong. So the whole thing about force and being able to. I think he's right about that. I think we need to find.
So violence. So let me read it for you. It's behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something.
So I was using the legal definition, which includes a lot of levels of coercion. like kidnapping, for instance.
All right. So in the law, the unlawful exercise of physical force or intimidation by force, by such as force. Yeah. So it's still
The same thing, but with the intimidation component included.
right. An unlawful
It's
version of it.
the psychological violence.
Right. And so again, I believe y'all are proving my point, right? Is that the law is what's slowing people down from doing criminal activity, not violence.
I don't believe that anybody respects the law in and of itself without the threat of force or violence behind it. Likewise, I don't believe that anybody actually supports at least another man who doesn't have the capacity for violence.
No, the law just orders things so that we can make sense of how to manage our laziness. It's not the law. We just respect the ability to survive and be lazy. And do less. Because you're talking about it's easier to take the guy's stuff that was innovative, that could make something self-sustaining. It's just easier to take his, right? That's lazy.
Correct.
And it's not even that you're smarter than him, because he did something you couldn't do. If you were really smart, what you would do is innovate something that he doesn't have.
Correct.
That maybe needs, or something that assists his production, offer it to him in exchange for a piece of the pie. But you taking from him, it is overall destructive. It is not smarter. It's just more meaty.
So
Solves your problem.
If I'm looking out for myself and my family, right, this is my priority, and I have the option between creating one channel myself or stealing 3. What is the better decision?
Creating it yourself.
Even though I can only provide my family with 1/3 of the resources I could otherwise have done.
Yeah, but the other
that's assuming that you're assuming all the channels are equal.
Right.
I am. Yeah, I am. It's just a thought.
And those other 3 channels that you stole from, they could be taken away because you are stealing.
Well, they could be taken away anyways in the paradigm, right?
Right. I don't know, because we added stuff.
Because
if you take something from somebody, they could absolutely figure out a way to get it back.
Sure, but if
your own thought, they cannot take that from you necessarily.
Sure, they can. Once it becomes manifest in the real world, they can see that and they can take it.
Right.
Hey, you got a horse and buggy. You've been watching me drive my car. You figured that much out, and you stole it. It runs out of gas. How do I get this thing to start? You can't. You don't know where the gas came from. You just watch me drive it. I can do that. Stole it. Now you're back to your horse and buggy.
So you make a whole ass new car.
Right, but that's the problem. You can't make it. That's the problem.
You
cannot
can't
make it. I can make the car. You cannot. So once that car dies on you, you done. I can make another one. That's what we're trying to.
I can keep taking it.
If I have you got 6,000 pounds of yard art.
That's it. So the person that create the thing is.
I got a new car every time you got a new car.
So the person that creating the thing is more important than the person that can take it away.
I didn't say they weren't more important. I'm
smarter.
I'm saying what is a better survival strategy in that moment? You can have
to create.
It's not. I don't think it is.
To create is a better strat, because the person that takes, he's gonna have to continuously take. So therefore, he don't have no strategy.
Watch this. You ready? If I can create a car and I'm watching you, you can't. Hey man, look, I've created this car. Do me a favor. Help me out with this thing. I'll cut you in. As this thing grows, I'll create you one of your own. But I need, look, if you just help me for the next month using this thing to collect resources, you can use it half the time, I'll use it half the time, and I'll make you one of your own. But I just need your help right now. This thing is functioning, but the production rate exceeds what I'm able to keep up with. But if I had another guy, well, I'll be all right. And your family will eat. We'll eat thin now. I'll make you one next month. And boy, oh boy, you wait and see. But if you take mine, runs out again, well, fuck, what are you doing?
Let me point this out. The biggest employer on the planet is the U.S. federal government. It also is an institution that creates no wealth of its own.
Not true.
I mean, economically, I have an economics background. In economic models, governments are the only entities that do not produce any new value. They just redistribute existing value.
Okay.
So that's
The U.S. government also wields the military-industrial complex.
Right,
It's
and
the
all that
taker.
was created from taking things from citizens.
But
No,
who
it wasn't.
created? So I think the problem is this, right? So who created the government?
That doesn't change. That doesn't change the fact.
It does because people
No.
created it, right?
And
So,
how does it get
like,
revenue?
And the reason, the people that created it, right? They created it so they can have checks and balances for the people. The government wasn't created to make money.
That's the narrative, but none of us created a government.
What I'm saying is that if we just take the information, what you're saying, right? The government was never created to create money. That's not what it was there for.
I'm not saying it was. All I'm saying is that
that's why we can't.
It is the biggest, most successful employer on the planet right now, and its business model is to take, at the threat of force, stuff from people.
No, it isn't.
Oh,
It's not at the threat of force. It's at the threat of quid pro quo.
Let's say it is. Let's say it is. What is the point?
The point is that you can't say that taking things instead of doing extra work and innovating is a bad strategy. It's actually a very successful strategy if we look at the world objectively.
I think they're just saying morally it's bad.
Okay, I could agree with that. I thought we meant pragmatically.
No, pragmatically. Here in America, it is the corporate entity that's behind the government that creates the resources that it takes. But the government takes those resources not under the threat of duress or violence or anything like that. They take it under a quid pro quo agreement that I will write laws to benefit you. This whole structure of exchange that manages, this market, I will make sure the people operate in a way that is conducive to you doing business in exchange for the resources you're creating. The education system is going to funnel you employees. It's all coming to you, man. These people, the laws are going to do shit in your favor, Boeing, but it's a defense contract. I'm going to need some shit that I just can't create, but you will do it.
The biggest revenue source for the federal government is individual income taxes. That is not what you just described.
But that's what
No, I'm talking about resources, not money.
What I would say, Dusty, look, I see where you're going with it, but the first part of government is govern. So they are governing over a body of people. So that within itself. And then to say that the government does not pay out, to use the gentleman's last example, the one that's driving, look, Boeing just signed a large contract to create a F-47 aircraft. So the government paid them. Now, yes, the government received that money from citizens, but we pay into the government for protection, for rights, for education, which is the source subject for myself. But we pay into the government to govern ourselves. That's what we do.
You can say that and present it as voluntary, but we know that if you decide to stop paying the government, what will happen, right?
That's because we all decided on the law and to maintain that law.
No, we didn't.
Yes.
You and I, nobody here has ever voted on not one single tax law.
Yes, you do.
What law? What tax law did you vote on?
I can give you a recent one. The recent one that we voted on was weed. Literally.
Yeah, tax.
I'm talking about income tax. Federal income tax.
I think the problem is this: that I don't think majority of people actually go and vote. They're not involved.
We're talking about federal income
because
tax.
when you are a registered voter, they send these things to you that you literally have to vote on things that you are getting taxed on.
Federal income tax.
Okay, so federal does the tax cuts in 2017
how many teachers are getting hired within your community? All these things, we actually, if you are registered, you are voting on these things.
Federal income tax. We're talking about federal government, federal revenue.
Does the tax cuts in 27 count?
No, I mean not in my mind because you didn't vote on the tax cuts. You may have voted for a person.
Yeah, so we live in a representative democracy, so that's the system.
I understand that. My point is that you're doing semantic things where you act like there's voluntary agreements. There's not voluntary agreements. The minute that you choose that you don't want to be part of a voluntary agreement like taxes, you're going to find out that you're not allowed to opt out. That means it's not voluntary, even if you're happy with it.
There we go again, trimming the lead, but not chopping at the trunk.
We absolutely can opt out.
How can you opt out?
You can live off the grid.
How are you going to pay the property taxes?
It's places where you don't have to pay property tax. In
Wait.
America.
Yeah. What wasn't his initial argument that it's easier to take something from someone that created it?
Right, that's what he
Taxes is not that.
Right,
Yes, it
and
is.
we also moved to where no, you can absolutely live off the grid. There's places in America today that you do not have to pay property tax.
Florida, or no, wait, where is it?
Delaware is one of them.
Okay. So how
And you
gonna
can
get
live
that
off the
land?
grid. You don't
All
tap
right.
into the sewer system. You don't tap into the electricity,
All
and
right.
you could go off the grid.
So aside from
Literally.
people that live in the woods in Delaware,
But
gotta
that's
have
not.
you
It's
gotta
not
have
a.
income.
But no. So the conversation is not a besides. Is you said where, and I gave you a place.
But if everybody did that, then the country wouldn't exist. So it's not
But
actually feasible.
Okay, but that's the thing. Everybody don't want to live. Everybody wants to live amongst
Pay the
people.
taxes.
How we are. We
So
want
you're
to
saying
be
the
around
fact
each
that-
other.
the
We
fact that
don't want to
Delaware
be
exists-
alone. We don't want to live in solitude.
The
It
fact
is
that Delaware
okay.
exists means that taxes are voluntary. Is that what you're saying?
That's
It
not
is.
what he's saying.
I think
It is voluntary. You know why it's voluntary? Because you decide that if I'm going to be a part of society, I got to do what society does, which is pay taxes and go outside and enjoy paved roads, enjoy going to the grocery store, enjoy the FDA saying this is the amount of red 40 that goes in your food versus this amount of this goes in your food. So all those things you got to enjoy if you want to be a part of society. But if you don't want to be part of society,
But also
your
leave the
option
country.
is go live your ass in the woods and hunt some damn deer, rabbits, and what else?
Or
Literally,
vote to have it changed.
Literally, you could
And
go to
we don't
Alaska,
vote for
they're
that way.
going to pay you. Literally, you could go to Vermont, they're going to pay you to live there. Literally, right now,
You get paid
today.
in Alaska too by the oil fund.
They pay you. You know what I'm saying? So you can go places where they pay you to live there. Vermont, if you go ahead, you could go ahead right now, look it up right now. They will pay you to move there.
Yeah.
There are no states in the U.S. that completely lack property tax.
They can still leave the country if they don't want to buy into the system. So I guess the thing would be if enough people wanted to change, it would get changed
What is
through
this
the
Delaware
representatives.
shit? There are no states. You're talking out your ass, making shit up.
If
He,
you
What he's
he
doing
didn't
is
say
killing
the
his own
complete.
argument.
He didn't say the complete state. He said there's a part of the state, a district, an area. There's
Right.
specific areas within states. So he didn't just say the state in total.
He did.
Right, because if you build a house on this goddamn property and you using the water, hey, people need to get into buying land and start doing a due diligence on land and where you can buy it from, and this way you can know there's plenty of places that you don't pay a property tax if you situate yourself in a certain way. But I get it. We can fight it or we want to. However,
Louisiana has the lowest, if anyone's wondering, at 0.17%.
I think they just talked about increasing it too, actually.
So
But what is your main point, Dusty? Because I don't know, maybe I wasn't paying attention enough. But what's your main point?
I was arguing for taking things as a viable, pragmatic survival strategy, not as a moral one.
I don't think I necessarily disagree.
The short game is fine, but what about the long game? Taking as a long game?
It depends on if you're able to use what you take to gain, to give some to, right? Like scratching some backs so they scratch yours.
Oh, so now you have to undo some of the taking by giving. So you have to offset. So taking is right. All right. So taking in and of itself is not long game beneficial.
No, taking in isolation is not.
Right. You have to reverse it in order for the long game to happen. Now, my next question is this: innovation, does that have a long game?
Sure.
Does it have a short game?
It's more. I would say it's more long game than short game. But it's neither.
Innovation has a short game. You know how I know? If it didn't, you wouldn't be able to take it.
So
Say
I
that
think
again.
If it didn't have a short game, you wouldn't be able to take it because the benefit of taking it is a short game benefit. If innovation is not short game rich, there's nothing to take. You're waiting for the long game to take it.
The innovative process is more of a long-term investment.
I think it's so many ways to avoid. What I'm really trying to say is that it is ways around all these things that we don't have to be violent to get a woman or be violent to have peace in our neighborhoods. We don't need to be violent and try to push out this whole patriarchy idea that we have to be violent to have
You're
some
right.
kind of
We're lazy and impatient.
And that is the human condition.
And it is okay to understand that this shit is not. I would like if men would just understand that it's not working the way how they think. And the whole idea, like yesterday, Amber's a part of an argument about body count versus discipline. It don't make no sense that the body count doesn't really actually matter as long as she is sexually. If she has some vagina discipline and he has discipline, that is in comparison. But her body count don't actually have nothing to do with it whatsoever. It don't have nothing to do with the conversation.
It's an approximation that allows you to know what questions to ask, but no, it is not an accurate measure taken to be able to assess someone's value. No.
Yeah, it's a horrible form of it too.
Yeah, it matters just to the degree that it's a snapshot of what's going on, but it's not representative directly. No, it's not. You don't put anything in it, any you don't invest any real stock in it, because it would matter if it's 1,000 bodies, right? You can't clean that up, so you got to ask that question. But the difference between 5, 10, and 20, you just have to ask about the nature of the relationships and the timeline across which they occurred. Now, if it was 20 tonight, right, there you go. Yeah. But the number itself, no, they're just indicators to tell you what question to ask.
Right.
You know what I mean? They are relevant, but they're not crucial.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. It doesn't have really anything to do with it. And this is why the patriarchy and this whole body count, discipline is not being productive for men to have these type of arguments, because it doesn't produce a productive male in the dating market to have these talking points.
It could if they were good faith and genuine and honest, right? But you can't sit there and go, as a man, sleep with as much as you can before marriage. As a woman, you should be chaste, right? Those are the two optimal premarital strategies that you can deploy, right? And when you have a conversation premised on that, then yeah, you're right. It is not worth it. It is Barnum and Bailey, bro. But if you're actually having it honestly, you know what I mean, with a framework that makes sense, listen, as a man, you don't want to sleep with as many women as you want. You may want to encounter as many women as you can to understand women,
right?
So that you can be more nuanced and more skilled at, dealing with the one you got when you get her. But that doesn't mean sleep with her, because if you do sleep with a bunch of women, the women that you're asking to be virgins, how can they be virgins? How can they maintain that?
It's not possible, unless they sleep with men. I don't know. Clearly, that must be the thing. Because it doesn't make sense what they are saying at all. If you're a promiscuous man, you most likely gonna find a promiscuous woman. That's just what it is. Majority of people, even grown folks, I know grown folks today that don't have this 50 body count, and I'm talking about grown ass folks. They don't, right? One way that you say, like, this is by you literally getting with your person and be with that person. All right. If you be with somebody you was with this person for 10 years, that's one person for 10 years.
Yep.
Exactly.
So you met that one person at 20. Guess what? You with that one person for 10 years, and then now you get another person, and you with that person for 5 years. You've been for the past 15 years, you had 2 bodies.
Exactly.
Right. So this idea that you got to be old and have 100 body count is insane. No, you got to have some kind of sexual discipline. Like Aaron just said, yes, you could go on dates. Both parties, they could go on dates and all that, but that doesn't mean that you got to sleep with everybody that you went on a date with.
No, and discipline is not chastity, and that's not celibacy.
Right. It's
Celibacy is you used to fuck and you're taking a break. Chastity is you are saving yourself. Discipline is just being discerning with when, who, where, and under what circumstances you do have sex. There's all kinds of standards around and constraints that govern what you do to increase the quality of what you're doing. That's discipline.
Right. Absolutely. Welcome to the show, Ambassador 750. What's your thoughts? And then we got E the Man Williams. And Ambassador, you there? All right, while Ambassador get his microphone set up, go ahead, E the Man Williams.
I think what we got to realize is a lot of these guys are just getting excuses for why they still single, why they can't accomplish the things that they want. I don't know too many men who, like, until I got to these spaces, I didn't understand how many men would be up here making excuses on why they couldn't find a good woman or saying it's not no good woman, and it just shows that they just unable to accomplish the task. I don't hear Sharon or Aaron or even, like I said, the people that accomplish the task complaining. It's usually single dudes who can't get women, and they swear up and down they get all the women. But they can't find that one woman that they want for the simple fact that they're making excuses for the reality of their life.
Damn. That's crazy, but it must be true. The reason why you keep finding promiscuous women is because you're a promiscuous man. It is you are the same hole that you are finding in your space every goddamn day. You think that you are different. That's the problem with a lot of you men. Y'all think that y'all are the virtuous one, but no, you are not. You are the fun person, just like she's the fun person.
See, but Bracy, my biggest thing is I think people, if they want to be promiscuous, they should have the expectation that they're gonna be with other people that sleep around too. Like so I'm okay with you saying, you know what, I want to go to the club, I want to sleep with her, but why you want to go to the club and find you a wholesome woman and mess her up? No, go out there and be in the streets with the people in the streets. Like, it's crazy.
That shit is crazy. You know you was not looking for no goddamn wife in the place where they are having sex the most.
It's almost like you show up to a swingers club. I want somebody who never swung before. Nah, nigga, you at the swingers club. What are you talking about? Like, it's crazy.
Go ahead, JR Boxer. This is crazy.
No, what I was gonna say, in my short time of listening and being a participant in your show, this is the first time I've agreed with Eater Man when he came in and said something. Because usually Eater Man come in hot and he'll say some off the wall stuff. But Eater Man, I agree with you, man. What you said, that to me and my understanding of it, that's true to me.
Like they will literally tell a woman that if she has sex one time out of wedlock, she's a hoe. That's what they would say. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, they'll say some crazy stuff, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like they just keep trying to paint all women as hoes because they are not the virtuous man that they trying to talk about all the time. A lot of these men, when they are talking about these virtuous men that's taking care of the bills, 100% of the bills, and having the discipline, and he still goes out there and get cheated on, like this 100% great man, and he still can't find it. That's because they are afraid for themselves to become a virtuous man because they feel like they'll get played, and they know they're not. So they make an excuse for themselves to be this degenerate style of man, because that's the way how they going to save their heart.
And then they get up here and then they lie and they gonna tell you all the virtuous women want these type of men, but none of them can find a virtuous woman. See, this is what the women want. They be like, the woman want me to be degenerate. The woman want me this. Well, if the woman wants you to do all that, why you ain't got one? It don't even make no sense at this point. Like, y'all double talking.
That's a great point, Eda, man. Go ahead, Aaron. I see you jumped off of mute. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's just another case where they take a semi-fact, a half-truth, and conflate it, right? So with the idea that women want men that can get a lot of women and have slept with a lot of women. No, that's not what they want. The number of women a man can sleep with is an indicator that he's capable of landing a lot of women, which does require skill. Women want skilled men. Women Women don't want men with high body counts directly.
Right.
There's another skill, the ability to retain a woman.
Right. Great point.
That's a body count of 1.
But Aaron, that's the thing. See, women want men that are higher desired, not men that sleep around. They do
Right.
like
Right.
so when we say, oh, they want these bad boys that sleep around. No, they don't. They want men
They
that
don't.
other women desire but cannot
Right.
have.
Right. They just leverage that indicator that's evidence that they're desired. A good way to show evidence that a man is desired is a lot of people have, given in on the act of their desire. But that does not mean he's valuable. It just means he has a track record that he's desirable. But they use that number. It's stupid, man.
And then they get up here and they say, I just don't understand, Sharon. Sharon, why can't me making 25,000 and living with my mama can't get a virtuous woman? Sharon, I don't understand why I
See,
don't
there you go.
qualify.
There you go.
It'd be wild the amount of freestyling they be doing to try to prove a point. And they come up with these hypotheticals that don't really exist in real life. That's another part that be bugging me out. All these fake ass hypotheticals that don't work in real life. Yes, is it a man that did everything right and he still got cheated on? Yes, but what does that mean?
But like, and the vice versa, it's a woman that did everything right, and a dude walked out on her. Like, people gonna be peopling. Like, this idea that we're gonna stop people making robots now, and they ain't gonna do human type things. That's what it is. What you
here's the
need to
thing,
do is try to find someone who don't even think that way, and then that's still not guaranteed.
But here's the thing, E. They think that it is okay for the man to cheat on a woman because that's his nature. To wanna, because he produced so much sperm a day, even though we don't produce a lot of sperm a day, we produce it, and then whatever is left over, it just reabsorbs back into the body. So it's not that we produce it so much a day, right? But anyway, we produce so much millions of sperms, and all those millions of sperms, they have to leave our body, because if they don't, we ain't being manly. That's the part that they want to say.
Well, you know what? They're right, but it's a half truth. If it's a biological imperative to reproduce, then that means those sperm have a job to do. So if he's fulfilling his biological imperative by inseminating a whole bunch of women, he's going to have a hell of a lot of babies, right? That's a biological imperative. Here's the catch. Can you fulfill your biological imperative taking care of all of them?
Right. And
because when it comes down to, you got to take.
But that's the only thing I'm saying, Aaron. It's still a lie. Like, cause all your millions of sperms that go into your wife. Like, this idea, like, I gotta spread it out. I gotta go and put it somewhere
Well, you know what they do? They put
He's
a. You know what they do? They put a condom in between it. They put a condom in between it. I'm gonna go exercise my biological imperative and then sabotage it by putting a condom on it. No, son. You're going doing what nature intended.
Right.
Why the fuck you gonna muzzle your weapon like that?
Correct. Because it's just a BS talking point, 100%.
It also goes the other way too. If a male has a biological necessity to want to do that, then a woman has a biological necessity to want to carry, which means that their urges that they're going into, whether if they have sex with a bunch of men, is the same urge that you're going into by having sex with a bunch of women.
It's natural and not whole.
Right. But I do gotta go. So I appreciate you having me. Everybody have a good day. Drive safe, Aaron. Get wherever you're going. Unlikely. And yeah, everybody have a good day. Stay safe.
Appreciate you, AR. Thank you. Thank you again.
Take care, bro.
And so yes, that's the thing that they fail to understand, right? So that means that it's just natural for them to do it as well. So therefore, we
gotta stay on the talking point. Talking about it's not natural for a woman to want a man to come inside of her. That's not a natural thing. It's natural.
So why does oxytocin get released when he does? So why is oxytocin? Oxytocin is released in a woman's body when a man does that. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing: the biological imperative, the mechanism is pleasure. It's an incentive to do something that we wouldn't do otherwise. If I watched another man have a child and go through that whole process, if a woman watched another woman give birth And sex was not nearly as pleasurable as it is. You think we're gonna have babies? No. Sex can be as pleasurable as an ice cream cone. I'm watching that man suffer. Fuck that. Sex has to feel so unbelievably crazy. It has to become such a drive that it's a biological imperative to fool us into parenthood. We would cease to be if it wasn't that the case.
It's crazy.
You think a woman would have sex with you if she saw another woman give birth? You ever see Alien? That thing tried to cut her in half. Fuck you. I mean, not fuck you. I
Aaron,
mean, like,
yes, she
no.
would, Aaron. Listen, I know it sounds crazy.
No,
Like
she
it's the
wouldn't. She
same. Hold
would
on, look,
because
Aaron.
No, but either man,
Hold
he took out. Either man, don't forget, he took out that it was pleasurable to do it.
the
Okay,
desire and all that.
I get that, but I just see somebody sees dude literally right there do some meth and dude almost died and dude was like, it's my turn. I'm like, nigga, what you mean it's your turn? You just saw this dude literally die for this stuff and you talk about it's your turn. So I think it's just people stupid, Aaron. Like this
Well,
idea
no,
that
because
people make
he's
logical
experienced the
decisions is
pleasure of
crazy.
meth before.
Yeah, that's what I
He's
said. That's what I
experienced
said.
it's the
Yeah,
pleasure.
yeah, you're right. So that's why I say, okay, I get if you said that if it wasn't pleasurable, do you
No,
think
yeah,
that?
that's
I
the
don't know,
incentive.
cause well, that's the thing that I'm arguing about, Eric. Because most women saying that it's not pleasurable. They're not being fulfilled. So and they
No,
still
no,
out
no, no,
here
no, no.
doing
They're
it.
not having an orgasm.
Right, that's the difference.
I don't know. Some women ain't being fulfilled. I don't think all these. I think it's a. I can't say high, but a large group of women who ain't being fulfilled sexually.
That all I'm saying is
No,
that listen, all you ladies, I'm gonna have a class for y'all. Make sure y'all get there. Don't worry about
yeah, they're not having an orgasm. And do you know why? Whose orgasm is more important, hers or the man's?
it. Ooh, I
Both.
think if you want
No,
to keep,
his.
why?
No,
It's the
it's
only
not.
one.
No, we can't go
It's
to
the
this biological stuff,
Let
man.
them substantiate. Let's see where it
it's the
goes.
only one that keeps the planet populated. Between the two orgasms, it's the only one that's responsible for us being here today. If she
But
fires a
I
rocket,
can't
she fires a rocket. We fire a rocket, lineage.
Mm. What's your thoughts,
agree
Steve?
with that. 'Cause I disagree with that is because half the times when you fire your rocket, you're pregnant. So that now we try to say you talk about the 1 out of 50 times that your rocket make it
None
to
of no no no
the
no no no. What I'm saying is her rockets don't do anything.
Wow.
Her rocket will never drive uh, mankind into the future. Never will.
I don't know.
A woman's
Honestly,
orgasm does not produce an offspring.
I don't know, man. I think they get pregnant quicker when they come. And y'all coming at the
It
same
needs the
time. Yeah,
man to
definitely.
fire a rocket as well.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like I think like if she dry and you ain't turned her on, she ain't getting no pregnant, man. You gotta have that thing nice and moist. And she
He's
come
missing
when
it.
you come, you guaranteed to have a baby.
Right. We understand what you're saying. You're saying ejaculation is more important.
Without that, everything else is moot.
That's a tough one.
As far as procreation, unless you want to do some laboratory shit, but that's not that's not the conversation.
But you kind of get what I'm saying, Aaron. Like procreation might be 5% of the times that we having sex. So I get if you want to go to that 5%, but
Right.
95% of the time we can't say that his ejaculation is more important than hers because
Right.
they're not procreating most of the time,
And
especially
No,
if you have a condom.
that's my exact point. That's my exact point that they can't leverage this biological imperative properly. Because if they did, they would understand it. They'll put a condom on the whole situation,
All
not
right, so
understanding that the biological imperative is not putting the condom on if they want to adhere to it. But
all right,
it's a
so
cop out.
I got you. So Aaron, with a man having a condom on, who what ejaculation is more important?
None, neither.
Damn, that's crazy.
It's up to the two people. If it were me, hers.
Listen,
Damn.
her ejaculation is the most important because you're guaranteed to get yours.
Absolutely.
Well,
That's why hers
no,
is the more important one.
yeah,
Yours is
no,
guaranteed to
prioritize,
come.
prioritize, yes,
And
but
if
not
you,
because
you
I'm
ain't
getting.
got no guarantees, you got to work on yourself, mama. You got to go look in the mirror. You know?
And listen, fellas out there, right? All you fellas out there, you need to start put that woman first. You better start doing it. She'll react to you better. She'll cook you breakfast better. She'll cook your dinner differently. And if you are trying to conceive, Eda Man and PhD would confirm that if she's busted a nut, hey, that egg is gonna get fertilized a little easier.
Yeah, it
Hey,
definitely helps.
you know the funny part about it? I have never heard a man that had a woman come and say that she don't cook for me or clean for me.
I ain't never heard Eda Man.
I ain't never heard that. Like, listen, like when dudes be like, "Oh, they don't cook and clean," I say, "Oh, you ain't satisfied, huh?"
You
That's the first thing I think about.
Yo, Eda Man, I ain't never heard of that before.
Yeah, I was like, you telling me that she came 3-4 times and she didn't get up and make you no breakfast that morning?
Yeah.
Nigga, you ain't shit.
Hey, listen, Eda Man, I only had 3 women in my lifetime, all right? That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But out of those 3 women, for some reason, they all, even the ones that said they had never cooked, they figured out a way to cook.
They had that YouTubing. They be at that YouTubing.
Listen, now, let me
I
see
think
how
even
I
that's-
make these goddamn tacos, because he said he liked tacos on Tuesday. Let me see how I make this damn thing.
I think even that's the wrong way to look at it.
I remember Aaron when my family came to my house.
And what happened, Eda Man?
They was like, she in there cooking
my
soul
father.
food, huh? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
They was like, she in there cooking soul food, cornbread, macaroni and cheese. I looked at my dad and I was like, yeah, she told me this.
Hey, Eda Man, like every time before everybody knew that she could cook, they was like, "What, you cooking collard greens?" Ooh. They swear to God, hey, they think that she gonna have some goddamn raisin in her potato salad. Absolutely not. She know how to cook oxtails, curry chicken, all that shit, all that black stuff. She know how to cook all that. Why you think?
Cause she be coming.
I wonder, yo, Eda Man, if she Dana came over and she was just cooking Russian dishes, then hey, I must not be doing my job.
Well, you know what though? I wouldn't want her to orgasm so she can cook for me though, because that's an exchange. Once the orgasm stops, the cooking stops. Now, if I give you an orgasm, it's because I want to give you an orgasm. As a matter of fact, don't cook.
No,
I want you to
that's not
cook
what we
because it's
saying.
me.
No, what we saying, Aaron, it's some kind of correlation to the men that's saying that.
Yeah. It shouldn't be.
Right. For some reason, I'm saying that even the woman that told me, out of the 3 women, one of them told me that they don't cook or clean. All I know, they was cooking and cleaning. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's
it's a byproduct.
It ain't because of nothing else, because they still was screaming, yell at me, but because hey, no dick. Surrounding, get up, no dick. They're like, surrounding, no dick. They're like, all right, okay. I'm gonna not scream and yell. I'm gonna go cook you some tacos. All right, then. Zero tolerance. That's what I do, Keisha G. That's all I say. As soon as they get mad, no, they straighten right up. They're like, all right, forget it. Never mind. I'm not even angry no more. I don't even know why we fighting for. They don't understand the E.
The funny part about it is these niggas like, you can have that much power.
Yes, you can.
Like, dang. It was like, I didn't know you can have it like that. I say, don't think she started clapping at their house.
Let me go cut your favorite snack. Thank you, babe. I appreciate you. Let me finish. Ambassador 750, your microphone working? Damn.
I think it is. I don't know.
Oh, there you go.
I think
Good
it
day,
is.
sir. What's that you want to talk about? Good day.
In And y'all keep making me lose my train of thought. That last conversation was funny. It was just funny.
He said he'll know nothing about that, Sharon. That nigga
No,
making his own
I know.
sandwiches right
But
now.
it makes your it makes relationship easier. If you actually get an orgasm. It does make it easier. But I don't know if it should be required, but it does make things easier.
So hold on. So you said that your orgasm shouldn't be required?
No, I'm saying I don't think that the orgasm should be required for cooperation. That's all I'm saying.
I
I
get
don't.
that,
I
but I'm
don't.
saying, do you think that if you was with a woman, y'all was
Hey,
having
hey,
sex, and she just
don't do
got
that.
up off you and said, "Okay, that's enough. I'm good." How would you feel about that?
I mean, well, shit. I come from the black community, so that means you got lame dick, and that's that's a pretty bad thing to have in the black community. But
I
I
feel
don't think.
edified.
I think in a culture that isn't so like matrifocal, I don't think other men, cared that much.
No, I'm just saying, like,
For
so
us, it's
that's what I'm
very
saying. If
serious.
you wouldn't comment, are you still gonna take out the trash? You know, that's the definition of masculine. I heard that dude say he take out the trash, so he masculine. So
Right.
you talking, you gonna take out the trash, you gonna fix everything, you gonna take care of this woman, pay their bills. She having sex with you, you just ain't coming. You tell me you good with that?
Well, I'm not saying I'm good with that, but what I will say is that in a lot of marriages, you have sexless marriages. So men are still doing the job without getting any sex. So I get what point you're trying to make, but a lot of
No,
marriages are sexless marriages. So they're still
no,
getting the
it's
job
not.
done
Stop
regardless.
it. Stop it. It's no report to
Oh,
say that a lot of marriages are sexless marriage. But the point that I'm trying to help you is if your nut is mandatory, why her nut ain't mandatory too? Like if you stop nutting,
you
you
mean on
leaving.
moral basis?
Like if let me ambassador, if you stop nutting, you leaving, right? Oh,
Oh, my bad. I'm doing two things at once. I'm watching the kids at the park and all that stuff. But I mean, me not no, but that's like an individual thing. I'm saying that there's a sizable. I don't think it's majority, but there's a sizable minority of men who are in sexist marriages, and they still get the job
I know,
done.
but
That's
you
all.
keep trying to talk about the sexless marriage. Are you married, sir?
Yeah, I'm married, so that's the
Are you in a
context.
sexless marriage?
No, I'm cool.
All right,
My
Sharon
my
ain't in it.
relationship,
Listen, that's the problem.
He just had a baby. He definitely getting it
right,
in.
right.
No,
Yeah,
but this is what I'm saying is we be hearing these stories about these sexual marriages, and I be asking married people, "Hey, y'all fucking?" It's like, yeah,
Right.
that's why we still together. We fucking. So I'm trying
Right.
to figure out who are
I
these
mean that's.
sexless
They took
marriage?
surveys, man. I mean, that stuff isn't, and I don't know if they're being completely honest with you, man. Because I sit down and, I've had husbands sit down and say, man, she over there masturbating while I'm in the house.
So
I
here's
haven't
the
even
thing,
got there.
Keith.
You
What
know, I've
what
heard these things before, and it's. I get what you're saying. I get the point you're trying to say, but it's
so here's the thing. This
that's
is
what
what
I think.
Edith Man is talking about. He's saying the reason why, even though women are all submissive in the bed, right? Because they're the ones getting penetrated. The reason why when that meeting is done, they are not submissive to you is because you are not performing properly when she is being submissive to you. So it don't make no sense.
I think that is um, the point for the black community.
No,
The
that's
black
and
community.
it doesn't matter. No, it's in women community, right? So as long as you are, when she says, "Okay, baby, I love you," she open them legs, she's submissive. She lets you inside, and you handle your business properly. She's going to be submissive when she stands up. But if she's submissive to you and you cannot handle your job when y'all get up, don't expect her to be submissive. It ain't going to work because she said,
But
"When
see,
I
but
allow you to, you can't do your job." Go ahead, Edom.
even he said it himself. He said that she's in the other room while he at home pleasing herself. That's because she ain't coming. That's why she over there. Because you ain't doing your
Why you
job.
got to make the noise?
I don't think that. I think it's funny. It's humorous. I give it that. I think it's funny, but I don't think that's a condition for. I mean, in the black community, sure, that's probably a pretty good condition for cooperation. But for the most part, I mean, you just go over the border, to Mexico. The people are just cooperative because that's a cultural thing. That's just what you're expected to do. You know, whether you're getting an orgasm or whether you're a farmer picking avocados out of a tree or whatever the case is. You know, the wife is just they train each other to be like that.
Absolutely
It's
not.
it's not a conditional thing.
This is another problem that a lot of men have. They don't really deal with other races of human beings, so they automatically just go to the few submissive women that they ever seen in another race or religion and say that's how the majority of women move in, and that's not the case. It's not even close to true.
Wait, you're saying that like what part is wrong?
That because they seen two submissive Mexicans that's the majority of the women over there. It's not true. The majority of the women are not submissive in whatever country they think they see submissive women at.
Now I think we're just running into definitions. So I mean, when I'm talking about not being submissive, I'm talking about things like they're not cooking, they're not cleaning, they're not taking care of the kids. The kids can't read, you know, stuff like that. You know, things
Right,
that
and
are traditional.
I'm pretty sure.
Tradition.
Right, and across all positions, I don't think Mexicans is reading at a higher level. I don't think Brazilians is reading at a higher level. We can keep going down the list when we see how many people want to come here and, you know, and have a better life. So this idea that other women are doing better than our women is nonsense. They are not.
So just say I don't know.
It's the reason why the majority of people that is taking care of other races' babies is black women. Because we do a very good job at raising children. So this idea that black women, so to speak, cannot raise children or they not submissive is nonsense.
Have you looked at the reading levels for black boys recently?
Right, in America, yes.
Yeah.
So why is it that black boys? This is why I don't like to bring this stuff up. So why is it that black boys is reading at that level, but young black women are reading at a higher level?
I mean, it's a long thing, but the system was a book called More Than Title IX, right? Where
so you're saying that the system is teaching. So you're saying the system is teaching girls differently from boys?
No. They are teaching boys. They're trying to teach boys the same way that girls learn, and it's handicapping the boys.
All right, so therefore you're saying that boys cannot learn at the same rate as women?
No, I'm saying boys learn differently than women. I'm not saying
so they can't learn in the equal playing field, so they got to have a different playing field. Correct?
I don't like equal as a charged term. They just need a different learning style, right? The idea of having a boy sit in the classroom for hours at a time when we know that boys struggle in those type of environments, but we're just going to force the boys to do that because the women are able to learn like that. And you just tell the boys, well, just get over it, you know, fail if you have to.
So when women couldn't go to school, how did they teach the boys back then? Because it was a time period where women didn't go to school. So how did they teach the boys back then?
Boys' school before Title IX and all that had a lot more hands-on things like the trades. You had auto mechanics.
What that got to do with reading?
You had PE. You know, it's the way that you manage the classroom. Like you talk to teachers. A lot of your job is how you manage the classroom.
That's
you don't manage the classroom saying, you know, oh, you're not sitting still. I'm going to put you on drugs and put you in a learning deficient class. You know, that's not how they dealt with boys before Title IX.
Yeah, that's just crazy talk. Genesis I am with the $4.99. No steaks and eggs unless the cakes are baked, sirs. Proper cheek clappage is a perfect meal ticket. The kitchen is open, zaddies. Shout out to Genesis I am. So you saying that? So this is only for black boys, or is it for boys in general?
Boys in general are doing bad ever since this change. Now they're using black boys because it's the most egregious. So you know, it's the same thing as using black people as a mascot, right? So it's more egregious with black boys.
So white men that's in rural parts are in non-financial places, right? The places that is not abundance of money. You saying those white boys are reading at a higher level or equal level to the black boys in poverty?
You're saying the
The
you're trying to
white
get me to
males,
compare
the white
black
males that's
boys,
in the same
white
public
boys,
schools, right?
black boys.
The white males that's in the same public schools, are they reading at a higher level than the black ones?
Same public schools. See, this stuff is like a study. I don't. So when you get in deep into the weeds of it, I don't know if they're breaking it down. The book is Rich Reeves and the Crisis of Boys, right?
Right. So what I'm
So
trying to get you to understand
I
that
don't know.
this stat that the black manosphere be talking about is bullshit.
Wait, what part is bullshit? The fact that the
That
boys can't read?
the
Like what
reason
part is
why
that?
males can't read is because of whatever the stuff that you said is bullshit. Because they got other males and other races in the same situation. The women are taught in the same situation. They don't have nothing to do with that.
And I mean, you're going against the Brookings Institute. You're going against all these institutions that are identifying the boy problem and saying it's just bullshit. They can read and they can function and you know they're doing just fine.
So right, so it's a parenting problem.
Well, I mean, I think we can agree on that. It's parenting problem.
Okay, so and what we need is more fathers in the homes, and this way we can solve this problem.
Well, yeah, you know, you got to protect the father's presence in the kid's life. You know,
Okay,
it
so
shouldn't be easy to get rid of the father out of the kid's life. That's true. I agree with
all
that.
right. So once we solve that problem within our community, we stop being the number one fatherless homes in our communities. Then we would solve the problem for black boys reading at a third grade reader level. So us as black men, we need to get involved with our black children because the fathers that are there, guess what? Those kids, they do pretty well in life.
Well,
Oh yeah, that's true. Father's
yes.
there. If the father's there, it's a direct correlation to their success. The more time you have with your dad, you know, you're going to experience a higher rate of success. That's true.
Okay. All right. We agree with that. Go ahead, Aaron. You disagree? Go ahead.
No. Everything you said is correct, but there's still a problem that exists. It's just you're circumnavigating it. Just in school, there is a difference, and it's something that I've experienced. Right? It's not an
Get out.
absolute cause of the discrepancy, because if you look in the white community, there's going to be a gap between the reading level of the boys and the girls as well. It's just that when you compare their boys with our boys, that's when what you're saying comes into play. But anybody that is schooled in that kind of framework that he was discussing, that problem still exists, and I can tell you how. When reading in school, we read and develop our vocabulary by reading Chaucer and Shakespeare and all these other sorts of things. Or when we write, creative writing, it's usually something like that, plays and stuff. We reenact these things. That doesn't necessarily jive with the natural boy's imagination. He kind of reads it and is looking at words across the page and trying to comprehend. But a girl can read it and immerse herself in it. The words take on more meaning. She can paraphrase the shit and tell you what she can get into the philosophy of it. And the writer is trying to say, and she writes her own story, and it's brilliant. Boys, they started to really develop their vocabulary and understanding of words by reading manuals as they develop the ability to operate, learn how to fix a car. You ever look at a Haynes manual or a Chilton Guide? Very technical. A lot of words in there. If you don't have a good understanding of English language, you lost, right? But you got to learn these words and understand them so you can apply them as you take apart a vehicle or you're in a wood shop or whatever. There's always some manual to read. And boys kind of are invested in the work so that the words come alive to them because they can see it and what they're about to do. You know what I mean?
So
So I just think it's the application is the problem.
So you think
Yeah,
that
yeah.
if we have classes and we put manuals in front of them and tell them how to do something, they will learn how to read?
I think you would see an improvement if like any kind of robotics class or STEM class was like ballooned. and included shopping like automobiles, if you saw this kind of stuff more, and it was predicated by the use of manuals, not just now looking at a computer screen at a blueprint and then trying to put it together based on that. Go the old school way where there's instructions to the blueprint step by step you have to read before you pick up a wrench. Yeah, I think absolutely the vocabulary and the reading level would increase. And I say anecdotal experience because I had learning disability coming up that was solved by STEM, which is why I'm in engineering, blah, blah, blah. And I went to a military academy. It was all boys. The learning style was very different. I mean, we had a rifle class and all, you know what I mean? But when I was at home in the public school with the girls, oh my God. Are you kidding? I wanted to.
Yeah, and I'd agree with you. Like, you're not the only one who's experienced that. You know, boys having schooling that is more geared towards technical schooling, a technical view of things, they do better. Boys in all boys academies, universe overall, do better. The success rate is just not even comparable. Not even
They
comparable.
tried to tell me I had ADD because I'm looking out the window in the first grade all the time. My mom says, well, did you ask him a question? What you talking about? Yes. Did he get it right? Yes. Then he has the information. He's out the window. He's bored. We're reading, you know, and I'm like, I read it once, done.
Same thing with me. They try to put on what is that? What's that popular one they try to put all the kids on? I can't remember what's called. Ritalin. There we go. Try to put me on Ritalin, right? In a science class.
Yeah, they try to get it. Right, exactly.
But come to find out is that the work was just too easy. I was bored, spinning around in my chair. Her idea was, well, put him on drugs.
Now, they gave me an erector set, right? They never saw such focus. They said, what's this boy on meth? The investment
that's what
was
was
there.
shocking. Once I got done fighting with my counselors,
Go ahead, JR Boxer. JR Boxer, what's your thoughts?
Man, it's a combination of things. I believe all the gentlemen across the panel are saying a lot of things that contribute to a lot of the factors that go into it. Sharon, you mentioning the fact that there's less fathers in the home. The other gentleman mentioning the misdiagnosing of children in certain age groups and ethnicities and things like that, especially in the Black community. To me, I look at it from like a statistics like situation. Like when I drop my daughter off at school in the morning and I look at the teachers that are out there, it's all women. So, and I'm not saying that women are not properly educating young men, but what I'm saying is that when young men or little boys are sitting in the classroom and things like that, what are they aspiring to look at? Because little girls can look at a woman teaching them and be engaged and see that and say, oh, that lady, that's somebody I want to be like, or my favorite teacher is this person. But I believe I was reading an article, it was like last week, because I was getting ready to go to the school board for my daughter. And it was a crazy statistic, like somewhere around like 20% of like teachers are men. And even when you ask like young kids, like growing up, no young kid will tell you like, I want to be a teacher. They usually say they want to be some type of sports athlete or something like that, because that's primarily like what they see or what they engage in. So, just looking at it, like even me making an assessment, I'm dropping my daughter off at school. Yeah, she's reading at a higher level. Maybe her brain develops faster and all of the science you want to put behind it and things like that. But she goes to school, and every grade that she has been in, there's been a woman instructing her. So she has a woman figure to look at. And for little boys, until you get up in the college profession and things like that, because most professors are men, but by the time you get there, there's more women teaching, in the profession than there are men. But women are doing a phenomenal job of like teaching. But to me, I think like little boys, maybe don't have that inspiration or see it because they're not seeing a man instruct them. You usually see a man coaching them. I want to be like my coach, but oftentimes not, you don't see little boys saying, I want to be a teacher, because they don't always see a man teaching them.
Wow.
But that's just how I look at it, Obviously, these are my opinions only. No opinions of Sharon or the panel member, but just my opinion.
I enjoyed women math and science teachers, believe it or not, and men English teachers and history teachers, because I hate English. A woman And Drago the Dragon spit fire. I'm gonna go to sleep. But Mr. James, Drago the Dragon, he spit his flame. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be awake. But math, I need somebody calm because I like math and I want to focus. Same thing with science. I mean, a man can do it too, but a woman that taught me physics in high school really was successful. But she was also stoic. Everybody else hated her. She was strict. Everybody hated her.
So do any man here would tell a young boy to become a teacher?
Yeah, I told my young nephew. I told him, I said, hey man, you can, he was having trouble in school and stuff like that. And I told him, I sat him down. He's 9 years old. I sat him down. I said, hey man, being a teacher, that's a great profession. You got to have respect for your teachers. That is something that that is an authority figure in your life. You should have respect for that person. That's something you should aspire to be if you so choose to. And I literally just had this conversation with my nephew a few days ago. But like I said, I'm not downtrodden or putting down women. Women do a phenomenal job of leading in homes, of teaching children across America. Women do a phenomenal job of that. I'm just thinking about it from an aspect of a young boy who's in class, and if they're looking at a woman, they're not looking at a male figure, because we always say, well, fathers need to be in the home to teach kids or teach men or young men how to be men and things like that. But it's such a power dynamics when it comes to women in the professional ranks as far as teaching, especially in the adolescent age. It's a power dynamic that you have more women that are professional teachers than men.
My next question to the panel: what age group should men aspire to teach?
That's a great question, Sharon.
Okay, let's start with Aaron. Aaron, what age should we start telling our other male young men they should become teachers, and what age group should they teach?
All of them, but where the question I think you're asking, where they're most effective, concentration most effective. I would say 12 to graduation. 12 years old to graduation.
But that's already how it is according to JL Boxing. It's already like that.
What more concentration of men? But we need more. The concentration, they're underrepresented. There need to be more men. That's where they all are. Great. Put more there. Take them, put them 1 through 8, and then double what's happening in 8 to out of here.
Ambassador 750, what do you think we should have more male teachers? What would concentrate at what grade levels? Ambassador.
That's a rough question because I think it should be across the board. Maybe fourth grade, third grade, all the way up to. I want to get them at the foundation of their learning, so more like second grade all the way to 8th grade.
So you think
high school?
It should be? So we are all saying that it should be a bunch of men teachers singing ABCs with young kids.
I think they need most definitely. Why not? Why not? 4th, 3rd grade.
Right, so look, hey, listen, I don't think any of my children really cares about anything that happened 1 through 6, to be honest.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like 1 through 6, they ain't learning shit for real.
Yeah, I was gonna say more maybe middle school.
Goddamn school in the first place, because
they're learning how to learn.
If I want my children to be able to read and write, I gotta make them read and write, and they don't do that by 10 years old. They still not learning how to read and write on their own at 10 years old. They not.
No, they're learning how to learn.
I would say more of a middle school age, 6th to 8th or early 9th or something, whatever each state has their middle school age children at. But yeah, I would say somewhere between middle school. Probably have more male teachers in that age group.
Hey, look, I had to make sure y'all hear it properly, right? You know what I'm saying? Because when we talking about we got grown ass men talking about A B C D E F.
Absolutely, but if that is something that's needed to help, then it's needed.
The reason I say I'm younger is because we're trying to compete globally. And some of these people are learning how to speak. Go ahead.
So we got to understand like what be happening in these classes. They like, K is for what? Kyle. Yes, we do not want men in the classrooms like, yes, C is for cat.
I think women do a better job at definitely being nurturing in that aspect.
JR Boxer.
Yes.
JR,
Yes.
come on. Can you imagine walking in the class and it's a big grown ass man, 6'4" Aaron, bald head with glasses, talking about A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Yes. Initially, I'll probably be like, "Hi," but
absolutely
if the brother or the man can teach, he can teach.
That ain't
Man,
what
you
I'm
can
talking
teach. You
about.
can
I'm
teach. Ain't nothing
saying,
wrong with that.
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that can you imagine big ass 6'4" Aaron singing the ABC? We like, man, if he don't get his ass outside, we will. It ain't gonna be pleasant. What is what I'm saying? Like I think men, I think the men they need to be in a higher where it could be to this inspiring part that you was talking about, JR. So when they looking at Aaron and he's dressed a certain way, he communicates a certain way, where they can say, yeah, I want to be like that instead of big ass Aaron singing the ABCs. Absolutely not.
Yeah. That level of youthful enthusiasm would fit me like a dress.
Aaron with his stoic ass face singing the ABCs. Oh man, I would pay to see it though, Aaron. I ain't gonna lie to you. I pay to see it.
How much?
What's up, KT to go? Good day, sir. How you doing? What grade are you gonna teach? But you gotta cut your hair first. Go ahead, KT to go.
I gotta cut my hair. Hell no. Ain't no way. And now I was gonna. Well, first of all, I'm gonna say intermediate, like somewhere in there. I'll probably say. I think our kids don't have a problem getting the basics, like elementary school. But I think middle school is where they start having because now you're becoming a person, you're gaining your personality, a little bit better understanding of you and yourself. So I think it'd be easier if we had people to identify with. I think overall, though, in high school is where we probably need to start, because you can't tell all black kids, right? Just y'all black male boys, like y'all just be teachers, because that ain't really sensible, right? But I think in high school we should start adding in some type of trade learning. And if this is what you like to pursue, that where you can get the understanding and kind of experience with that to do so.
I think it's kind of I don't really like the idea of male teachers in high school unless they like old and they married and everything. Like, hey, listen, these goddamn high school teachers are scary to me. The male and the female, they be doing some weird things in that age group. I think they need to be a certain age. I think they need to be like old to be teaching high school, to be honest with you. I think where we probably be better off is in that like everybody from 6th to 9th grade age, where we really learning how to read comprehension. So that's where you really like start to get comprehension. I think that would probably be the best place for black males to help young black men to have better reading comprehension, because it don't make no sense that they comprehending at a 3rd grade reader level. That's insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Somewhere around that age group for sure.
I think the problem when we wait so late to enter some of that masculine discipline, some of that structure, we're trying to fix brokenness at this point. As opposed to getting ahead of them, having people with stricter standards laying into them at a younger age. So maybe they are reading a lot further. They're a lot further along than expected. With their math, they're a lot further along than expected.
I think this idea that our black boys that don't have the information are broken men is insane to me. These are not broken men just because they lack information. They just don't have information to act on certain things so they can get better jobs or better vocabulary. It's just not taught to that it's cool for them to sit down and read. When I was younger, like, hey, it was a thing to read Malcolm X book when I was young. Mm-hmm. Like, did you read the Malcolm X book yet? That was a thing.
Yeah.
And now people they barely even know who Malcolm X is. You talk to these young brothers. Barely. They're like, yeah, I heard his name before, but they don't know what he went through and like who he is, right? You know what I'm saying? They heard of who he is, but they don't know who he is, right?
You were born in 81 like me. You wore cross colors kente cloth pattern shirts, though. That's the thing. I had the leather Africa sign hanging from my neck, too. That's why it was cool then. Yeah, they don't care now.
Right, and that's clearly that's our fault. Right, we didn't maintain it. But the reason why we didn't maintain because we was growing up. We wasn't supposed to be the ones that maintain. It's supposed to be our elders, which we don't have. A lot of people that's our age, that was born in the 80s, we don't really have elders like that. So this is why when people come on here and they say that they are master teachers and all that shit, they're like, I'm old enough to. We don't care. You wasn't around when we was growing up in the first goddamn place. So you could take your old ass down the road. We don't care. We had to raise our goddamn selves.
That's why I think men should be heavy in high school age kids, because what you impart on them early on, you don't want them to lose it. And you're right. It's not broken, but it is playing catch up when they don't have the information. But the thing is, I don't want to give them information and then have them enter the discussion of career selection, coming into your social self, how you interface with the girls, not having chivalry as part of the. When you come to the class, hey boy, get your ass back there and open that door. You see that girl with all them books? Get your ass over there and open that door. You know better than that.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. At high school, when they actually give a shit about the girls anyway, you make fun of them, you know what I mean? Like you can lean into a man's proclivity for a woman to build him and use that to maintain the skills that you taught him 1st through 6th. And then use it in the career selection process. Hey man, I'm a math teacher now, but I'm a retired master plumber of 30 years. You might want to look into plumbing. Matter of fact, you know the new Comcast building. I did the whole hot water in there. That was my company, right?
Yeah, because sometimes I be hearing the men talk, and I be thinking about maybe I should just go to school and become a teacher, and put in some work about that, and then start a school and all that shit. But I'm like,
that's crazy. I mean, I had that thought with myself early in my college experience. I went to school to play ball, and I was like, you know what? Let me get a degree in adolescent education and go into being a teacher. And then one reason I solely picked it because I was like, oh, it's probably be a little bit easier for me to get my degree and things like that. I later switched. I injured myself. I later switched. I fell in love with sports medicine, kinesiology, and things like that, and wound up having a profession now, currently in physical therapy. But I initially wanted to be a teacher to go back to, like, give back to my neighborhood, things like that. But it just didn't work out for me because I fell in love with something else just due to a catastrophic injury. I fell in love with something else. But I often think about it now, like, man, maybe I should go back and pick up a teaching degree because I drive and I'm looking, all these women teach, like, who are teaching these young boys? Who are teaching these young boys that were like me growing up? Things like that. But I keep telling myself to do it, but I make good money as a physical therapist, so I'll just leave it at that.
And I was about to say, I feel like we can't do the proper things because really we in the system based on reward, right? Like not even if it's just financial reward, it's kind of also like praise. How y'all was talking about earlier, people aren't really praised to be teachers. Not saying they shouldn't be, and not saying that people don't glorify teachers. I'm just saying like
male teachers, black male teachers. That's not a glorified thing. They say, hey, you don't want to be no teacher. That shit ain't no money. Go ahead, KT, to go. You cooking for once.
But nah, yeah, it's just more or less like we choosing to do the things that will, if we can't get the glory and the visible glory, we'll go for the financial gain. So I mean, it's kind of hard to say like make these sacrifices in order to do this proper thing.
Right, because hey, listen, it's a part of our DNA. Because if I start going to school with my gold on and shit, hey, now it's gonna breed something else. I might be the teacher that look like food now. So it gets weird out there for sure. But I definitely think we need to start explaining to young men that you can have a profitable life as a teacher. The story goes that you cannot sustain a family by being a teacher. That is the talk for most men. That's why they tell them to do other things. It's just like when I was growing up, majority of the time, or majority of folks, they didn't know what direction to tell me. Go, you should just apply for this city job, become a cop, become a fireman, become a a correction officer, bus driver. That's the shit that they tell us to do back in the days. That was it. They ain't had no real direction for us. Go get a city job. That was the direction.
I personally say I think the problem is, like, even though you're right, it kind of ain't wrong, right? Like, you can maintain a life off of a teacher's salary, but let's remember they get paid once a month. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be able to budget very well, manage very well, and that's staying like basic, right? Like, talking about how well can you live with your family on a teacher's salary is a whole different thing, but
it is not a different thing. So plenty of people make good money being teachers. 150, 200,000, 300,000 being a teacher.
High school? Really?
What, Sharon? Where they making that money at now? Come on now.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I'm gonna be honest, they making like 40, 50, maybe
right.
60.
So this is the problem. This is the common knowledge that black males have about teachers. They think they only making $40,000.
I wouldn't say that. I was thinking like 70, 60.
Right, but even we go with 76, but majority of black males, especially, we think that teachers is making $40,000.
No, and I don't know exactly why. That's why I even went up to 70.
But this is what we said, because I do get it. Like, maybe where KT to go is at in Virginia, North Carolina, they're not getting paid that well, right? So we understand that, but that's because of where they at. It ain't that expensive.
I mean, it's crazy because the West Virginia teachers getting paid almost the same as North Carolina teachers, and trust me, when we talking about like state, how much they make median, we're in two different categories. North Carolina actually one of the top places in the country, like not 5, but it is like 15 range. You feel me?
For what?
West Virginia at the bottom.
For
5.
what? For what? For teacher salaries?
Yeah, they
no, it's not. No, Carolina is not a good place for teacher salary at all.
No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying even with you being in some place with way better economics, they're still paying. We're trying to pay them. They're doing strikes and marches and stuff or whatever. But yeah, I'm just pointing out, like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's true in totality, but it does have.
Well, if you become a certain, so this is what the people don't know. Like, so like if you just become a teacher and you stay at that level of teacher, then yeah, maybe you'll just be stuck at 40,000. But plenty of people that become certified teachers, they making $60, $70 an hour. And then you put that work.
Wait, in New York?
Period. But definitely in New York.
I'm about to say, yeah. I maybe up
in
there.
New York.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't never.
Oh, see, you got to preface New
York.
I
gotta jump in here. I gotta jump in and just say this to y'all, man.
But before unlikely say, but even Beans podcast, he came up and said his mother is a teacher in Chicago, and she makes over $150 for a long time. So it's not just New York. Go ahead, unlikely.
Yeah, Bracy, my best friend who I live with here, who helped me have an establishment in this property. He's a teacher. He's been a teacher for 15 years. The nigga make bread like crazy. So that's a terrible excuse to say, yo, I don't want to be a teacher because of the money. Like, just say that you don't want to teach. Just say you don't like kids or some shit. But don't say it's about the money, because teachers not making the same amount as TSA workers. A TSA worker make 40,000, 50,000. That's not like they're not making that. They making way more. And then his best friend is he worked with like the superstar kids up there in where is it? Over there in Doral. He work over there. He making more than him. He making like 150, 130. So it's like, nah.
And so like, and again, I make sure I reference it that like if you just leave school, you got your bachelor's, and you just leave school and you just stay at that level of teaching, then yeah, you're gonna stay at 40,000. But if you are willing to work like how you're supposed to and grind and move through the rankings of being in the teaching field, you're gonna make that bread. Go ahead.
I will say that the teachers at my alma mater, Valley Forge Military Academy on the main line in PA, if you ever look it up, I know they were doing well. But this is 96. The tuition was 28 grand. But you look at the parking lot, and I'm like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I know it's out there, but like, MLK High type shit. Not in New York though. Pigeons are making 40,000 in New York. You know what I mean? Like, that's something else. But just like normal small town USA high school, I don't know.
Hey, listen, all I know teachers that's making crazy bread.
Oh,
And
I
they
believe it.
didn't
I'm
make
ignorant to the fact. I had no idea.
Yeah,
and
I'm
especially in New York, if they get that 10-year, they done, they lit.
Yeah.
You
No,
gotta
New
You
love
know,
York
it.
is.
Man. That's the thing. You
but
can't
I
do it because
understand,
of
like
money.
in the South, I do get it. It's a little bit more difficult. You got to get more certified and all these other things. However, it is up to you to do what you need to do. If you're a good teacher, you could definitely get paid for being a teacher, not just through your school, but through other things. The problem is that you want to just strictly depend on the school system and not depend on your skill set, right? Because even with if I say a goddamn plumber can make $1 million, no, everybody gonna be like, yeah, that's true. But ain't nobody gonna say that plumber that is working in that goddamn house all the time, he's only making $20 an hour. That's what majority of them are making because they don't have no inspiration to do better.
Nah, we can listen. We can say
Hold
it's
on. So what I'm
always
saying is
exceptions
that
to
I
the
don't
rule.
understand why we're not correlating those two understandings. That is going to
No,
be
because we
the
can
majority
always
of
say it's
people, they are not going to want to inspire to do better. Just like with the plumber, it's the same thing with the teacher. Majority of them are going to make 40,000, plumbers as well. But the ones that's willing to put that work in,
not. But that's what I'm saying. Them exceptions to the
Right,
rules.
right,
Not
Sharon.
saying
So
them
when you
more.
listen to what you just said, it becomes the people that like whoever came up and said while y'all was talking about teachers, yo, become a teacher, become a teacher. Whoever said, yo, but teachers only make this much, that person is being a pessimist. And that's negative. At the end of the day, the conversation and I don't know if that's how the conversation went, but
It's
it's
not pessimistic. It's being reality. It's a reality, y'all.
no, it's not.
Fuck what you talking about. It's a reality.
It's
The
not a
national
reality.
average for teachers is
I just
60K.
told you my best friend probably make more than
The
you.
national average is 60K. So on
Yeah,
the
but you can make.
average, you're going
That's
to
the
make about
starting. But that's
60,000. Not saying
that's
your friend
okay,
don't
so hold
exist
on,
and he shouldn't be
starting. That's
more
what
of
you
your
start
friend.
off with.
So I'm glad that he said that.
Start
So
off
that
with.
means there's 50% of people that are teachers that's making more than 60K. 50% of the teachers are making more than 60K.
Who said that? The average is 60K.
Okay, so the average, that's the exactly the
That don't
average.
mean the other half is making more than that.
Yes, it does.
That's the average.
That's literally what it means.
Yeah,
It literally
you
means
don't.
half of them make less than 60K and the other half makes more. That's literally what it means.
That's the 70K, okay? So 50 to 70K. We're in this
No, it's
range from the
50 to 200.
50 to 200,
Yes.
200,000.
Yes.
Then the median range wouldn't be 60,000. That's not the middle.
Right, you just don't understand statistics, right? So, but it's okay.
No, the median range between 50 and 200 would
Right,
be
and
like
I'm pretty
100
sure,
and something.
and right. So, if we was to go with the top 10% of teachers, they are making over 200K. It's just what it is.
This is like saying let's count the 1% with the 99.
Can we go with
and
this?
say let's make that the average? It's not.
No,
It
it's
doesn't
not.
work
What
like
I'm trying to explain to you is to understand what you're reading. What you're
I
reading is
understand what
that
I'm reading.
50% of teachers make more than 60K. That's what you're reading.
Yeah, the
Can
median.
we go with
So
this?
we're in between 70 and 50K. This is what we're reading, is it not?
Again, a pessimistic mindset because at the
It's
end of
not
the day,
it's the actual facts, that's reality. And then you sit here saying, "Oh, you being pessimistic." No, let's talk factual.
okay. So is that your reason to why people should not be teachers?
I
Because
didn't
they make.
say people should not. I even just said
So, all right, so
it
what
should
are you?
be more of your
So what
friends.
What are
is
you
it that
saying?
so what is it that you're arguing?
I'm saying we have to still count what's actually there and how can you function about it. Because we said teacher on family, having a family with a teacher's salary. We have to admit, okay,
So
you will have restrictions.
okay. Teachers with that. So can somebody raise their child in Virginia off of $70,000? They wife, they kid, and themselves off of $70,000 in Virginia. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
So what?
Argument done.
Right, it's over. That's it.
That's not argument done. Because what if you want to expand
You're not even
that?
arguing
All that.
anything,
Don't try
though.
to add anything else. Why you adding other things to it?
Because that's
it's that
the
simple, right?
reality.
The same way how you
Nobody
simply,
says
the way
I
how you
got this
simply
one job.
put it,
I'm gonna
right?
stay with one
It's
kid so
very
I can
simple,
afford it.
right? If we are saying that 60 to 70,000 in Virginia can take care of a family, then that's it. So that means you could take care of a family being a teacher.
All right.
I think
I'll mute the realities of things.
And shout out to
Just say
Jay. The
fuck
only
it, we'll
reason why I
stay here.
added the location, Jay, is because he lives in Virginia, so he kind of understands what the economy over there. I don't want to say it's somewhere else where he don't understand. That's the only reason why I added that location.
I mean, you keep saying
no, but I said North Carolina. I said North Carolina, and we agreed that the median in North Carolina and here is about the same, but this is a way better place, and the economics of living there is way higher. So how are you going to survive off of that?
Okay,
you just said you could survive off of it.
I get you saying West Virginia there because we know that you could live in West Virginia off 70K. But again, I'm from North Carolina, and that's where I've spent most of my life. So even if we're talking about this is still where I'm at the most. So
regardless, even in North Carolina, 70K can take care of you, your wife, and a kid.
What
you saying?
We getting there.
Listen,
we getting there. We really getting
I
there.
think what's being said is the precipice of income available in teaching is not like other industries, engineering, retail sales, all this other shit where you can go somewhere and make 7 figures. Chances of doing that in teaching, no. But it's also not a sentence to abject poverty. It will require you to do some market research and understand how the income structure works and what's required of you as you go out in the workforce. But that's with almost every single other career you can pursue. I mean, even law is not a meal ticket into the stratosphere. You get into law, you can fuck it up.
Majority of lawyers are not getting it like that. Majority of engineers ain't getting it like that.
I mean,
Aaron knows
they're
that
doing
too.
slightly better. Yeah, I mean, engineers are doing like lawyers slightly better than folks.
Because a lot of times the engineers, they got to attach themselves to an established engineer to even get to a goddamn status. So again, this is
you got to be able to stamp shit, patents. Yeah.
So here's the problem. Majority of people do not
medicine
understand majority of people do not understand what's really. Yeah, they don't understand what's really going on out there. They just say, "Oh, go ahead and be a lawyer. You're gonna make money playing money." But no, it is people that are lawyers today that are living horrible.
Yeah, that's
struggling. 50, 60, 70K, and they can't. It ain't working. So stop with this idea that a teacher and a lawyer is not the same when we talk about the median. But what we talking about is that people need to aspire to be better. So even though you are a lawyer, you got to be better. Even though you're an engineer, you got to be better. Even though you are a plumber.
Now watch this. Doctors make bank, but you know what else? They pay that shit. Insurance, malpractice.
Absolutely.
If you're somewhere where you're able to make really good money as a doctor, there's a liability in your corner.
And so even in New York, the average is 60 to 75K. So it's okay. And that's a lot of teachers in New York. So again, that's just the average. So that means there's a bunch of people that's above that average.
So who you think in New York living with a family off 70K?
Plenty.
Nigga, a bunch of people, bro. Most of the broke people are the ones having the baby. Sorry, I mean to call you nigga, but like, there's a bunch of people. Like, most people be having babies that be. God, like, it's so crazy. Like, we believe that you have to have a home, you have to have all these different things before you able to have a kid, but that's not what's happening. Most of us are born out of situations that are not that. Us right now on this channel.
The average human being across all industries is making, the average black man is making $43,000. So therefore, ain't no black man on average should be making no children. Clearly, right?
Agreed.
Wow. Okay, so what are you saying?
I ain't saying black men, just anybody not really having the money shouldn't be having kids, but that's what people do. That's the reality. That's what I'm saying. We got
to so therefore, all right. So if the average man
no money though, he
can have a child, a person making 75,000 can absolutely have a child.
I'm just saying, again, we talking about the constraints that come with it. Again, that's all I'm saying. We do have to take in, okay, if you're going to say I'm a teacher, you do have to say this is my constraints, this is what I'm going to live within. And like you said, let's talk about one baby. And we can't exceed that. Because if that's what we're going to say as a teacher, you got to accept, I definitely can't have two.
You don't have to add in a whole bunch of bullshit. Most people are not having more than 2 kids.
No, like you said, more than 2 kids. 2 kids alone. I think that's what I'm saying.
Majority of people have
kids with
one.
70,000 a year. You kind
majority of people, when you ask them how many kids you got, they'll say one. That's still what majority is saying nowadays. We got to look at what's going on. I don't know. Maybe y'all ain't outside like that. I don't get it. When we talking about people that is being responsible,
I got 3 kids and a wife. I'm pretty responsible, sir. I understand. Like, what the fuck? I ain't saying a lot of people don't have one kid, but a lot of people got more than one kid.
He said
That's
you're
what
not
I'm saying. And I
outside
think
like that, not responsible.
I'm not going to sit there and say the statistics, but I think we can agree with that.
What do you do for a living?
No.
If you don't mind me asking, what's your vocation?
What's my vocation?
Vocation.
No, he said, what is your occupation?
Vocation. Yeah, what do you do for a living?
So, real estate.
You don't got no job, Aaron.
Okay.
Man, real estate.
No, I don't got no. I don't have my own business. What the fuck? I
You had your
I
own.
don't know what you're supposed to do outside of that.
You're in real estate. You invest?
North Carolina and West Virginia.
Straight
like
lying.
I do most of my investment in West Virginia.
Buying homes, fix and flip.
Huh?
Buying homes, fix and flips, wholesale.
Depends. Like I most consistently do a little flips, but I got a couple I hold on to.
All right.
It's all right. You ain't got no job.
Hey, I'm Batman. Fuck it.
I love it. Fuck it. We can say this.
I turn into Batman at night out here in Miami. Fuck it.
You and Consonant. It's okay. I don't think there's nothing wrong with it if you figured out a way to get constantly paid.
I didn't say. I said this is what you asked what I do. Like that's what I'm saying. What if I don't work for somebody? I'm not doing something. That's what I'm saying. Now,
but you're not
gonna shame somebody because you're living very good. I don't get how we can make a joke out of somebody who's living what we talking about. We all should be living. The wife, the kids, the home, and I'm able to provide and take care of those.
What we say is that we don't believe that you work in real estate. You might have investors that pay you monthly, but that doesn't mean that you're in real estate.
Investors that pay you monthly doesn't mean. So what do you mean?
So if once upon a time you bought 4 houses and those 4 houses pay you enough that you can make profit, that does not mean you are in real estate. Is what I'm saying.
And outside of that, that's why I said West Virginia, where I do most of my, because I know I can invest cheaply and make a better profit. That's why I flip homes.
Yeah, but that's okay. If you say so. I'm just saying.
71,000.
I keep my other money outside of just that passive. It's not. That's what I'm saying. I don't even care. It doesn't even matter.
Right. So all I'm saying is this: like, when we ask you what you do, and then he said, "So what kind of real estate you are into?" You couldn't say. You're like, "I do a little bit of this. I do a little bit of that. Just fall on my lap."
What kind of real estate am I in? He said, "What vocation do you do? What is your vocation?"
No, he literally said. He literally asked you and said, "What kind of real estate do you do?" You sell, fix and flip, buying homes, fix and flip. He asked you a couple of things. And you say you do a little bit of that, I do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and it is okay. We don't really.
I gave very detailed. We just went through it. You just sit here and said I got the properties, and then I'm saying like that's what I'm saying. I told you outside of that, I flip houses. That's how I get extra money.
Okay, I mean you can say whatever. It's
this
okay.
And you make more than 71.
What I'm saying is this: whatever you do, it's okay to just be honest. All right, it is what it is. It doesn't matter.
It is okay to just be honest.
No, my point is I'm being honest. The honest point is saying that what I do, regardless of how y'all saying.
Okay.
Do you make more than 71?
Okay, look. This is how we kill it. What was the last house you bought?
The one that I was when I first came out here, wasn't I showing y'all the house I was working?
When was the last house you bought?
I kept showing that on video.
I asked again. When is
this house?
When I said, I didn't say what.
You just show it now if you make so much.
It's okay.
Money
I said, hold on. When was the last time you bought a house? Is what I asked.
About 3 months ago.
Okay, and when the last time you
about
sold?
3 months ago.
So you bought a house 3 months ago. You also sold a house 3 months ago.
About 2 months ago.
And how long did it take for you to sell that house that you sold 2 months ago? How long did it take? How long was it on the market before you sold it?
About 6 months.
About 6 months.
Wait a minute. When did this become an indictment?
Yeah,
on
like now on the market.
to go.
You asked how long it
became an indictment when it became an indictment when he could not substantiate what he is talking about, right? So we were trying to leave it alone. Hey, You said just say you have investment that pay you monthly. Fine, cool. We can leave it on. But when you want to say you are a real estate investor and you are doing it's okay.
That sounds like you should be
don't have to
driving
do
a
that,
Mozzie.
right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is.
Is this what we're not talking about? I'm trying to. That's what I'm saying. What do y'all? I'm confused. Like,
It's okay. We understand you confused. It's okay.
Point?
The point. It's
So
okay.
Because
I don't say
y'all
I'm in
saying,
real estate.
You say I never said I was a real estate investor. I said I work in real estate. Like, I don't get what. Am I not doing this? Everything we're explaining is just not doing that.
But that's not okay. So the problem is that's not real estate. It's okay.
So again, no. Y'all just agreed that is what we're talking about. So again, y'all trying to make this out to shame somebody and try to say, "Oh, you ain't got a job."
Okay, so let's get to the point. So what you explain?
And like I said,
so let's get 6
months
get to
because
the,
not on the market
so,
6 months,
so
but
we
I had to
get,
buy the home.
So we get you. Okay, so we can just get to
so
the
about
point.
3 months on the market
again. So that's not real estate. That's not being in real estate.
Super chatted you yet? All this real estate, but never mind. I just
right. So it's okay that's not real estate. Just because I could buy a house and flip it once a year does not make me in real estate.
So what is it?
So you don't have a regular job? Oh, never mind.
What is it? What is it? I'm asking y'all, what is it?
No, it's not. I wouldn't say I work in real estate. I'll tell you that.
Well, what do you work in? If that's what you're doing, what do you work in?
Say you retired. If you just getting bread like that, shit, you retired.
Yeah, well, I'll take that also. I've already explained it. Like, I only was able to do that because I had some money saved prior to this. Like, that's the only reason I could invest, and I decided West Virginia because it was pretty cheap just to invest into that. I had money saved before I started this.
Are you flipping the houses that you're flipping? Do they require repair?
Some up, yeah. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of times, yeah.
All right, are you doing the repair?
Have some of them, like what I understand.
All right, and the ones that don't require repair, there's like some kind of financial distress.
You said what?
The ones that don't require repair, the ones that are turnkey, but you can still flip it. Is it because they require because they have some kind of financial distress?
Yeah, most likely.
Lien tax, this kind of shit.
Back taxes.
Inheritance.
Yeah, back. Huh?
All right. Never mind. I'll stop asking questions.
Could you repeat that?
And so now, JL Boxer, you understand? Like all the, like you hear JR, you hear it. This doesn't sound. Come on.
I don't understand. What I will say, salute to you, KT the GOAT, for having the patience to
I gotta move. My phone
entertain the questions and answer the questions.
Give me a second. I can't.
But come on, Sharon.
Give me a second. I can't hear y'all. My phone keep cutting out.
Come
I'm trying
on
to move
now.
around. Maybe my internet tripping.
That was a whole shakedown interrogation. We indicted the man on charges that, whether true or not, he didn't deserve that, man.
Yes, he does, because once you got to substantiate what you are talking about, because we got to understand that you are professional.
And I mean, again, it's nothing more to say if I say I'm working in real estate, and again, like I think Unlikely said it best. Are you working a regular job? No, I don't have to. And like, what are y'all trying to shame me on that basis? Why the fuck?
No, all right. Let me. Since I asked the question, let me maybe help you. If you understand why, maybe that'll help better answer the question. I don't want to hoodwink you, right? Like, so I have a holdings company. I own a holdings company. There's a 7-figure chunk of that holdings company's portfolio is a real estate investment firm. So I may be cryptic with the questions I'm at, or I may be making assumptions with the questions. But the questions is just to evaluate your perspective of the job market.
Oh no,
you know what I mean? Like the way you see teaching.
When you was
I'm just trying to
asking
figure out.
I was answering what you was asking. I'm saying the rest of Sharon and fucking Unlikely. Let's be real. They trying to go on the witch hunt type shit. Like, but that's why I was replying to you when I heard you before my phone started cutting out. I heard you.
Yeah.
I didn't have no problem.
I appreciate
anything. Yeah. And it seriously, if you would like to have some further talks, like drop your link in the back or something, we can do business.
So I'm behind the wheel, but hit me up.
So JR, as you can see, if I start talking to you about karate, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to navigate me through it and say, hey, yeah, this is what I do. And you can actually have verbiage towards it, right? Correct?
Yes, but Sharon.
Okay, so therefore we know the difference. So now before I go, so now we know the difference between somebody that is professionally doing it and somebody that's just, hey, I learned, I'm a black belt. It's a difference between a black belt and then somebody that can instruct somebody to become a black belt. right?
Hey,
So
all I'm gonna say,
one of them
salute to
knows.
you, KT the GOAT, man.
So
Hey,
what I'm saying,
keep doing
J.R.
what you're doing,
Boston,
man.
but what I'm saying, one of them knows karate and one of them is doing karate. Correct?
No, but I never said like that's why
See,
even
look,
when
I'm
he said
talking to
what's
you,
your
JR.
vocation,
Look,
I said if
look,
y'all
go
say
ahead,
he
KT.
said what
Sounds
do
like
I
an
do for
Asian
money?
accent.
Like what's my job? That is my main thing. That's the main thing I do for money. I don't have to sit there. I'm not going to sit there in line and say I'm some professional that went to school for it. If y'all asked that, I would have replied to that too. But I mean,
Right, it ain't no school for real estate for real, for real.
I'm just saying, like how y'all talking about having credentials and shit for it. Like I'm just saying, like I never sit there and said,
JR, you understand what I'm saying? You hear how this sound, right?
It sounds like he has some type of occupation in real estate. Whether it's investing in into properties and flipping those properties for his financial gain, he has some sort of occupation that deals with real estate. I'll
That
just
ain't
leave
no,
it at that.
that ain't no damn occupation.
Yeah, man, I ain't gonna hold you. Sharon trying to be nice, but at the end of the day, it just sound like yo, dudes. Oh man, it's crazy. Like, bro, if you like, yo, I just
man,
don't
nigga, you
like
just
yo,
came up here and
I
said
just don't agree.
60,000 being the
I don't want to.
average
I don't
means
want to.
that
What?
niggas is refusing the fucking truth that they can make millions. Like you just be
Okay, do you
saying
make
shit.
more than 70,000? Do you make more than 70,000 a year?
About 80.
About 80. So why you looking at 70,000 and 60,000 as it
Because
being
behind
like
the
so
80, I
far?
already had money saved. It's different. And
Okay, so
beyond
why
that, I
would you
have
think that?
passive income coming in that I've stayed for years now, about 3-4 years.
So
That's
you,
just from in the real estate stuff. And
I
prior to the 3 or 4 years, I
right,
had
I got
money
you.
saved.
So
So I understand that with me knowing how to budget and navigate with my money, I can do more.
It's okay. It's okay. Like, hey, look, I'm just JR. I'm just adjusted to people just being very straight and narrow what they want to say and what they want to communicate. When people
Yeah, no,
speak in cold, it gives me a red flag. If I'm
yeah,
going to
I
somebody
get
that
what
do
you're saying.
real estate and I say, "Hey, bro, oh, you do real estate?" So well, so I'm kind of like when I do this, I kind of like do that as well. But
None
also
of that happened though.
this,
hey,
and
That's
then I'm
that's the
do you
doing
get
this,
problem
food
where you're trying
stamps?
to
and then so
make
when
that
I put it
whatever.
all together,
Because everything you asked, I
I'm
answered it
like, you
directly.
understand? Like, see, look, I'm talking. He want to talk over me just because, like, I'm just telling you how it sounds hearing somebody that speaks like you. I would not go to that person and say, "Hey, all right, I want to buy a house from you." That's all I'm saying.
I
No, I
get what you're
think you
saying.
said it best. It's not that I
You
sound
making 80K
professional,
selling houses?
and I'll take that.
It don't matter
That's
how much.
okay with
Like
me.
that's irrelevant how much he's making. I really don't care about that part. But
Yeah.
I'm saying when I'm speaking to somebody and they tell me they into real estate, and I ask them, "Oh, you're in real estate. What do you do?" And they cannot give me a clear answer of what they do in real estate. That's a red flag to me.
Yeah. If I were to characterize like all the information he put in, I would say probably like a property investor, something
Thank
like
you.
that. I invest in properties, I flip properties, something like that. I understand both sides of the fence. He used the word real estate. That's what he associated it with. But if
Mhm.
I were to like, just pull back the layers of everything, I'll be like, okay, so you do property investment. Okay, you invest in properties. Great.
Right.
Do
And
you
you
hold
flip.
a real estate license? Are you a broker of real estate? Things like that. And that's when I would get deep into the conversation. But
People
from
be
what he
capping
explained
up
to
here,
me,
though,
he
man.
does property
He,
investment. He buys
correct.
property, he flips
He's not in
properties.
real right, and he's not in
Yeah.
real estate at all.
But
And
I
make
mean,
80K off it.
It's okay, Lee. We ain't worried about how much he
It's
makes.
property investment, not real estate now.
No, it's
I'm
not.
confused. All right,
It's
No,
well,
no,
not.
no, no. Property investment is investing. Your commodity is property,
yeah,
and your mechanism could be flipping, or you know what I mean, like this kind of thing.
yeah. For
It's
real
like
estate, you actually
leveraging
have to
equity.
have a license, a licensure
Yeah, real estate's a little
of a
different.
realtor.
Like I'm not in real estate. I mean, I have an investment firm that invests in property, but like I hire people in real estate. I don't know shit about real estate. I just know how to move money around a little bit.
I'm
I
an
had a couple of friends
astronaut.
that had money and we moved around.
Correct. So
That ass, I'm an
that's why
astronaut.
okay,
we
I'll take that.
that's
Well,
why
maybe
we
I
was
just
asking.
worded it incorrectly, and I apologize for
Yeah,
that. I will
And so
accept.
and
like
that's
like
and that's why you got questioned because you did not say the proper thing. That's all. It is
if
okay.
I can I give you a quick 30-second build though, some advice if that's what you're doing, because I went
Mhm.
to buying like 70% of that firm is buy and hold for me, non-commercial multifamily residentials. So I opened up a property management, right, along with it. That way I don't have to pay that 10%, but I can charge my competitors property management fees for them, right? Maybe get into becoming a GC. Since you're already doing some of the work and flipping, you might as well be doing all of it, and then being hired by your competitors for doing what you're doing as far as flipping. You know what I mean? By outsourcing work to them. I mean, two companies that feed each other. If you're gonna flip, be a GC.
Yeah.
And that way you can leverage the market. If a market goes sour, you be you pick up GC. If a market goes north, it'll all depend.
Hey.
Yeah, but Sharon, I get it. The technicalities of it, yes.
It means something.
It does. It does mean something. But
Speaking of GC,
it's nothing wrong with being a
Toronto, be a consultant.
I got capital gain, and this is how I invested.
The reason why it's important for us to mind it out, because we were just having a conversation about third grade reader levels and comprehension. We got to be very concise when we are trying to make other people comprehend what we're
See, now this is where we get crazy.
Right. Hey, yo, KT, you married?
Backhanded and all.
Did you get married, bro?
That ain't got shit to do with no third grade reading, because even what Aaron just said was my property investment. It is real estate, my nigga. But I get you. The nuance, yes. If we want to play the semantics game, but to say somebody dumb because they didn't play the semantic game, I'm sorry. I apologize. As I said earlier, I apologize if I used the wrong word. Third grade education is crazy, though.
Right. The third grade education didn't actually have anything to do with you, but I get it. So, but we was having a conversation about that earlier, right? And saying comprehension. So we got to be, when we are communicating that, we got to be very proper.
But you bringing it up now is in context to say, see, this is the problem with us.
Right.
This type of nigga understanding. This is third grade understanding. This is a prime example of it. That's where we shouldn't shame each other if we're trying to correct each other and we really talking about improvement.
Right, that's the
problem. Shame each other if you really say some idiot shit or something. But
right, that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem that a lot of males have. They want to be handled with kid gloves. Why do you want to be handled with kid gloves?
They weren't properly educated in the first place.
Right,
kind of owe him that.
Right, so exactly, I don't owe him no kid gloves. I don't. He's a man. He got to be able to handle the information like a man. Ain't no kid gloves. We way past kid gloves.
True that.
So if the information that you are not communicating properly, I'm not going to handle you with kid
gloves.
Y'all
you was talking about earlier conversation.
Hold on,
talking about run away.
You be the answer. Hold on, you be the answer, KT.
This is wild.
You be able to answer. So again, we don't have to handle nobody with kid gloves. We are speaking on a certain subject. You're going to have to articulate yourself in that subject in a way where we understand and for the audience to understand. So therefore, kids' gloves is off. We are well past that. I am not nobody's teacher, right? This ain't no goddamn kindergarten class. We grown.
I didn't think the conversation was about real estate at that point. Weren't we talking about teachers' salaries and
we were. I just asked what he did. Yes, it was. I just asked what he did to understand his perspective. That's all. Just to see what his view of how teaching fits in the world of careers. You know what I mean? I just wanted to know what he thought.
And it's just all I'm saying, that it is okay for us not to handle each other with kid gloves. We men.
Yeah, if he said he was a biomedical engineer and we make $750,000 a year, I'd be like, oh yeah, of course. No wonder he thinks teachers are gonna die of starvation. I would too. Shit.
Yeah. That's how I feel. I'm like, hey, sure, good for you.
Yeah, and that's how. But this is the real way how men build. We don't handle each other with kid gloves. If JR is teaching me how to do a certain move so I can save my life, he's not gonna say no. He's gonna say, you do it like this. This is the proper way to do it. It's that simple.
Oh, absolutely, man. Hey, and then definitely rest easy to the great man from Houston, Texas, George Foreman, man.
Yes, shout out
rest
to George.
easy for sure.
Yeah, shout out to George.
So, but I don't understand why but JR, why do you think on the internet people need men to handle other men with kid gloves?
I don't know, man. The internet is the most disrespectful place in the world. You can let off an opinion without being face to face with someone, and most people, naturally, nobody wants to be disrespected. So I think the back and forth conversation that people would like to have with each other and not reach a level of disrespect kind of brings the kid gloves into a situation. But yeah, again, the internet, the most disrespectful place in the world. You can get on here and say whatever you want, and then boom, stop a conversation like that. You could disrespect somebody and boom, stop the conversation like that by removing yourself from the conversation or continuously antagonizing that person to disrespect them. So
So, but
it's
I didn't antagonize him. We were just clarifying what he was communicating. What he's communicating is not what he is saying, right? Even the word dumb, dumb means temporarily unable. That's what dumb means, right? So temporary, he was
yes.
unable to communicate that he was in real estate.
Yes, definitely. In the literal sense, that's what dumb means. But when you're speaking to someone and having a conversation and you call them dumb, nobody's going to take that word in a literal sense and be like, oh, okay,
Fine,
that's
right.
what he meant.
That's
They're
fair,
going to
but
be like, you calling me
I didn't
dumb,
call I didn't
right?
call him dumb. What I did was speak to what he was not communicating. Is what I did.
Yeah.
I never called the
Obviously,
man dumb.
we'll have to do better. We'll have to do better, for sure, of explaining occupations or whatever the case may be. But I understood what he was saying by the context of what his conversation was around his job. He said real estate, but once he started explaining nuts and bolts of the situation, I was like, okay, he does property investment. He invests in property. Okay,
Right.
got it. Yes,
Yeah,
I wouldn't go to him and be like, sell me a home or help me
Correct.
buy a home,
Right.
but things like that. But I understood where he was going with the conversation. But like you said, you wanted to break it down in the truest form to say that's
Right.
not quite it. Give the actual
Right.
true
Because
definition of what you meant.
because JR, we want to ask them about what an FHA is. We want to ask them what's a 203k loan.
Exactly.
We want to ask them about how his closing costs works. How do
Exactly.
like all these questions that come when you say I'm in real estate.
Yeah. And that's something a realtor, someone in real estate would be able to explain. That is absolutely true.
Okay, so he is not that, and it is
No, cool. But you're still avoiding the point. Listen, you could have easily just been like, "Oh, it ain't real estate," but I get what you mean. And
no.
yeah,
proceed,
I think
No,
because that's like
no.
it's
So,
adult
okay, so
men. We talking about
okay, so
men up here. That's how a man should handle a conversation.
perfect. So
We
I'm
ain't
glad
about to
that.
sit here and single it out and oh nigga, that ain't like
Mhm.
that's that we and then when you really like acting like you didn't just keep saying kid gloves now to further insinuate like this nigga being ain't nobody being sensitive. I don't like seriously, I'm just pointing out the fact thereof. It's okay if somebody recognized what you was doing, bro. Like let's proceed with the conversation.
Okay, so now I'm gonna ask JR. So JR, us correcting language, is that not important with us as men?
No, that's absolutely important. That's the foundation of a conversation, is in order to establish proper, understanding of what somebody's trying to say. Because if that breaks down, then, if Sharon were to come to you and say, hey, man, I'm interested in, buying a few homes, and then you later tell them, like, well, yeah, actually, I'm not a realtor. I actually do this. Then the initial conversation was broken at the beginning. So yes, Ron, foundationally, that is correct. You are correct in that.
Thank you. That's all we're saying, KT, to go. We just got to get men to start understanding that is a certain way that we have to communicate. Us as
But
men.
we don't have to communicate through now saying this nigga need kid gloves. This the third grade education. You are adding insult. Like if you want to say, how do they say adding insult to injury? Well, the injury already happened. So now you're adding the insults. You get what I'm saying?
No.
No, you don't.
yeah,
Yeah, all right.
No.
I'm
Substantiate
trying
what
to
you're
see
saying.
how the teacher salaries. That's
Substantiate what you're saying. Hold on. Go ahead and substantiate
Okay,
what
so the injury would be where I sit here and said I do real estate. You're saying, oh, that's not proper real estate. That's not like you said the closing costs and all these things, right? Boom, that's the injury. Now, when you start saying See, this is an example of the third grade men. And then once I say, well, no, I'm just saying, like, you chill. You don't got to do that. And that's why we got to handle each other with kid gloves, adding the further insult to them. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like the floor was set right there when you said you're mistaken. And I said, okay, did I not already sit there and say, you know what? I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. I said the wrong word, and I apologize for doing so. And after that, you added these things. Did you not?
No.
Huh?
No.
You didn't. So you didn't say those comments after I apologized and said I agree and understand.
Yes, I said those words after you apologized.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. The injury was the injury.
We
consoled on the injury. But then afterwards, your next comment.
So you need this. You got.
See, this is an example of the
so you
third grade
misunderstand it.
education.
You misunderstand that conversation. We was having a conversation about that. You understand that? This is what the conversation was about: teaching and men being teachers, and that young boys are reading on third grade comprehension levels.
Again, but that wasn't the conversation you was bringing it up in. You brought that after and even said that.
Right.
This is
And so now the comprehension reading level part is right. The difference between an investor and working in
third grade. It wasn't
again.
though.
So we could again. So see,
good,
this
Sharon, you got it. I'm not
here go the kid gloves part,
because
right?
as men, we understand what's going on.
Right.
Man.
So now here go the kid gloves part, right? So we do understand there's a difference between an investor and a real estate. I work in real estate. We are saying that. We understand that now. So now for us to go back and say, and now for us to go back and say that we are not understanding that.
Didn't I say I understand that before you said the other comments?
So if you understand that,
so why did you add these comments?
Because it's important that we stop.
It isn't. We understood before you ever added that. But
no,
again, you got it. I'm out.
So it's important that we stop communicating to each other on third grade comprehension levels.
Wait, did he leave?
No, he's still here, I believe.
Oh, no. All right, listen. Don't. I understand what both of you are saying, and I would submit that both of you are correct. You're flying by each other. And I don't think injury is the insult and injury are the things. Maybe when a correction is made, the person making the correction slots the corrected beneath it, right? So now a spotlight is on you. And then to bring forth something else as supporting evidence that can be looked at as pushing someone further down, right, only adds to the issue. But I don't think that's what he was doing, although I can see exactly why you would think that. The timing is crazy. But Sharon, I think maybe if you went with this is a good teaching point. This is not third grade level reading. The difference between real estate and properties is not third grade level. It's far more advanced than that. But you see how this affects a conversation? Imagine if you only made it to third grade level, how much more damaging that could be.
Correct.
This is an example of the importance of having a solid grasp on language and syntax, because this is adult level stuff and it's already a little messy. Imagine if it was third grade level shit amongst us 40-year-old men.
Right.
It would be Barnum and Bailey. But now that would release you from being a third grader. But the point would still be made.
Correct. I agree. Yeah, you want to respond, KT?
No, I was just saying I'll take that. That's I very much.
I think that was his intention, but what you saw and how you felt, you're totally justified. But I think that
because as men, like we say here, we are men, and as men, I understand somebody could say, "Well, this is what I meant," but you do have to take someone at their actions. That was the action that was betrayed, and that's the only reason I sit here and say, like, look, I have no problem with the conversation. I have no problem with you saying I'm wrong, and I understand. That's why I'm pointing out that I did say, okay, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I apologize for making that that incorrect statement. You get what I'm saying?
No, your approach is 100%. G. You know what I mean? Like Bill paid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Your take on it. You're not like tripping and getting emotional and
hey, what I think sometimes, Aaron, I think I'm a little bit too straight up, and people think that I'm trying to like slight them or some shit when I'm just really being very straightforward. I'm not trying to slight you by just being straightforward.
Right.
I'm not. Like people be like, Sharon being passive aggressive. No, I'm never passive aggressive. If I say something to somebody, I say it to them.
Yeah, I believe they call that curt, where you're so short and direct, it almost slices, even though the straightest line is the short. I mean, the straightest path is the shortest line. Sometimes that can have a slice. You know what I mean? Especially if it's coming quick.
Yeah, that could be it too. Sometimes I'm a little too quick and witty with what I'm saying, and
if you're making the correction, like I said, the corrector is slotting the correctee beneath them by nature of the correction.
Yeah,
I
if
think
that's
you go
coming
back
in
to
real quick,
what we were saying with communication. Look, we can make this a topic. I think it's different levels of communication. Like it's verbal, it's body, you know, and maybe people understandings are different. You get what I'm saying? Maybe I picked up on something I seen visually. But if you somebody saying something, you won't get that same thing. You get what I'm saying? Like that, and maybe that's what
so for example, like right now, you think that you are talking in a straight line, right? Correct?
No, I mean I get that it's not I'm on one thing specifically. I understand what you're saying.
All right. So now, as us being men, we need to speak in a straight line and communicate what we're trying to say, one thing at a time.
Every conversation doesn't encompass a straight line. Some things are complicated. They call it complicated because it isn't a straight line. Let's be very blunt.
Right. So that's the problem. So complications need straight lines more than anything. So this way we can all understand what is being said. That's
now
what
if anything, we're here to try to figure out how to make that straight line, right?
No.
Yeah, because that straight line don't exist. That's why it's complicated.
So when I'm having a conversation with you, I'm going to talk to you in a straight line so you can understand exactly what I am saying.
Yeah, just make it broad, the line. Use a 4-inch brush, not a 1-inch brush for this line. You got to get information in there so that they can, you know what I mean, have something to work with rather than that slicing thing. Because then it leaves too much to their imagination, or it leaves too much for them to impart on what you're saying. But if you put everything in it that delivers what you mean to say the way you mean it to be taken, they can't add anything to it. And that's hard. That's hard because, yeah, that takes away from brevity. That is a motherfucker to do. But it's like, hey, son, you're failing. You're failing. Or, listen, you have not met the target. You've not hit the goal yet. And you know what I mean? Like, you came here to hit a goal. You've not done that yet. If you don't do better, you will fail ultimately. Instead of saying, you're failing right now. You're in the middle of failing. If you don't improve, you're done. It's the same message, but said differently.
100% agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't shoot because you haven't hit the target, or tighten your aim. You're not hitting the target.
This actually adds to why men should get into teaching, because that's going to be obvious after a couple years that you're going to have to adjust the way that you say. You're going to have to adjust it.
And yeah, JR. Yeah, this is it. I think.
What did you say?
I was gonna say salute to you, Sharon.
What did you say? I went out.
Got JR. I got you, Aaron.
Yeah, I was gonna say salute to Sharon. He is being responsible with his platform, because obviously he could have interpreted what you were saying and just kind of went on with it, but this is being put out to the masses, so somebody can hear that and be like, yeah, that's not real estate. What the hell is going on? So kudos to you, Sharon, being responsible with your platform, correcting however you go about doing it. I understand it from a hood standpoint, of what he was saying, context clues and things like that. But this is Sharon's platform, and you have to be responsible with your platform to correct inefficiencies of usage of words and things like that. But KT, I understood what you were saying, brother. But yeah, to properly label it, that's the best thing to do for sure.
Nah, for sure. That's what I said. I agree. I understand all that, and I'm really not against it. I'm 100% with it. And I don't even want to take it back there. It ain't even. I'm better with Shit, what I was saying, I get it because communication, like we just saying last, communication is kind of, it ain't as easy as we make it seem sometimes. Sometimes you may not be able to just say like you failing. You know what I'm saying? It depends on the situation. And I think what we may not get sometimes is everybody in their own situation. You get what I'm saying? Like everybody has, that's why they say you have your own perspective on
Who's
things.
they?
So
So,
that's why I
so,
said it
yes,
too.
so
I feel
again,
like we building the
so
line
you got to
here.
stop.
Huh?
Oh my God. Why you say you know what I'm saying?
You said why? Why did I say I know? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm asking, do you know what I'm saying?
So
This
that's
is geographical.
so when you ask that, you literally mean that. Do you know what I'm saying?
You said what? I apologize. I was talking to somebody.
When you talking and you say know what I'm saying every other sentence, do that actually mean you are asking us a question, or is it a rhetorical question?
Yeah, it's a rhetorical question. I mean, like rhetorically.
And how old are you?
32.
So what age does that stop?
I think it depends
Wait,
on
wait,
the
wait, 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 wait.
situation.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
North Carolina.
Death, Sharon.
Oh man. But so this is what I'm saying, JR Boxing. We know the hood communications at what grade comprehension?
Hey, third grade, man. Look, we've been talking about that all. We've been
I
talking
mean,
about that all day. So
but listen,
we know undoubtedly
So JR
that
Boxing. So when I call it out in real time,
listen, it's based on, and let's be fair, it's not always I'm up here every time I talk and I'm up here. Do I always say you know what I'm saying? I kind of
yes,
got comfortable thinking like again,
yes,
we supposed to
yes,
be in the cap.
yes.
You're lying.
I am
You
not.
ain't if I did that all the time, you know, you would have been pointed that out.
No,
This is the first time
I've been
I've been
so
on
what
here
I
plenty
did
of
was
times.
is what JR said. I understand the way how you communicate because I'm from that. So I let it go because I don't want to think that I'm correct you on every single thing and that I'm
It's
micromanaging your
nothing I'm
speech.
constantly
So
saying though.
therefore, that's why I'm trying to slowly get you to understand that you are communicating in a way that is not adult-like. I'm trying to slowly.
This is crazy. It is what it is.
But
and now kill fault lines of communication.
Well, I
Even
wouldn't say
talking
not
about us
adult like.
being older, because I'm not as old as y'all. I agree with that. And that's what I'm saying. If you want to be able to work through, because when I do get up here, I usually speak like I'm speaking now, not, you know what I'm saying? But again, like I said, I got comfortable because that's communication lines. We got to be able to talk to each other like every way. If the younger kids need, you know what I'm saying? Well, shit, you gonna have to give them, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I know just even how I change my tone of voice, it's not the same. Like, I do understand and that's what I said from the beginning. Situations depend on how you communicate. Like, but it is what, if we're gonna avoid that, now that's something I say it is what it is. But it is what it is. And if we're gonna avoid that, well, fuck it, because we will never be able to have good and thorough communication. Like I said, we're making the line because you have to talk to different people different ways, but make it the same thing.
You know what I think it is? I think it's geographical.
It's
Being
not.
in New York, have you ever walked down the street in New York? Huh?
And the reason why it's not like the way how he communicate is like what you're about to allude to, Aaron. That majority of people from where I'm from, Brownsville, New York, they speak like KT to go. They say a lot of words that have no
Yes,
meaning to
no.
it.
But I'm saying KT the GOAT speaks that way because his thought process moves like the South. And I think because your thought process moves like the North, it's putting putting a brake on you like a parachute.
And not only that, but
It makes
people in Brownsville speak like him
go
too.
ahead.
They they say
Do you get the same feeling? Do you get the same feeling?
No, yes, right. And I get that same feeling. I understand that they say like when they don't know what to say. They say, you know what I'm saying, when they don't know what to say. They say
Right.
like
They don't. They
like
do it because they don't know what to say.
right, like
He's
like
doing
they
it
be
because he's
saying
comfortable.
like. So you know what I'm saying? So in his conversation, he will have a conversation about the conversation, something that they like to do as well, right? They like to have meta conversations. They like to bring the conversation all the way back to the beginning when we are already trying to move forward, right?
Yeah.
The fact that you keep saying like and know what I'm saying is a bad communication style that I'm trying to get him to
Yes.
recognize so he can start
It's a
fixing it
crutch.
himself and correcting it. It's a crutch to your
Of
communication.
course, what? That's what I'm saying.
I think for him it's a comfort thing. I know in the South,
Yeah, so
that's a comfort
like,
thing.
why do I have to?
Like a
Why do I
familiar
have to? What we call that shit? Shit. When you acting different around white folk.
code switch.
Yeah, code switching. Why I got code switch amongst my people? Why can't I feel confident? And that's what I'm saying. If we get, even how J.R. Boss was saying earlier, he understood what I was saying. Even if I didn't use the proper word, my bad, I apologize with my kids. But even if I had that proper word, if we understand what each other is saying, then it shouldn't be a need to be like, that's improper. Like, it's crazy. Like, we're just talking and having conversation. That's my
It's not code. It's not code switch. It's two vastly different cultures that speak differently, and he's interpreting you different. And if there were like just, you ever notice people on the news, none of them have accents. You can look at the news in Florida, you can look at the news in New York, California, Mississippi. They all sound like a typewriter, so that everybody can understand. I think what he's trying to say is try to speak like a typewriter. Because in New York, people go do that shit that, you know what I'm saying, as like a crutch, a delay to come up with the next rhyme, freestyle, right? You're doing it because it's comfortable. It's like familial. You know what I mean? Like, how y'all doing? You know what I mean? Like, it's a. Do you get what I'm saying? No, I'm asking, do you really understand?
We don't know. Which one is it? Is it a part of the
No, I'm asking, do you understand? No, but I'm asking, does he really understand?
J.R. Boxer, is it a part of our vernacular, or is he asking us what he's saying? I don't know now. I'm confused.
I'm asking if you understand. Do you get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And this is why we have to correct it. We cannot treat this shit with kid gloves anymore. We can't. J.R. Boxer is from the hood. I'm from the hood. We don't communicate that way.
Well, we all have something to work on.
It's not an excuse to say like every 3 words. You shouldn't even use the word like unless you're comparing something.
No, two words need to go: like and giving.
Well, I'll be blunt with you. This is giving. I'm out, and I thank you for allowing me on the platform. And salute to everybody on the panel and in the chat. I'll catch y'all later. I got something to do.
All right, man. Hey,
Take care,
salute to
brother.
you, man.
Be well.
For sure. Y'all be safe.
So you know, and
Yes, sir.
it's just this. That's just the truth of the matter. Like, we cannot keep it just.
PSA. Never ask me.
You know what I'm saying? We can't keep
You ready,
acting like we don't hear what we hearing.
Well, we hear it.
But nobody want to correct. Nobody's willing to correct it. It's like as soon as I start correcting it, right there. Oh, Sharon, you being shady. Sharon, you being passive aggressive. Sharon, you calling him. Sharon, you doing that. I'm just explaining to you what you sound like. And majority of people here, but they don't have the patience to explain to you what you actually sound like.
Well, why do they say that about you?
I believe majority of people have never taught somebody a different philosophy and make them realize.
You've never asked them?
Yeah, I do. I do my best. I say, so why you? They say, oh, they would come up with some bullshit. Say, Sharon, because you passive aggressive. Sharon, you soft anyway. Sharon is like they cannot substantiate what they're saying. Usually, even all the men that say they disagree. But I say, so what do you disagree with me about? Well, it's the way how you make me feel about such as is never. a concrete understanding where I could resolute. It's because I don't treat them with kid gloves because I was never used to kid gloves myself.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. That's something I work on it myself.
You know, I always had to, you know, I had to fight every day of my life. I have to fight.
Yeah.
When somebody teach you how to box, they're not saying, you know, they're gonna tell you to tuck those elbows in after you throw that jab. That's the proper way a jab is getting back. It's not just throwing the punches, getting back and putting that elbow tight, so this way you won't leave your body exposed. And the way how they teach you is about when you throw that jab, they hit you in your goddamn ribs.
Yeah.
If somebody teach you how to box and you bring your hand down, what's your instructor gonna do? Hit you on the side of your head. So I'm not
there's
adjusted
a
to
hole.
So I'm not adjusted to these kid gloves that they keep asking me to put on. You feel what I'm saying, jab boxing?
Nah, I completely understand what you're saying, Sharon. What I will say is that the way you went to it, I mean, you could have went just direct and be like, "Hey, man, it seems like you're trying to explain this," but you were giving him the opportunity to better explain himself. But his understanding of what he was doing or his current occupation, he only associated it with real estate.
Right.
So I think you could have been like, okay, man, I'm taking in what you're saying, and that sounds like property investment. Is that more so what you do? And
And
then,
then go to
boom,
there
kind of
go
just
the
went
kid
from there.
gloves. There go the
But
kid gloves. But
yeah,
really,
but
really what
but
it
it
is
made for
that
good
you are
conversation.
but really what it is, you are unemployed. It is.
It made for great conversation, and it made for a learning opportunity on both sides. On both sides of the aisle. So
Because
If you look at the boxing analogy, it works, but only because the fighter has agreed to accept tutelage from the trainer. If that agreement wasn't made, then kid gloves are the protocol.
So he don't. So that's the problem. He don't realize that he's in a dojo. Most men don't realize that they in dojos.
Well, even if they are, did they sign up for the class?
When you are talking to men and y'all having a disagreement, you are in a virtual dojo. This is verbal warfare.
But do I accept you? Do I accept you as the teacher? Is the question.
Right, and that's what happens. That's why people get beat up usually, because they don't accept the person as a teacher. They think they are just as good as the sensei, and then the sensei's like, "Okay, we good. Are you sure?" Oops! Why you punch me so hard? You wasn't really ready. You thought you was. You just wasn't ready. And you're gonna learn, even though you didn't like. So if I go to JR and I think that I could fight, and I go to him. And as we going through the motions and he's taking it easy on me, and then I start to ramp it up. Eventually, I'm gonna have to learn through him whipping my ass instead of him explaining how to position myself. I'm gonna have to learn that, oh, when I did this, he did that and punched me out. Oh, that's how I'm learning now. Now I gotta learn. I gotta learn in the game because I didn't want the teaching of him instructing me. I learned because I thought I was able to fight my instructor.
JR, you a martial artist, yeah?
no,
JR?
boxing. Hello? Can you
Okay,
hear
all
me?
right. I'm second. Yes, yeah. Okay, so I don't know. That wouldn't happen, Sharon. If you walk in off the street, there is no sparring. You can't walk up to an instructor and start to say you want to compare, you know what I mean, or whatever. You would have to already agree that you're a student in this class for evaluation.
So that's what I'm saying, Aaron. A lot of times people go and challenge the instructor. They go straight to the instructor.
But you know what the instructor does? You can sit down and observe the class, but no, we will not be on the floor today.
Right, and everybody knows that. I attempt to do that. Hey, hey. Then they be like, nah, I'm good. Hey, you're not communicating properly. All right. Gloves off, then.
No. Oh, I think that he didn't attack you. He just didn't communicate properly.
And that's where the gloves start to come off when you're not understanding you ain't communicating.
If someone comes to a dojo and is doing a technique wrong in the corner, shadow boxing, you can't go over there and like hit him.
Hey, look, he said, hey, okay, for example, with the conversation, hey, I'm in real estate. That's not what real estate means. Yes, it is. What you mean that's not real estate? I said that this, that, and that. No, what that actually means is, that, oh, no, because I do this, I that. All right, gloves off. I ain't playing with you. Boop, boop, beep, bop, boop, bop, bam. I ain't got no patience. But I did entertain it.
It was common.
And the reason why I did entertain it, right, and plus I wanted to entertain it because I think it's important that men start to recognize that they're not communicating as good as they think they are. A lot of times when I'm hearing the men speak, they believe as they was in a straight, coherent thought, and they are far from that.
His thought process is definitely perforated, not consistent.
Aaron, you start to break up a little bit, Aaron. And the reason why I think it's important for men to understand that they are not speaking in the coherent thought is because nobody has told them that they wasn't speaking in a coherent thought. This is why they stuck in this arrested development, even with their language. They never moved past this, as J.R. Boxing said it, a hood level of communication, which is at that third grade comprehension that we were talking about. Because if you hear a lot of the so-called hood rappers, if you hear them just communicate, they don't say the intellectual ones that are actually intelligent, they don't speak like they from the so-called hood. They can speak a full coherent thought. Am I wrong, JL Boxer? I don't know if y'all there. I don't know if y'all can hear me.
No, Sharon, that's very correct. In your assessment, that's very correct, man. So, look, I'll give you one example. 2 Chainz. You listen to 2 Chainz rap, but if you listen to him talk's completely different.
You see, he's sharp.
Oh, that's a part of it.
Mm-hmm. You can see that 2 Chainz is sharp. You know what I'm saying? You see Jay-Z is sharp. You see Nas is sharp. You even see Wiz Khalifa, he's sharp. Kendrick Lamar, you can see that he's very sharp. These men are sharp when they communicate and they having a regular conversation. So we just got to get adjusted to that. There's a difference between that talk and communication. It is what it is. And we got to just uplift each other. I understand that I have a more direct way that people don't like. They rather me be very gentle with these men. I'm not that. I don't come from a gentle place.
I think it was just staying on focus on what the topic is. You know, whether he knew the ins and outs of real estate didn't seem relevant to what we talk about, teacher salaries. I'm forgetting at this point. We're talking about teachers' salary, being able to raise a family. I think that's what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just staying focused on what does that have to do with supplementing a teacher's salary, or whatever he was bringing up real estate for. You know, it's like what does that have to do with the topic? If we stuck to the topic, you know, kind of going into
it wasn't your fault, Aaron. It wasn't your fault that you wanted some clarity up, Aaron. But when I was trying to bring it back to the conversation that we was having, that's when it became a problem because we was talking about those things.
Oh, something else? Okay.
Right. Yeah. So it was the fact that I was trying to tie it back into the subject. It became a problem because he felt like it was attacked, which is understandable. You know, I do bother him, so I understand why he felt like I was attacking him. It is what it is. So anyway, we are at the 6-hour mark. I will scream at y'all later. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you.
Salute, salute.
Hey, salute. Appreciate y'all.
All right.